Welcome, dear viewers, to Biel, Vienna in Switzerland, a beautiful bilingual city by Lake Biel where chess is booming at the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. We're coming to you from one of the most traditional and prestigious summer tournaments in the chess calendar. The main event we are following is a Grandmaster Triathlon, a unique and demanding competition that blends classical, rapid blitz, and even chess 960, a true challenge in for the top players. And today we're shifting to the first round of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon, where we are going to see masters and challengers battling it out. I'm Angelika Valkova, and I'm being happy to joined by Grandmaster Artur Snakeshans, chess expert and one of the most insightful voices in the modern commentary. Artur, it's always a pleasure to have you here. How was your rest day yesterday and what can we expect from today?
Yeah, hey Angelika and everybody else who is watching it. Yeah, I mean, it just feels fantastic. Another great office, so to speak, here in the Biel Congress Center. Yesterday, we had a rest day, at least the GMT players, but I mean, obviously, there's all kinds of events happening here. It's not only the closed tournaments, there's the open tournaments. But yeah, I suppose we're going to talk about it a bit later because we had a special program together with the invited players of both the Masters and Challengers. What I can say, it was pure fun.
Absolutely. The organizers made it indeed very fun for all the players. And now let's move to the format of the event because it's a true unique event in the chess calendar since we have so many different time controls and formats here. Masters and Challengers are going to play in a round-robin tournament with the 6 players. They're going to get 4 points for a win and 1.5 points for a draw. Artur, do you think it's going to encourage players to play and fight for the win?
Absolutely. I think this is a really great format because, as you can see, the winners are awarded more points, so it just makes more sense to go for more risks. And also, obviously, there's draw not allowed, as you can see. And I think we're going to see a lot of decisive games, so we'll see.
Absolutely. And time control actually is new for this year since we have 120 minutes for 40 moves, and then 30 minutes will be added after move 40. And the most exciting part is that the increment of the 30 seconds will only start from move 41. So it's a true world championship time control, right?
Exactly, right. And also this might mean there might be time scrambles because the players are not going to get extra time. I mean, this is what most people are used to. You make a lot of moves, you get in time scramble, you leave yourself like a couple of minutes on the clock and you think, okay, I'm going to make a move and get extra 30 seconds on the clock. But actually here, you're going to have a proper time management.
Meanwhile, we see the players are getting ready for the game. We see the first round pairings of the Masters and Challengers. Frederick Swann with white pieces is going to take on Aravind, who is actually already ready, seated at the board, the Indian superstar. Volodar Murzing, the rapid world champion, is going to take on Vladimir Fedoseev, the world number 17. Radoslav Wojtaszek with the white pieces against Alex Rem and Artur. What will we expect in the Challengers?
So in the Challengers, we have at the moment the top-seeded player, Nicholas Theodorov, top-seeded, but the top-ranked player after the rapid tournament, Nicholas Theodorov. He leads the event after one event finished against David Navarra, who, a bit surprisingly to me, is at the last place. So for David, this is also an opportunity to try to catch up with the leaders. And then we have Makun against Ramat Jumabayev, the winner of the Chess 960 tournament, and also the young player Daniel Darda fighting us against each other against Aram Hagobian. That's definitely a game we want to follow very closely.
Yeah, definitely a lot of matchups we want to follow, and maybe we can also see the standings. Okay, right now we see that Aravind is at the board ready to handshake Fedoseev. We see the current standings of the Masters. Vladimir Fedoseev is leading the field with Aravind after the rapid portion, and in the Challengers, on the first place is Nicholas Theodorov with 8 points, 1 point in front of the feed. And yeah, what would be the game, Artur, you would like the most to follow in Masters and Challengers? You are mentioning a lot of tough matchups. What is special for you?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that since this is a classical time control and compared to the first 2 events, first, of course, during day 1, we had the Chess 960, which serves as a tiebreaker in case there's going to be a tie of the triathlon. And then we had also the rapid tournament. But here, I think the pace is going to be much slower. So we are simply going to select most likely one game at a time. And this time we can show you a lot of insights about the particular openings, the history, perhaps the players, how they have fared against each other. And maybe we could start with a game of decisive against Aravind and then just see where the pace takes us.
Yeah, definitely. One more time, the pairings of the round number one. We have Radoslav Wojtaszek with white pieces against Frederick Svane. Salih Salem, the top Emirati Grandmaster, is taking on Volodar Murzing, the world rapid champion. And Vladimir Fedoseev, as Artur's here mentioning, the number 17 in the world against the top Indian superstar Aravind is definitely a match to follow. And we see the first move has already begun on the board. And what do we see? 1d4, the pawn's opening against knight f6.
Right, so obviously there's a very big choice for white how to open up the game. It's not really a big secret. Two popular choices for white is either d4 or e4. But here, Vladimir has played d4. I think also you might disagree with me, Angelika. This is my pure opinion that e4 is often played by sharper players because very often you get some open Sicilians or French defense. But d4 is more like for those pragmatic players who like to go for the long-term pressure. But obviously you can play out any opening in a way that you like. And bishop b4, the Bogo Indian, that's a bit surprised to see it so early.
So Artur, would you say that 1e4 is the best by test? Would you confirm that quote?
You know, I think the taste changes over the years. I mean, I used to be myself pure e4 player, and I think that most of the players, including yourself, you can definitely relate to this, that you play something and then you want to try or excel in the direction that you have not really any experience about. So that's why, by the way, nowadays, it's a very popular trend that the strongest players in the world, they're playing basically everything. d4, e4, c4, knight f3 here. But I'm a bit surprised about this particular choice. I mean, Bogo Indian always was supposed to be somehow a bit subpar choice compared to the other possibilities that black has. But, I mean, it's definitely playable, and also the element of surprise plays a role here.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe if we roll back a few moves till the move number 3. So there was a choice already made by white. Knight f3 was played. Maybe we can share also which moves are usually played there, because knight f3 is possible. Yeah, you want to go for the Nimzo Indian instead of knight f3.
Yeah, so here white has multiple choices, as you said. By the way, the black playing bishop b4, this is basically the start of the Bogo Indian, but doesn't really have to, because black at some point can play d5 and we can transpose to some Catalan positions. But after bishop d2, there's also some other moves. Knight c3 would lead to some Nimzo Indian, but I don't think this is really that popular order of the moves here, because white has committed to knight f3. So if you would go back a couple of moves here, if white is looking for the Nimzo Indian, I think it makes sense to start with knight c3, bishop b4, and now we can play knight f3. Sorry, the players are making the moves very quickly, so I don't get to show my idea. But the idea is here, knight c3, bishop b4, there's the knight f3 move, there's the e3 move, there's the f3 move, there's also the trendy move a3. So that's why if you play like this, for a chess professional, it quite doesn't make a lot of sense, because you limit yourself to options. But I mean, according to an engine, obviously everything is still playable.
Yeah, definitely. And after castle right now, here black decided to go for castle pretty early on, so basically not yet showing all the options, because I believe there are many moves, right? Like b6, c5, d5, any moves is possible. And basically now white is the one who has to make a move. And which are ideas right now in this position for both white and black, Arturs?
Right. First choice here, by the way, was made by Fedoseev. And it's not a super big secret that a very popular so-called minimal advantage in chess is the bishop pair. So a very common approach here would be knight e2. Then white wants to play something like a3, bishop d2, perhaps even take with a queen, and put this Daxwa bishop on the long diagonal on b2. And here I think Aravind definitely had some surprises prepared, because he could, for example, play d5, a3, bishop e7, and then the knight on d2 could be perhaps not ideally positioned. Either way, all of these are nuances here. Here we see bishop takes on b4 is played. We're still in the opening phase, so we'll see.
Definitely. And just as a reminder, these players actually played against each other in Classic already a couple of times. Last time it was 2 years ago. They had actually 2 draws. But recently, there was, if you remember, Arthur, super bad, the huge tournament which Fedosej won in Poland, if you remember. And he won both of the games against Aravind, actually, there, with white and black pieces. So we will see how this matchup is going to continue. So probably it's time for us to take an overview on all the rest games and see which one of them is catching our eye.
All right. So the first question here is, are we seeing something exciting or are we seeing something more positional? I think this is also going to be the difference between Axer, the time control games, because when you're playing Rapid or Blitz, you can play something more fancier. In the classical time control, typically the players have the time to figure out the details. So I think we're going to expect a lot of theoretical battles.
Arthur, so I can see a few d4s on the top middle board. The game Radoslav Wojtaszek against Frederick Swane is another d4. And it looks like this is some Ragozin, if I'm not mistaken. Another d4 on the board, Saleh Salem against Volodar Murzin. It's on the top right corner.
The biggest surprise, to be honest, Angelika, I'm seeing the lowest left corner, Rinat Jumabayev, in the Challengers tournament. It seems he has played b3. And this particular setup, we were doing yesterday, the commentary, we were having a peek. No, not yesterday, but we're actually not doing the commentary. I think we were just here. Sorry,
Yes.
we were just here because I thought we were doing the commentary yesterday. Yesterday was the rest day.
Rest day.
We're having a peek at one of the games of the Masters Open tournament, which, by the way, is running here in the Biel Congress Center. And this particular opening, I recall already among the top boards. I believe Benjamin Bach was playing with the black color.
Yeah, and there is f6 was played for black. Very interesting way to continue. So maybe let's dive into the game immediately of Rinat Jumabayev against Nicolas Teodoro, because the opening looks like something exciting.
All right. So let's go from the start and see how did I get there. By the way, this is the final position here. So it opened up knight f3, d5, e3. This, I believe, has the official name of Vincent Keimer variation, because the top German Grandmaster, Vincent Keimer, who, by the way, frequently was playing in the Biel Chess Festival, except of this year. Unfortunately, he did not come. He really likes this move order. And the move of e3 has some very interesting qualities because, for example, if I would play the so-called clean Reti variation with c4, the biggest problem here is that black can play d4, followed by either knight c6 or c5. And I think the reputation is that black is doing pretty great. So this e3 is like a prelude of a potential c4.
Yeah, definitely. And for that reason, also white is kind of waiting and can later transpose to the other openings, right? Later, white can even play d4, not necessarily c4, but definitely c4 is the logical outcome. But I believe in this game, d4 was played, right? First b3.
Yeah, first b3. So he's going for bishop b2. And now this is, by the way, a very interesting moment here because the opening trends are changing rapidly. And who was this? I think this was one of the themes of the World Championship match. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Dingleran against Domraju Gukesh. And you could see these knight f3, e3, b3, bishop b2 ideas. And essentially, white is setting up the reversed Queen's Indian. And Stockfish says, yeah, it's completely playable. So that's why it's not really a big surprise that in the World Championship match, the best players in the world, they set the trend that everybody wants to test.
For sure, Arthur, because also Vincent Keimer was the one who was on the team of Gukesh, and definitely it was clear who was bringing all these very interesting ideas in the opening. And here f6 was played, so black wants to grab a center with the e5.
Yeah, this is, I think, a very principled approach. And also notice that after any c4, black is ready to play d4 and secure the center with e5. So that's why here white plays d4, not allowing black to play e5. And now we had a couple of moves already played. C takes, knight c6, bishop b2, bishop g4, and the fight is for the center. I mean, black clearly is thinking about an early e5 push.
Yeah, what an interesting position we already have after a few moves. And the most exciting part for me is that these players actually have never met against each other and have never played against each other in the over the board before Biel. So basically their Rapid and Chess 960 was the first games they played. In Rapid, actually, if you recall, Nicolas Teodoro won with his beautiful tactics against Rinat Jumabayev, and that's how he came on the top of the standings. And yeah, definitely it's exciting to follow when there's a first match against two players.
Yeah, I think this position really resembles the Zukertort system. So the classical Zukertort involves, again, b3, bishop b2, e3, d4. But the only difference here is the pawn on f6. So we'll see. By the way, maybe black doesn't even have to rush with e5 immediately. I think this is obviously a big dream for black. But he could play moves like e6, bishop d6, potentially knight e7. And the way white has positioned his pieces, I think we could expect something like c4, knight c3, try to apply some pressure against the pawn on d5, because you see the black knight is not on f6.
Actually, is black is threatening e5 to go right away? Because that's why bishop e2 was played to still take control over e5.
Yeah, so we could show very quickly. So e5 probably is not a very good move here, because takes it, you see we have two attackers here, and if black decides to include bishop f3 and take the pawn on e5, the pawn on d5 now remains under attack. So clearly e5 is in the cards for black, but not just yet.
Not just yet. And yeah, so far the players are delivering some very good, nice moves. Probably it's time for us to get to the bird's eye view and check what else is happening in the Challengers and Masters. Any surprises on the board? I see queen is on c5 in one of the games. It's on the top middle board, Radoslav Wojtaszek against Frederick Swane.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a very big theoretical discussion between both players, because both of them are incredibly strong. And Wojtaszek, of course, was the second of Vichy Anand for many years, and lately I don't think he's been playing so much, so I'm very happy to see him finally in action. By the way, the reigning champion of the year 2021, because we don't, 20, I think 2020, pardon me. Yeah, because Lim Led, a three-time winner of the triathlon, could not come to play this year, even though originally he wanted to.
So Wojtaszek is defending, and on the top right corner we can see Saleh Salem against Vladimir Murdin. There is a pawn on h4, the center of white. What is happening there, Arturs?
Yeah, I think we could maybe check that game a bit closer, because again, this feels to be like a very big theoretical discussion. And that's essentially the difference, the viewers, between classical and rapid and blitz. Because in rapid and blitz, you can quite often test some sidelines that you know really well, and your opponent with a limited time doesn't really have the time to figure out all the nuances. But in classical, you still, get 2 hours for 40 moves, so you definitely have plenty of time. So that's why the players are usually trying to extract something. But let's go back maybe from...
Yeah, let's go back and see how it all started, because I'm wondering at which moment h4 was played. So we have a Slav.
The Slav, of course. Yeah, very popular setup, knight c3, one of the principal choices here. And the one thing about the Slav, what black most of the time he wants to do, and there's naturally many choices, most of the time black wants to solve the problem of the bishop. Like he wants to bring it out, and he wants to play e6. But the point is here, bishop f5 is considered to be pretty serious inaccuracy, because white can take on d5, white can play queen b3, and the pawn on b7 is quite difficult to defend. So that's why after knight c3, black typically takes on c4, which is considered to be the typical, most principal approach as soon as white has positioned the pawn on c3, because then white cannot easily, at least with queen c2, queen c4, or knight e2, knight c4, recapture the pawn.
Yeah, actually very interesting surprise, so to say, from Volodar, because he already played with Saleh with black pieces. He has played the Queen's Gambit declined, and Semislav was there, one of the options, and also there was a closed Catalan was played from Saleh Salem, so we see a different approach. One big question is how actually to take the pawn on c4, and if white wants to recapture the pawn on c4 so fast, because I see that b5 is coming at some moment defending that pawn. What do you think, Arturs? Can white take the pawn instantly with playing something like e4, or should white just delay it?
Yeah, definitely. There's many moves here. So if you play e4, b5 is one of the moves. So that's why here white plays a4 to stop the b5 from happening. And in an ideal world, white dreams about e4, bishop takes on c4, and have a strong center. So if black plays d takes on c4, very often he tries not to allow white to grab the center. So this bishop f5 you see is directly aimed against white playing e4.
Yeah, definitely. And knight e5 was played, catching one of the central spot, and knight e7, immediately challenging that knight. Do you think it's actually so important to immediately go with a knight to d7, or there was any other approach?
Yeah, this is the main continuation, I think. I think there were some other lines as well. I don't immediately quickly recall because I'm not a super big specialist of this particular line, but as far as I recall, this is how they played out. Yeah, they play bishop f5, allowed the pawn to be recaptured, then they play knight b6 here. So this
Is there a repetition actually? Knight e5, knight d7.
Yeah, I mean, black could repeat the position, of course, yeah. But black plays here a5 instead because you see the difference after knight e7 is that we don't have to play knight c4 anymore because the pawn is gone. And a5 is directed against the a4, a5 idea. The knight on b6 feels surprisingly well in these positions, and that's why here white plays h4. Now, that's a move I don't immediately recognize. I think the typical idea is to play f3, e4 immediately.
Usually you play h4 against fianchetto on g7, right? There is g6 played and bishop on g7, but right now there is no real target on the queen side, king side. What could we actually think of it? Is there any particular play? Maybe f3, g4 he wants to go for?
I think actually this is what he did later, but I really want to that we can pay a closer attention to the fact that Salek has played both a4 and h4.
Actually, yes.
So very, very popular, trendy way. So he's trying to clarify the situation. For example, if black plays h5, that might be a committal move that white wants to exploit in the long run. And e6, f3, h6, this is what was played in the game. So white already was threatening in some lines to trap the bishop. So the bishop is about to retreat to h7. Oh, sorry, pardon me. A couple of moves can be made.
Spoilers coming.
Yeah, I'll just say where the position is currently right now. Yeah, this knight e7, knight on f6 doesn't do much, so white tries to smoke out the knight on e5. And finally, knight e3, bishop d6, and rook h3. Wow.
Oh my God, so many opening surprises here. But looking at the time, it feels like Volodar is still in the book because he only spent 4 minutes, as what we can see, while Saleh Salem had spent about 15 minutes right now. But coming up with this move, I mean, I think it's still part of his prep, right? It must be, Arturs, because you're not playing such moves if you don't really know if they're working for sure or not.
Yeah, the one thing maybe I would pay a bit more attention is that Saleh has spent 50 minutes. So it doesn't really signal me that he immediately remembers everything, or maybe he does. Maybe he just spent some time trying to recall it. Because when you have a peek inside of a typical grandmaster, a strong grandmaster, how the preparation goes, you have to understand is that not always the games go the way you prepared. So you have some preparation before the tournament, before the game. You have maybe a second who's helping you. So you prepare some systems, and then you prepare for the games. And sometimes your opponent plays something that the last time you checked maybe was 2-3 years ago. So you sit there for like 5 minutes, and first thing you try to recall, what is he trying to do here? Has he seen any of my games? And then you're sitting there, you're trying to recall, oh yeah, like in this 2011, I played in Sharjah Masters, for example. There I had this game. Or what did I play against that grandmaster? Okay, did I make any mistakes, etc.? No, but I trust my preparation, etc. So you sit there just trying to memorize. So I'm a bit, to be honest, surprised that Salek spent this time. Maybe he was just trying to recall some things.
But he actually is away with the board. Now he just brought a coffee or a tea, some drink for sure. He looks relaxed. He's not at the board. While Murzing, as we can see from his body language, he's focused and he's trying to find a way. But definitely rook h3 has its function, right? It stops the bishop g3 check. Because if we can go move back, for example, if white is playing something like bishop e2, then after bishop g3, the pawn would fall on h4.
I mean, I could play still bishop f2.
Yes, you could still defend.
Right. But I think also it's a very valid point that you're bringing up about this rook h3. It actually starts with knight e3. So when I'm looking at this position, the first thing I'm seeing, even without knowing any theory, I'm seeing that I have some space advantage, right? So I have the knight on e5, I have those central pawns, the bishop on h7 is steering the pawn on e4. So one of the main rules typically for the space advantage is you want to avoid unnecessary trades. So that's why this knight e7 here, white did play knight e3, and here Salek says the knight on b6 doesn't do anything, right? So otherwise it would just go back to the e7, and the same rule applies for bishop d6, bishop g3. So white plays rook h3 just to keep the benefits of his space advantage.
Yeah, very nice idea from Saleh. Actually, mentioning about this matchup, they have not played so many games against each other, but all the time they faced against each other in the World Blitz Championship in 2021, 22, and 23. And actually, Murzin was the one who scored 2 wins, and there was one draw also played. So Murzin actually in the lead against Saleh Salem. But yeah, Murzin is taking his time, so probably it's time for us to go to the bird's eye view and check what else we have in the other boards.
By the way, we have one Italian game. That's the lower middle border on Jacobian against Makun, and I think this is becoming a trend of any high-level chess tournament. So once again, why not? The Rai Lopez is played by the Italian game because the Italian game for many years was the more principal confederation. Everything changed in year 2000 when Garry Kasparov was challenged by Vladimir Kramnik, who famously used the so-called Berlin setup against Rai Lopez, and he was successful, as the history shows. He won the championship, and ever since the Berlin is a very popular confederation. That's why the Italian game is getting more popularity.
Yeah, and here we see that pawn is already all the way on a5 for white. White grabbed a lot of space on the queen side. Artus, I maybe would like to check out that game because it's one of the e4s, which we haven't really had that much. We have so many d4s on the board. But other than that, what is happening actually on the bottom right corner? The game of Daniel Darde against David Navarre. There are 4 pawns: a4, b4, d4, e4. What is happening there, Arturs?
Yeah, we can definitely check it out. It again feels like it was some sort of Italian game. Like I recognize the structure. There's definitely something modern happening here. So just to again to have some information what happened before. So there you go, Italian game. D3, D6, A4. Yeah, these side pawn pushes, A4, H4, you're seeing it quite a lot in many openings.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, first idea is, of course, to grab a space, but secondly, you have the spot on A2 for the bishop, right? Because in many such openings like Italian or Rai Lopez, knight is always jumping to A5 to kick that bishop.
Exactly, yeah, and that's why also that's one of the rules, which, by the way, normally is for the Rai Lopez, but also Italian game is very similar because white does not want to give up the light square bishop for the knight unless there's a very good reason. So A4 is safeguarding the bishop because you can retreat it to A2, and quite a bit of moves have been played. B4.
Grabbing space immediately.
Yeah, 92, 97. Yeah, I mean, here black has literally, I forgot to count, like 4 ideas. 97 is one of them. It really depends what white plays. So, for example, white can play 97, knight g6. That's plan number 1. Plan number 2 is to play bishop e8, bishop e6, recapture on e6 with the rook so that you get to play d5. Plan number 3 is you play bishop e6, f takes on e6, and try to do something at the semi-open f file. And plan number 4 is look for knight h5, queen f6, and knight f4 idea. So this is obviously a very well-researched position.
So many ideas, Arturs. And personally, you, when you're getting these positions with white or black colors, which ideas do you usually see, or do you usually go for if it's black?
I mean, I'm a big e4 player from the white's perspective, definitely. So I have played so many Italian games that I have lost the count. I don't play this from the black's perspective. I think
to lose the count, but not the games.
Yeah, I think 97 IG6 is one of the most popular approaches because this enables this idea of c6, d5, even though black is losing 2 tempi with the knight. I mean, supposedly the knight on c6 stands well, but maybe not so much.
Yeah, definitely. And knight is being rearranged to another part of the board. Meanwhile, d4 is being immediately broke because I believe, is there actually time for it? Because usually bishop g4 is one of the moves which black can try in such positions to put pressure on the d4 pawn.
I mean, it's a very, very common theme for white to go for the d4 push. By the way, there's also this nuance, if I'm not terribly mistaken, white could have played d4 immediately. This is what I played myself maybe 2 months ago in Latvian Championship, and d4, there was a problem. There was a problem with immediate knight c6. So was it immediately knight c6, or was it after e takes, c takes, and knight c6. So this knight surprisingly can go back. So that's why this move, rook e1, is like a waiting move. I mean, white protects the pawn on e4, and after black commits to knight g6, now white plays d4, and white is thinking about move like bishop b3, potentially even take on e5 and play knight c4, and white is better at once at the queen side, and sometimes the bishop even goes to f1 just to protect all the squares, and still we see a lot of d takes and knight c4, and somehow white almost always claims an advantage.
Yeah, so far it looks like there is a lot of space advantage for white, but there is this always counter idea from black pushing d5, and that's what we actually see happening. d5 has been pushed instantly using the fact that the bishop was on c4 and pawn e4, and after trade we get finally the isolated queen's pawn position where black will try to push and try to put pressure on the pawn.
I mean, I have to ask you, Angelica, again, this question, is an IQP strength or is it a weakness?
It's all relative, yeah, like in chess, everything is relative. I do enjoy playing with isolated queen's pawn in some of the lines of the queen's gambit accepted a lot, but also sometimes I enjoy playing against isolated queen's pawn because I need to know the right defense from the other side. And what about you, Arturs?
Probably I'm going to choose your approach as well. Like it really depends, but essentially what both players, both sides are trying to accomplish at the same time. If one of the players goes for the isolated pawn or IQP, typically it's IQP, isolated queen's pawn structure, you're looking for an attack. So you have the only central pawn here which controls some surrounding squares, and you're thinking about, you know, I could go maybe not here. These pawns really confuse me at the queen side, so typically the pawns will be here on a3 and b2. And then white is thinking like knight e4, h4, h5, everything goes at the king side attack, maybe even sometimes play knight e5. So white wants an attack. Black, at the same time, wants to trade off as many pieces as he can, because if there's no attack, this is what we call a long-term weakness. So that's why I suppose we're going to have to see who is right.
Absolutely, and for that reason, black will be trying, or at least at some positions, exchanging the pieces, because the less pieces you get, the more pressure you can give on the pawn. So basically, if this pawn would stay in the endgame, let's imagine all pieces are getting traded and pawns are being stayed, that there is a huge chance for black to win this pawn endgame. But of course, for that reason, white also has to use this time to build some initiative. Usually, for example, in Queen's Gambit accepted, there could be attack on the king side, but knight on g6 looks very nice and is defending king side very well. Arturs, what could be ideas to create some kind of compensation or initiative for white for this isolated queen's pawn?
Well, I suppose those advanced queenside pawns give me some impression that Darda wants to do something at the queen side. So I would think maybe queen b3, b5, bishop a3. Maybe this is not going to be your typical IQP attack against the king, and it's not really a big surprise that especially the younger generation, they're working really hard with the chess engines, and we are getting different evaluations, different plans for these positions. And also, speaking about the isolated pawn on d4, engines don't even mark this as a weakness. It's not a weakness, it's a central pawn. And that's why, again, the traditional evaluation, if you don't have any attack, you're immediately worse having an IQP. Very often that's not the case.
And talking about this matchup, Daniel Darda against David Navarre, they have played a few classical games, the two of them, the two classical time controls, and the victory actually was for Daniel Darda, and another game was played in a draw. So Daniel is in the front seat, but we will see what is going to happen today, because it all depends, and there is this isolated queen's pawn which David will try to attack. So it's probably time for us to check a few remaining games which are left. And here we have the bird's eye view. We haven't checked that much the game of Radoslav Wojtaszek against Frederick Svane, where actually all the pieces, or not all the pieces, but a few pieces have been traded. It's in the top middle board, and as well the position of the bottom middle board.
Yeah, the Italian game against Jacobi.
So the middle boards we haven't checked yet.
Okay. Yeah, we can start with Wojtaszek against Frederick Svane, and then we can move on to the other game and see where the game base takes us. So what do we have here? It's some sort of Catalan, is it? Again, not really sure. Maybe let's play it out, the opening.
Yeah, let's start from the beginning. We have seen the moves coming in so quickly, and the queen trade has happened so fast. So definitely both players prepared. And yeah, we have bishop before the Ragozin.
Right. It's a super popular continuation. I mean, white has many choices here. White can play queen b4, queen a4, a very popular choice to force the knight to go to c6, which in very many positions is feeling pretty awkward. Queen b3 is something else.
Queen b3 is actually a very interesting move, attacking the bishop and also putting pressure on d5. But c5, defending the bishop, at the same time putting pressure on d4.
And also notice that black is not willingly taking on c3 because white would get the bishop pair. And that's typically the rule is you don't give up your bishop unless you get anything tangible in return. So d takes, knight c6, bishop g5, queen a5.
Arturs, why didn't actually black take on c5 after d takes c5?
You mean here?
Yes. Queen b5?
No, I think it's definitely a playable move. I see the bar slightly not liking it, but I think there's nothing wrong with that. And typically white plays bishop g5 or bishop f4 and then plays e3 and has some pressure here. And eventually we are going to get to the main point, which is in this position. So knight c6, bishop g5, queen a5, we are inevitably going for this symmetrical position. And this is one of the big themes of the Catalan. So here, queen h4, white tried to keep the queens on the board, and inevitably we are right now. So here the question is, does white have anything? Because one of the big themes of the Catalan is to have the good bishop against the bad bishop. So if the position would open up, and probably this position is not really super clear, so maybe I'm going to show you a different kind of position. Maybe that's the one where you ask. You said bishop takes on c5, and okay, maybe instead of bishop g5, I'm going to play something random. g3, bishop g2, let's say d takes, queen c4, bishop e7, castle, knight c6. This is, by the way, very often where most often the club level players, they have difficulties from the black's perspective because they think, I mean, the position is completely equal because we have symmetrical pawn structure at the king side, we have 2 pawns versus 2 at the queen side, it's got to be equal. But no, actually, it's not equal because you see black has some problems with this light square bishop on c8. So if white is allowed at some point to play bishop f4, knight e5 and get something like this, you see the bishop on g2 in the long run is going to cause for black a lot of headaches.
Yeah, the bishop is indeed a very powerful piece here, and probably that's what Radoslav will try to prove, but already in the endgame, which I believe should be more difficult. Correct me, please, Arturs, because in this position, I believe like black has a few ways to develop the bishop, at some moment even maybe to c6. But okay, first question is where to move the knight. Does knight belong to d5? Because it would be a move with a tempo, and the move which I would play probably in Blitz just in the second, right? Knight d5, attacking the rook. Or what else is Frederick considering?
I like how you said it. You will play it very quickly in Blitz, and that's essentially the difference. Here in Classical, the players have plenty of time to figure out the details. Maybe let's put it on the board. For example, knight e5, as you said, it's winning a tempi, rook c1, bishop d7, and I think it's very safe to assume if black will be able to put the bishop on c6 and potentially trade the light square bishops, white has nothing. I mean, this pawn on h7, it means nothing. But typically, black is very safe and cannot protect these, can easily protect these positions. So there's got to be something very concrete, like maybe bishop g2, knight e4, and perhaps here Frederick is trying to figure out, is this position safe? Can he do this? Because knight e4 is quite an unpleasant move.
It's very annoying, yeah, because if you're playing bishop c6, knight d4 is coming with a tempo, so you don't really want to get in that position and trade your bishop for a knight. Other than that, there will be just monster bishop on g2, which black will not be able to handle. So can actually black put bishop on b7 by playing b6 instead?
I mean, instead of this, yeah, I would still check it. Like first, can I play rook c8? Yeah, like can I do this? And And then I don't know what here Frederick is thinking about, like shoot castle or even king d2 followed by knight e4. So he might be thinking about this position. And then you said the other move was b6, yes?
Yeah, b6, but it's also opening up some squares. So
I think you actually are dropping the knight, unfortunately.
oh, there is no square for a knight.
Right.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I also noticed that. I didn't notice immediately. I was thinking like bishop g2, but yeah, e4 and this knight is trapped. So black cannot afford it. And the second idea is knight c6, but that's why you have some problems with this flat square bishop. Like I could play bishop g2, bishop d7. I don't know, is it king d2 or is it short castle? Probably short castle. Here, rook fc1. And I have some pressure here. Like let's say you play b6, I play e3, and it could be something like this, where black is like equal, but not quite at the same time.
Arthur, this approach of Radoslav feels like that he understands he's more experienced player. He's coming as we can say, a defender of the title which he got in 2020, and he was also winning the Chess 960, one of the leaders in the event. Do you think this experience made him also choose going into the endgame, since he have played it more often, definitely, than Frederick?
I mean, actually, there's a very famous saying with youngsters, you go to the endgame. I don't think it really applies to Frederick, because he's now a world-class player, definitely going for the 2700 ELO. But yeah, sometimes it works, somehow magically works. Against younger generation, you try to go for some cleaner technical positions where your expertise and skills in the positional game can excel. And I think Radoslav is really good at these positions.
And also Radoslav lost actually to Frederick in the rapid, and also at the same time they haven't played any over-the-board game, so maybe this also could influence his choice in this game. But I would suggest, Arturs, we'll go and check the last game we have not checked yet. It is on the middle board bottom. It's Aram Hakobian against Makun. This is this Italian with a pawn a5.
All right. Yeah, Italian, very, very a big hot debate typically. So here we go again. Let's start from the scratch. D3, A4. I mean, you see there's many ways how you can play it out. For example, I think it was Daniel Darda, also in the challengers, who played D3 and C3. Personally, I prefer myself D3 and short castle. Aram Hakobian prefers D3 and A4, but very often we get to those same positions. There's usually some nuances, but okay.
And D6 was played, castles happened. Yeah, we have pretty much symmetrical position. The only difference is a pawn on A4. And this is where probably black has to make a choice. And in some positions, black should stop bishop G5 when playing something like H6.
Yeah, this is, by the way, a very good question. Like, if I would ask this question to most of the audience who's watching this, can you play? I mean, maybe the question would be for black. Can you allow, while playing bishop G5, like let's say black plays H6, bishop H4, you see the spin is very unpleasant. What might be thinking about knight C3, knight E5, and after G5, you have to watch out for knight G5, bishop G5, king H1, and F4. And the trick is, sometimes you can do it, and sometimes you can't do it. So that's why I have noticed at most levels, black plays just in case. Black plays just in case H6 so that you don't mix it up, but that's the difference. That's the difference between most people and very strong grandmasters. So apparently Makun clearly knows that bishop G5 is not a threat. He's not afraid of ghosts, and he says, you do it, and Aram says, no, thank you.
Yeah, I hope Makun can show us one day some masterclass of knowing when you can or when you cannot play this, because sometimes it feels the position looks very similar, and Queen F3 is coming in those cases, but personally I would play H6. I would just stop that bishop G5 just not to get any time of trouble, but we see A5 on the board, so Aram is not even considering bishop G5, he's just grabbing space on the queen side. What does it tell us, Arturs? Yeah,
I mean, A5 is a typical space-grabbing move, and here white could play C3. And, you know, I could talk about hours about the Italian game, so let's not do that. But essentially, the big idea is, as soon as you play C3, a very trendy move for black is to play A5, stop your advancement. And also notice, black has not included a6. So there's even in some lines where black plays a6 to safeguard the dark for bishop, and then he plays a5 anyway. So that's why you think that if I'm going to start with c3, black's going to play a5 in one go. So Aram says, okay, I know you want to play a5, so I'm going to play a5 myself, not allowing you to do that so that I can grab space after that.
It's very smart. And now, big question for black. Actually, what do you do with that bishop? And I believe something like a6 should be played, since c3 and b4 is a huge threat in the position. You don't want to allow a6 from white. And here, actually, we see it. And bishop is hiding on a7. It's a very nice square.
Yeah, so, and also bishop e3 makes perfect sense, because very often this is also one of my favorite approaches. If I have several moves to choose from, and assuming this is not opening theory, I like to select a move that underlines that this move is particularly effective because of you. So if the bishop was on c5, for example, here, and black had played h6, for example, I'm not really sure that Jacobi would have played bishop e3, because then black can just take with e3 and seemingly enjoy this extra tempi of h6. And we can discuss, is it useful or not? But now after bishop a7 and bishop e3, somehow psychologically for black it's a bit more difficult to take with e3, because he just moved the bishop.
Yeah, and then you don't really want to lose this tempo. And actually, big question here, Arturus, taking on e3 and taking back with a pawn on f, actually it doubles the pawn on the one side, but I think it's bringing more pressure on the in the center of the position, and d4 suddenly is available.
It's definitely playable. Here, I think d5 is very dangerous for black, because after c takes, knight takes on d5, if you miss the right moment and white's going to play queen b3, also notice, by the way, this pawn on a5, it not only gives you space advantage, it stops black the knight f5 idea. So you see this actually a4, a5 gives you many good things. And first you have to deal with the pawn on e3, maybe rook e1, queen b3, and there could be some problems. But here in this position, I'm pretty sure that black can play bishop e6. I don't think there's something terribly wrong. And that's one of the big discussions of the Italian game. Even though everything is symmetrical, engine says it's somehow equal, white has it once more at the queen side.
So we expect a very long fight here, right, Artus? We had the move bishop e3, and after that, knight goes to e7. One of the ideas we have witnessed earlier. Knight went all the way to g6. You were also mentioning this, right? The knight e7, knight g6 move is something what happens for the most of the games. And c6, d5, black is getting ready to break in the center. How to stop it from white?
That's a good question. I think that white most likely is going to have to play d4, and that's what Daniel Darda, by the way, did in the other game of the Challengers tournament. So I would be looking at something like this. Can I first take on a7? You see the rook on a7 maybe is misplaced in some lines, and I really want to play d4. So I want to play d4. Possibly I can take on e5. Let's say black plays, for example, rook e8. I play rook e1. Black plays c6. And the very common theme of these positions is I want to take on e5. I want to take it. I want to play bishop b3 and exploit the weakness on b6. So that's why also for black, he has to be very careful if he plays c6, because this is one of the most famous ideas for white, and you are, in the long run, you're suffering a bit.
Yeah, the big problem, a6 is already played, so you cannot play it. And at the end of the position, you'll have a light squared bishop and all the pawns in the light squares, which you don't want to have. So definitely tough position. Actually, Aram is taking time right now. Looking at the clock, Arturs, what can we say? I believe that Aram is still in his preparation. Maybe he's trying to recall something, because Makun spent more than half an hour.
Yeah, I mean, here we don't really see for how long Aram has been spending the time, but this is not your typical Italian game. A4, A5, what the Armenian grandmaster played, it definitely seems to be a prep. 97, IG6, maybe this is what you're trying to recall. You can't really prepare everything. And for Makun, yeah, I suppose he is already out of the book, because 30 minutes, that's pretty much what it means.
Arthur, probably it's time for us to get an overview of the boards, because I see something special is there. If you can look at the top left, top right corner, rook on h3 is still on the board, so it means that Volodar Murzin is still taking his time. So we started, or it was second game we started with, but it has been already a long time ago, and probably Volodar Murzin right now is not sure what to do. What's your approach to that, Arthurs?
Well, it definitely means that most likely this was some deep prep.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that Volodar knows many moves that he could possibly make on the blitz game, on the rapid game, would have already played something. But that's the thing. You never really know how far the preparation of your opponent goes. And maybe we actually were witnessing some mind tricks by Saleh, because when the players played out it very quickly, you suspect the player is really well prepared. But let's say he takes a think, like for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and you start to think, okay, now he's definitely out of the prep, now I feel better inside. And then still he plays this rook h3, and you start to think, maybe that's a trap. Maybe he's trying to lure me in, and maybe I'm still playing against a super engine. That's usually the biggest fear among chess professionals, is that you're not still playing against a human. You're playing against Alpha Zero, you're playing against Leela, you're playing against some cloud engines that have prepared some very deep stuff here. So that's why also for Merzan here, he realizes that he needs to make the right decision here, so he's willing to invest as much time as necessary.
What a mind game from Saleh Salem, top Emirati Grandmaster. We've just been in this game just a few moments ago, and we have seen a completely different situation. It was Saleh who spent 15 minutes, while Volodar Murzin spent just a few minutes. And now he's spending over half an hour on this position. Rook h3 seems to bring out from Volodar Murzin in this position. And looking at the body language, by the way, Arthurs, Saleh looks like he's actually completely relaxed. He is feeling he's in the lead, and Volodar is the one who is trying to figure out what is it? Is it the mind trick or is it the preparation?
Or maybe he's thinking about yesterday's program that he didn't attend. He decided to take a rest day. He didn't join us. And then he heard the positive feedback, and he's thinking, why didn't I go to that? I mean, you never really know what he's thinking right now.
What an exciting games, Arthurs. I believe it's time for us to go on a very short break. Round one of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon is only spicing up. We will be right back after the break with more action in the round one. Stay tuned for the broadcast. Dear viewers, welcome back to 58th International Biel Chess Festival, where we are following the action of the unique event. Grandmaster Triathlon is taking place here. We already had Chess 960, we had Rapid, and today is the first round of the classical portion. The game has already started. Arturs, what exciting openings we have seen. What can you say about the game so far?
Yeah, I mean, definitely we see big theoretical discussions. We see some new ideas, which is not really a big surprise. So these side pawn pushes, the lem selects, rook h3 idea. Of course, we see Italian game, and every self-respecting super GM tournament has to have some Italian game. So there's something for every chess fan.
And before we dive into that, we actually have a very nice video from the first day of the event. It was Chess 960, so let's take a look and see. This is actually the Congress Hall and the chess players you can see in the Grandmaster Triathlon challengers and masters. This is Lauren, who is the chief arbiter, and there was a music program at the opening ceremony. The players are laughing, smiling, and taking time. I think somewhere there you are also, Arturs.
No, actually, I was not there, but I had left it for for this one. But okay, yeah.
Yeah, and then we see the tournament starting. The first moves being made on the board from the guests of honor, and the players are making their first moves in the event, all getting serious and under pressure. And one of the games we see Murzin is taking his time of thinking, as in today's game against Saleh Salem, actually.
Yep, really nice insights right there. And as you can see, the second, the games, we are still continuing here from the first round of the classical portion. Long distances ahead of us. Do we see some major changes, by the way, in any of the games?
Just one highlight I want to say. Still no move on the board of Saleh Salem against Volodar Murzin on the top right corner. So rook h3 is still on the board. But other than that, I feel like there has been a lot of changes. For example, in the top middle board of Radoslav Wojtaszek against Frederick Svane, something happened which we have discussed. So I suggest we dive into that game and see which choice Frederick made after the a3 move.
Yeah, speaking about this rook h3, I think Voldar was just stunned that such moves can be played over the board. And I think also Saleh is feeling very happy inside that his move managed to extract so much time. But that's the position, by the way, the game in question, Wojtaszek against Frederick Svane, that's the position we looked at, right? And we try to understand if White has anything real. I mean, we last time left it, I think it was, let me try to put it here, knight c6, bishop g2, bishop d7, and king d2. And by the way, this is also a very nice moment for our dear audience, because possibly you're wondering, why not a short castle? Because you want to bring the king to the safety, and then you double the rooks and everything. But the point is, I think that you have the castle only for two reasons. So reason number one is bring the king to the safety. No need to do that because nobody is attacking it. And reason number two, you need to connect the rooks. So you can accomplish that also by playing king d2. And when it comes to the potential endgame, and it feels we're not really far off from the endgame, the king can be an extra piece.
Arturs, actually, there is a third reason you have to castle, and it's if you are Angelika, because my coach is always telling me, please, just castle,
no.
just do it.
Oh, no.
I think for amateurs or like club level players, so players like me, I'm around 2,000 teller rating. My coach is screaming me that I have to castle, because in many games I don't do it, and it's a big mistake. But Arturs, as you're mentioning here, definitely king d2. You don't have to castle. So here, my coach would forgive me for sure for such.
I think he would just give you a thumbs up, Angelica. Great move here, but yeah, normally you cast a short.
Yeah.
So anyway, what we can do here for black, because even though white has positioned the pieces perfectly, and black is experiencing some pressure at a c-file, when we look at this position more closely, we don't really see any threats. So where's the threat? What exactly is threatening? So is it knight e4? No, you cannot play knight e4 because you see the rook on c8 is defended. Is it b4, b5? I think that black can still include even a6 at the right moment. So that's why here Frederick is trying to figure out, okay, probably I have a safe position, but I mean, I still need to make a move.
Arthur, do you think this game is going to be for two results, like the draw and the win for white, or there is still chances for black? Because as I can see, the bishop on d7 is a pretty passive piece, and the bishop on g2 is putting so much pressure. As you were mentioning, the doubled rooks are also looking great. Is there anything that black can do to try to get initiative?
I think for the initiative, no. And answering your question, is this a two-result game? Absolutely. I think here white is having definitely some pressure. And right now, Frederick is, at least I'm thinking, so he might be feeling ambitious, I don't really know. But I'm thinking that he is probably trying to liquidate the game to a peaceful outcome. So how do you do that? If the two rooks disappear from the board, then it's safe to assume that he has managed to accomplish that. But this is something that might be not so easy to be done because, for example, let me just put a couple of moves on the board. Let's say you play knight b8. After knight b8, white might want to play either knight e4 or even rook c7. And you have some problems with this pawn, right? So you can trade one pair of rooks, but the pawn on b7 becomes weak. The same applies for knight a5. Knight a5 jumps under a direct b4. And also on top of that, I think it's much easier here to understand what white wants. And now I spent a bit some time on this position, Angelique. I'm thinking that Wojciech wants either of these two things. One of the things is knight e1, knight e3, knight c5. And you have to find a way to counter this. And the second idea maybe is a bit slower. Play e3, king e1, knight d2, with an idea still go for the c5 square. And if you land the knight on c5, suddenly black's position doesn't really feel so safe because with the knight on c5, I'm targeting this pawn, I'm targeting the bishop on b7, and black's queenside might just fall apart.
Imagining this, I also feel a bit shaky. Looking at the clock, by the way, Arthurs, only 10 minutes was spent by Radoslav Wojtaszek. Meanwhile, Frederick Swane is a sinking tank. We can see also right now, Frederick is sitting at the board while Radoslav is not even there. Do you think Radoslav is stealing his preparation and Frederick is struggling here?
Yeah, it feels like a prep. I'm pretty sure that Radoslav has envisioned in his preparation some kind of a position where he thinks, according to an engine, he has some pressure. And typically the grandmaster approach like, okay, listen, if black is going to figure it out, then it's going to be a draw. But at least there's no risk for me. I have managed to ask my opponent to solve some practical problems. If he solves it, okay, it's okay, it's a draw, right? That's the best you can do. But in case my opponent makes some inaccuracy somewhere, I might have a shot. Very, very popular approach.
And Frederick is taking time. Probably meanwhile, we should take a look at the bird's eye view and see what other updates we have from the other boards in the challengers and masters. Still rook h3 is on the board. I'm just keep on highlighting this just for the sake of showing that how one move can bring someone to a thinking tank in the game of Saleh Salem against Volodar Murzin. But other than that, do we see any other updates? By the way, in the top left corner, Vladimir Fedoseev against Aravind Chidambaram, something has been going there. Rook is suddenly on d6 for black, and it's a Carlsbad we see, right, Artus?
Sort of. I'm not entirely sure this can be classified as a Carlsbad.
There is a knight on c6.
Yeah, with the knight on c6. That's why I'm not entirely sure. We could maybe go in on this position full screen so that we could understand the nuances. Where did we leave it? I think we left it somewhere here. This was the Bogo Indian, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this all started with this interesting bishop g4, where trade happens on d4 and...
Yeah, now it's the Carlsbad, except of knight c6. That's I think the knight c6 move is part of a deeper plan. Maybe something happened and black didn't get to execute his idea. Normally, you think black has to play c6 as per Carlsbad structure, and then with this pawn structure, you see. Let me just play c6. This means I'm playing towards the king side because my arrow is showing you that the king side is the way to go, and for white, the arrow is showing you at the queen side, and this means I'm going to play at the pawn minority at the queen side. But when you look at this position more closely, you start to think, actually, why do I need c6? Like, why at all? And that's why Aramin might be thinking that since white has the strong bishop on d3 and black has a problematic bishop on c8, maybe the part of the plan of this knight c6 is to prepare knight e7 and bishop f5. But apparently quite did not work. Otherwise, the knight on c6 is feeling quite clumsy. And the second idea, I was thinking I could play c5 on knight c6, apply some pressure, but then we would be at the realm of the IQP. Here we go again.
Oh, we have another IQP, but c5 was not played. This knight c6 again, very interesting. Do you think, Artur, that if black would play c6 themselves, they would create some kind of a target? Because as we know, in the Carlsbad, there is a minority attack, one of the most thematic ideas for white, and playing this c6 would just, it creates c6 as a weakness?
I mean, that's why, yeah, I think that black simply didn't see any need to play c6. Like, there are some positions, so we're not going to go so far back in the opening theory. Black very often plays c6 to force white to take on d5, and then white does take on d5. But here's something else happened. There was a different kind of position. So Arvind is thinking that this pawn on c6 simply is not necessary. But I would like to pay attention to Fedoseyev's next move. And this is really what shows a world-class player. H3. I was like, how is this a world-class move? Because H3 is seemingly like a waste of time. But why don't you castle the short side? Why don't you play rook b1 or short castle or a3 or b4, etc.? I think the H3 move signals everything against knight e7 because then we have g4. And then black has to answer himself the question, why did I play knight e7 in the first place?
Actually, a huge question now for Arvind to answer. Definitely, he was preparing against some lines, but I don't feel like h3 is something he was preparing. I'm recalling actually all kinds of h3 moves also in the World Championships match. Just including this h3 in some kind of opening on the one of the first moves makes a huge difference, and it's also bringing your opponent out of the prep, and that's probably something what Vladimir was trying to do with this. And suddenly knight is on g5.
Yeah, I just fast forwarded it a bit forward, but this is a very powerful concept. For example, we could look at this. For example, if here black would try to execute the idea, let's say queen d6, knight e7 idea, it's entirely possible. Fedoseev could go here, and after knight e7, he will play g4. And now you see you don't get to trade the bishop at f5. What do? So perhaps do you play c5, IQP? Big discussion. Do you play c6, your Carlsbad? I might even go for a long castle, put the knight to e5, play g5. It's a very, very powerful idea. And that's why I'm pretty sure that also Arvind evaluated this as a pretty serious idea. a6, this is a part of the preparation to move rook d6 so that there's no knight b5. So both players were perfectly happy with this. And this might be part of rearranging pieces position. Like maybe he wanted to play queen d8, knight e7, and now g6. But then again, we have g4. Actually, it's a bit mystery to me.
I'm still wondering why rook d6 was played, because usually what you're trying to, what you learn as a player, that you place your rooks on the open or semi-open files. In this position, Arvind is placing the rook on the sixth rank. For him, it's the third one. For us, it's the sixth rank. And the point is that sometimes you can bring it to the king side, right, to create an attack, maybe moving the knight from f6 to e8, and then at some moment rook can go. But in this case, bishop is targeting the g6 square. There is a pawn on h3. Maybe rook could go to h6, but I'm just not sure, Artur. What could this rook do from d6? Why does it make such a big difference?
It just doesn't compute together. Like, something must have changed in Arvind's approach, because he played a6 clearly with an idea to play rook d6. Now he did play rook d6, which Engine marks as a mistake, and now he plays bishop e6. It's like he changed his mind. He put the bishop on e6 now, which blocks the rook's maneuver on the sixth rank. He apparently had some deeper idea, and maybe he just didn't expect Fedoseev playing h3, a3, with some very deep ideas. And by the way, notice until the very last moment when Fedoseev castled, he could castle both sides. This very often doesn't work. You cannot play like this in most of the openings that, especially the club level players, they really like it. They develop both flanks at the same time. I'm going to castle the king side. I'm going to castle the queen side. You try to guess. Normally, this does not work. But this position, apparently, it's an exception.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely Vladimir was waiting till the last moment to castle. Then he decided to castle short. I don't think it means that he wants to have a calm game, because usually when you have the same side castling, you're most likely not really having such a big attack. But looking at the approach and at the position, and now g6 was played, preparing the trade of the bishops maybe, preparing the knight e8, knight g7 maneuver.
I think that knight g5 was a smart probing move, so I could be wrong. But I think that here, black's h6, Fedoseev was happy to waste two tempes. Like, he was ready to play knight g5, knight f3, and then somehow it's more difficult for black to cover those let's go weaknesses here. And maybe White is thinking about some future ideas of knight h4, knight f5, etc. But perhaps you're right. Yeah, perhaps he just wanted to take on e6. I'm not sure I fully understand the idea of knight g5, but at least Aravind recognized that possibly after h6 he has some logical weaknesses, and he did play g6, possibly hinting at this future knight e7, bishop f5, because with the king on g1, I don't think that White's going to play g4 anymore.
Yeah, for sure, but now it's still a big mystery what rook is doing on d6. Meanwhile, probably just for the viewers, highlighting these pawns on the light squares, pawn on f7, pawn on g6, pawn on h7. It looks like it was wrong, right, putting the pawns on the square of the bishop, but it has its own purpose. Yeah, black doesn't want to have this bishop for a long time. Black wants to trade it. You're mentioning the idea knight e7, bishop f5, but what about idea knight e8 to g7? Do you think it could also work?
Yeah, it's a typical Kasparov idea. I see definitely, you know it pretty well. Like, that's a typical maneuver to trade this supposed bad light square bishop on f5 square, because White's bishop is a bit better. And by the way, how do we know that a certain piece is better than the other piece? I mean, it's very simple. You count the number of squares it controls. So, for example, this bishop on d3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and the bishop on e6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No matter how you calculate, it just controls less. So one thing I also would like to pay your attention to is maybe Fedoseev is playing some tricks here. As you can see, he's not going for this b4, a4, b5 idea because the pawn is not on c6. So there's a lot of mind games here.
A lot of mind games, and we have actually an update from one of the games, Saleh Salem against Volodar Murzin in the top right corner. Shall we just jump right in the game? After rook h3, there has been a big mistake played by black, and there was apparently a missed opportunity. Arturs, what has happened? Can we go through it?
Yeah, here we left it. This is something I immediately can relate to. So here Murzin spent, how much time did he spend? We don't really see it, but about at least half an hour. Like half an hour, maybe 40 minutes. And there's a rule. Typically, this rule is floating in the professional chess circles in there all the time. The longer you think, the quality of the moves decreases. So by definition, very often, when your opponent is thinking for a long time, he's thinking like for 30 minutes, for the 40 minutes, there's a very good chance that there's going to be something a bit off coming. Because if you spend this much time on a move, this means you have changed your mind normally. I think that most of the time, the players, they figure out the next move within the 20 minutes, and if there's a longer think, like 40, 50 minutes, this means that something the opponent is not happy about. And apparently this was a mistake. We probably can figure out what it was.
Yeah, Arturs, just taking a look at the move of e5, how many minutes has actually Volodar thought of it? Definitely it was more than half an hour.
Yeah.
Definitely more than 40 minutes. So it was actually 50 minutes.
50?
50 minutes and 49 seconds to be
Oh my
precise.
God, that is way too much. I mean, definitely you want to spend some time for critical moments, but again, the viewers, the time control here is 2 hours for 40 moves, the first time control with no increment. There is not going to be an increment. And I don't think at any given moment, either the players who is playing, he's thinking, you know, Angelika, I'm going to spend on this move 50 minutes. It never goes like that. Sometimes just this time just accumulates, it accumulates. You don't know what to do. You start to think, and maybe there's some other factors. When you make the move, you just cannot believe I just spent 50 minutes on this move.
I mean, some time controls have 60 minutes. Yeah, I have played in some classical tournaments with 60 minutes overall time you're getting. Of course, there is 30 seconds increment for every move. But thinking of 50 minutes, I have thought probably maximum of 40 minutes on one move. Arturs, what was it for you? How much time have you spent maximum per one move?
Probably 1 hour.
Probably.
Yeah, like 1 hour, but definitely not for a long time. Like this was a long time ago. Now much smarter.
So what would you say?
Try not to do that.
What would you say if you were a coach of Volodar? Would you discourage him?
I would say, do not do that. Do not do that. Play faster. I mean, obviously, yeah. I mean, Volodar has a really great coach, Michal Kobalia, by the way, who's here in Biel. So he knows. He knows. Even with the help of the coach, he knows he's not supposed to spend so much time. But he felt that he has to invest so much time.
Definitely, and we can discuss as much as we want here, but the players are so strong. Volodar Murzin is a rapid world champion, so he knows why he was spending time, as he's a master in the shorter time controls, but in classical it's all different, because one light mistake, one inaccuracy can lead to some worse positions, and apparently e5 was not the great option. And what was the refutation actually of
Is it some knight c5? You know, in the game, what was played, it was played d5. And I don't really see how much time was spent. Apparently not too much. After d5, knight c to b6, and that's the position. So apparently there was something here. And I'm noticing that in black's position, the knight on c4 is feeling quite loose. So I'm wondering, can I play knight c5? Like I'm hitting the bishop with the bishop on f1, the knight on c4. And I assume you cannot take the pawn on b2. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's a poisonous pawn.
Yeah, I can assume it's going to be losing, or maybe queen c2 even. I'm not really sure. So where was the problem? Maybe also, by the way,
there
there's
was knight b7 fork. How do you stop that fork at the same time? Stop. Wait, so it's a double attack. You're attacking the knight on c4. You're attacking the pawn on b7. There is a fork there. What did Salem miss here?
Okay, clearly not knight x on c5. This is also pretty obvious that the black is just, this knight on c4 is really terrible.
Do you think that the thinking time of Volodar just made Saleh a bit tired of waiting for the move, and that's why he went for d5 so fast? I mean, what could he possibly miss in this variation? Because knight c5 looks straightforward.
Yeah. I'm totally with you. It looks very straightforward. And I don't think he really spent so much time here. What was it, like 10 minutes here? And knight c5 is asking to be played. And basically, we go back here to this move. He did play knight e3 earlier. And part of the knight e3 idea is to play knight c5, right? So that's why this is really strange that knight c4, he retreats with the bishop on f2. The knight on c4 now is going to be under attack. You're clearly thinking, I mean, I'm gonna play knight c5 the next move. The knight's going to be under attack. And yet after e5, he didn't do it. He played e5.
Do you think with all this time Volodar was spending, 50 minutes, do you think Saleh simply forgot? Or like, is it even possible?
I mean, there could be a million reasons that could be happening. Also, the reason could be that perhaps he thought that d5 is stronger. I mean, sometimes you don't really, I know this, I make this mistake sometimes from my own, that you don't really, at some moments, calculate things very precisely, and you just believe in one move. You believe it's stronger. Maybe the point is of d5, perhaps he missed knight b6, and he saw everything else. So black did play knight c4, now he's going back. But yeah, it's a small mystery, because it seems that after this e5, knight c5, maybe he saw something here after knight takes on b2, but to be honest, knowing that Saleh is such a brilliant calculator, I do not think that this is the case. I mean, you clearly see e takes on d4, there's going to be knight b7, knight d6, and even if you cannot calculate this very carefully, like you feel like this is the critical moment where you want to spend the time.
Yeah, definitely. It is big puzzle right now for us, but maybe after the game we'll have an opportunity to ask Saleh what was his thinking, or also Volodar, because apparently he missed this move, so we cannot say that both players at the same time missed one of the ideas. Probably there was something both found the refutation of, but we'll find out that later. And after d5, knight finally jumps back to b6, so that there is no discovered attack with the knight. And now pawn on d5 is under attack, actually. What do you do here with white?
Also, one more thing I would like to pay our attention to. This is something I strongly recommend to any chess fan to take into account. And by the way, your coach is going to tell that to yourself as well, Angelika, is you're thinking about the castle. When you're looking at the white's position, So white did play this very modern a4, h4, even rook h3, and now something happens on the center. So my question would be, where you're going to castle?
That's actually a big point. But first thing what I can see is that the center, like the e-pawns, so it's close. So for now, I know that my king is in the safety, right? There is no real attack happening right now. But
I'm going to play a should castle on f5, or maybe even
Actually,
f5
yes.
immediately.
just opening up everything.
Yeah, I think that this king, that's the difference. This king can go to the should castle, to the safety, and this king, I'm not really sure. So I think this is also the kind of position, Angelika, where you cannot mix up. Like, you play so inspired chess, you play h4, you play rook h3, you have to be really sharp. You cannot afford to misevaluate things. And unfortunately, this is what happened here for white. He did miss up. And now his position is a bit shaky. The pawn on d5 is under attack. Maybe it's, by the way, still good for white. But yeah, I mean, we're clearly impressed by this knight c5, how strong it was. Now everything just seems less.
Yeah, now everything seems like not so much. And now after take on c6, I think it was actually a very tough decision. You play d5, you grab a space in the center, suddenly you are forced to take on c6. I don't think it's from happy life. What do you think, Arturs? Because I would like to keep the pawn on d5. I would like it to be strong. Why did Saleh went for this?
Yeah, because if you allow the take on d5, this activates the bishop at h7.
Ah, so that's so...
Yeah, so white simply wants to keep the pawn at d4, so the bishop at h7 is staring at it, so that's why d takes, b takes. And it's entirely possible that this was still part of the plan. We don't know, really. Maybe the Emirati grandmaster is perfectly happy with the position, and he's going to play like queen c2 on long castle, but the pawn stands on a4. The black king does feel a bit safer, and the way white has played out the position here, it feels that he has to play something like g4, g5, go for the king set attack. It might be still very sharp.
It might be very sharp. We'll let Saleh think here. Actually, it's Volodar's turn. Or is it Saleh's turn?
No, no, it's white's move.
It's White's move right now.
I think so, at least.
So, oh, actually, maybe there was no... db5, sorry, b takes c6 was not played.
Oh, there's still a choice.
Okay. So still now in this position, Volodar is thinking what to retake. Meanwhile, we can take a look on other games. And I see in the bottom left corner, Rinat Jimabayev against Nicolas Theodorou. I see the f6 pawn, g5, h5. We have already seen this game before. We have considered that f6 was played in order to push for e5. But here we can see all the king side pushing forward. Shall we look at that game?
Absolutely. All right. So we left it, I think, here. I think so. Yeah, this is the position we're looking at before the break. We're thinking about if black is going to play e5. So what happened was bishop e2, e6, castles, bishop d6. Everything looks really reasonable. And white played not c4, by the way, and knight c3, which I felt probably is a logical move. White played knight h4. His idea was to apply some pressure against the pawn on e6. So if there's going to be a trade, the pawn is under attack, and let's say black goes here, I play rook e1, and now your king has to move probably.
Yeah, suddenly king has to go to d7 or f7. Actually, I'm not sure where the best to move, but maybe f7 since white castled king side.
And then I can play c4, knight c3. So this was a pretty nice idea, but there was a very nice refutation to the idea.
Which one? Oh, h5?
Look at that.
Oh, wait a second.
So if you take it, and take it, there must be some sort of a tactics.
F5? Is f5 a move and queen takes on h4?
Check. Here.
The knight is hanging?
Here. Yeah, but where's the mate?
Is there bishop takes h2 and...
Oh, Angelika, this is a puzzle for you.
I actually was thinking bishop h2 and then queen h4.
Now there's going to be queen g3. So if you do this, if you do
this
this,
is not working.
takes, this is really nice.
Actually, yes, and then queen h3.
But there is a win. Black wins. I mean, of course, we see the bar.
Wait a second, I'm trying to think. Is there...
It's really nice.
Oh my God, is there... I mean, rook h2 shouldn't make so much difference. Rook h2, knight takes, and then... and then queen h4, knight f3.
The problem is the queen for white.
Oh, the rook h6 and queen
Yes.
is trapped. Oh my
Yes.
God.
Now like this.
Bishop h2, and now you cannot take with the knight because the knight was
Very
defending
good.
the queen.
Very
Oh
good.
my God.
And now you play bishop before you win the queen. So I think this was part of the sequence. Look at this once again. Very, very nice idea by the Greek grandmaster. So Jumabai played knight h4. He thought he's in charge. He's going to force the bishop trade on e2, and maybe he saw from afar that black cannot play h5 because then I'm going to take it, and I'm going to take it, and these are the weaknesses, and I'm always going to go back. And once your opponent plays h5, you're like, wait, what?
Something
Why?
should be wrong.
Something should be wrong. And that's where White noticed that he cannot go here. He cannot go for this position because after g3, I think it's the same problem. Rook h6 and the queen is trapped. And that's why Jumabayev had to bail out. And he had to play c4, clearly not something he was planning.
Yes, c4 was the move earlier, but of course that was a miss. He didn't see this h5. What an amazing find by Nicolas Theodor, or maybe it was not a find, but a preparation. We don't know. And after g5, suddenly a huge amount of space on the king side. Arturs, I would be already scared here for white because black hasn't castled yet. There is a rook on h8 and all the pawns coming. Bishops are looking, like bishop on d6 is watching the h2 square. Does it look already like black is taking over?
It definitely feels like it. Look at this king f7 move. Why should we castle? You just play king f7, and I love these pawn pushes at the king side. But speaking, about Angelique, about Theodoro, he's really well known for his deep prep. And was the game that he played against Timur Rajabov? This was either the World Cup or a very, very pretty famous game where he just basically replayed every single move he had prepped at home. So this is where your preparation really pays off. All the hard work you put into the analysis. I'm not even talking about like chessable courses, etc., because these guys, they have their own preparation, and it does pay off.
And talking about Nicolas, he had a very tough start. He was the last seed in the Chess 960 tournament. He was the number 6. Then he comes back in the Rapid. He's winning the Rapid tournament, and he's becoming a leader, current leader of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Now he's putting pressure on Rinat Jimabayev, who actually won the Chess 960 tournament and against whom he had a pretty nice win in the Rapid section. It's a very nice start of classical portion for Nicolas.
I think that here Rinat knows he's in trouble. Like, he clearly regrets. He played knight h4, knight f3, and maybe visually it feels that the king on f7 is in danger. It's not. Like, White is in no position, at least immediately, try to exploit it, unless somehow magically your knight e5, a piece sacrifice, is going to work. But I don't think so. I think here the game could continue, for example, something like knight e7. Black is thinking about possibly playing queen d7, rook e8, and it just feels that there's something happening with those kingside pawns. Maybe at the right moment play g4, h4, g3. The king is pretty weak, but I'm just not really seeing any way for White to exploit it.
Arturs, and look at that poor bishop on b2, just standing looking at the pawn on d4. There is not much the bishop can do, rather than maybe at some moment try to be exchanged for a bishop on d6 by playing something like bishop a3. Is it even an idea just trying to go and find this exchange for the dark square bishop from black?
Eventually, maybe, yeah. Yeah, maybe White will have to do something about it because this bishop on d6 is a monster. Maybe we could even talk about ideas like bishop c7, queen d6. Oops. Suddenly there's some ideas like take on h2.
Checkmate.
Yeah, if you play h3, the bishop retreats, there's g4. Look at this rook at h8.
Oh my God, what a tough position to be in right now. Talking about the clock situation, we see 1.5 hours left for Nicolas Theodor. Meanwhile, only 1 hour for Rinat Jimabayev. This time pressure is also something what is going to be very important towards the move 40, since the players are not getting any time increment due to the special format. But meanwhile, let's take a look at other games, because I see there is something special going on in the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Aravind Chitambaram in the top left corner. There was this position we were discussing with the rook on d6, and the bishop went back to c8, probably admitting the mistake he made earlier by putting the bishop on e6. or he was just trying to bring the rook to e8. What was the idea here, Arturs? Tough to say.
I still don't quite understand the move of rook d6. I think you're pretty clear on that. But there was a move we didn't really see. That was the move, I mean, knight g5 we saw to be played, rook e1, rook e8. And I think the more traditional idea is to play f3, e4. So typically this knight on g5, it stands over on e2. Sometimes the king goes to the queen side, like king c1, king b1, and then you think about f3, e4. And here Fedoseev shows something else. And only because black played g6. If black had played h6, I'm pretty positive Fedoseev would be doing something else. Now look at this. He plays f4, and I really love this move because this enables some f5 ideas. Open up the file. Black is feeling pretty vulnerable here, or maybe also knight f3, knight e5. And this is a really juicy square.
It is indeed, but f4, Arturs, it's also weakening the light squares. What do you think in this position? Can white afford that because white is taking so much control of it? Or why this f4 is a move which you can play? Because usually when you play such move, you have to take care of the square on e4.
That's naturally a very fair question, and I'm pretty sure that Fedoseev checked if there's anything that black can do about it. For example, if black would be able to play bishop f5, he would be able to trade the bishops and anchor the knights on e4 and f5. We could talk about that black is doing really great, but here it's pretty obvious that pawn on d5 is going to be dropping and black's position is collapsing. So also white could always play g4. To use these pawns to control all the squares and maybe put the rook somehow in front of the king and advance on the king side. So I think that here Aravind is in a big danger.
In a huge trouble, and also the engine is confirming. We can see evaluation bar is getting higher and higher for white. Right now it's around +1, which is already a clear advantage, as we can say in the engine language. What could be a way for black actually to go here? How to try to save this position or try to find a plan? Because the knight on c6, I'm just looking at it, it's a poor knight. It doesn't have any perspectives because all the squares knight is attacking are being covered. I want to move it somewhere. I would love to put it on g7, but I cannot in one move. But what to do is about it.
I'm seeing two ideas. So from the black's perspective, one idea is to go for the weakened d4 square. So that will be h6, right? So wait, first, it's white to move, of course, by the way, and Fedoseev is still thinking, but let me just make some random move. Let's say king h2. So I'm thinking I could play h6 from black's perspective, and if you go knight f3, I'm thinking I could play knight e4. Maybe I can even squeeze in bishop f5, trade off the pieces, and maybe I somehow control the center. But there's a problem. If you play h6, you have to calculate knight f7. Yeah, and you have to very clearly see what happens after, for example, queen f7 and bishop g6. And then there's bishop e8, white plays e4, white goes for the kingside attack. You have to evaluate. So you cannot clearly go there. And even if Fedoseev is perhaps not thinking about going there, Aravind needs to make sure that this doesn't work. So maybe it doesn't work. But the second idea, for example, after king h2, I'm thinking it's got to be some counterplay at the queen side. So c5 something.
You have to prepare c5, but what to do? How can you prepare it? Maybe knight d8, knight e6, maybe something like this, and then going for c5. Is it possible?
Maybe.
Or rather, knight would go to
e7, yeah?
Yeah.
And then somehow try to kill two birds with one stone, either trade the bishop on f5 or at least free the way for the c5 push. I think that this idea of h6 looks more realistic, to be honest. It's more straightforward. And if I'm not terribly, no, I am terribly mistaken. I thought king h2 was played. Fedoseev is clearly thinking about his choices. And I think that he is more thinking not about himself. He's thinking, if I'm Aravind, I'm playing with black, what do I do? I mean, I'm annoyed. The knight on g5 is annoying. So do I play h6? So what kind of move for me helps that also deals with black's h6 the best possible way? So could it be queen f2? So queen f2, queen h4 is hinting towards some attack. What do I do after h6? So there's usually a puzzle. You try to combine these puzzles together and see how it fits.
And we are going to see how Vladimir Fedoseev is assessing this position and trying to find the way to break this puzzle. Is he going to play King H2? Is he not? We're going right now for a very, very short break to follow the action of the first round of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. Don't go anywhere, bring refreshments, stay tuned for more action. And we're back from Biel in Switzerland at the 58th edition of the Biel Chess Festival. We have a first round of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon and many other tournaments which are taking place here at this chess festival. And we were looking at so many exciting games from the round number one. We have seen the players have showed such an amazing preparation, but what is a highlight for you so far? Which game would you say, Arturs, was the most exciting?
Right, definitely the game of Fedosiv against Arvind caught my eye because it feels that Fedosiv had a very strong prep and something went wrong for Arvind. Also, the choice for Salek not playing this knight c5, this is what we discussed before the break, that was a bit surprising to me. But overall, I think we're seeing a lot of high-level chess, obviously. So here you see, by the way, Salek is in a deep think. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah, definitely. And we have a lot of games, as we can see on the board, on the bird's eye view, we can see a lot of boards. What about actually a game on the bottom right corner, Daniel Darde against David Navarro? We haven't checked it for quite some time. We were discussing, it was isolated queen's pawn position. I see the pawn is all the way on d5 already. What do you think, Artur? Shall we dive in and take a look what has been going so far?
Absolutely. So let's go full screen on this game, and that's the position with the IQP, where David earlier decided to take on d4 and push d5. It seems that the d pawn for white has managed to move one square forward. And one thing that immediately jumps in my attention, Angelika, that white enjoys some space advantage. So black is seemingly okay, like there's nothing terribly wrong with the case position, but these central pieces that white has, the queen on e4, knight on e4, the pawn on d5, make black feel a bit careful.
That's for sure. If I were white, I would love to have this position with the isolated queen's pawn, because usually there is a pawn on c6 from black, right, which is stopping the pawn getting pushed so forward. But here we can see pawn is already on d5. Arturs, I'm wondering how actually we got here, because the position we had was with a pawn on d4. What happened in the game?
Yeah, so this was, I think, already several moves ago. So I'm going to scroll back 8 moves after the opening. So that was the moment when Navarra decided to take on d4, play d5, and that's the position we already discussed. Queen b3 was played, applying some pressure. Bishop e6, knight e4, knight f4. By the way, Navarra is playing according to the principles. Trade off as many pieces as you can and try to target the pawn on d4. There was a trade. And d5, that's how this position moved to here. Knight f4, the pawn on d6 is seemingly under attack, so white had to take it. Rook d1, and queen c4.
And here we see some imbalances in the position. We see the isolated pawn. We see that black has a better pawn structure, but meanwhile, black has a bishop against the knight. I see that this bishop is located so far away, but is there still a possibility of putting some pressure on f2 pawn, or how do you actually use this bishop from a7?
That's a very difficult question. At least I'm not sure I see this to be done immediately. Maybe black can play some knight e5 idea, rook takes on e5, and eventually this knight is going to move. The strength of the bishop is going to increase. But since white is the move, I would say that there's two very tempting ideas from the white's perspective I want to check. So one idea is knight c5. I put the knights on c5. I block this big, beautiful bishop on a7. I target a pawn on b7. And if black decides to take on c5, I mean, this has got to give white some privileges because I create a semi-center here. I want to play d6, and visually it just feels that white's doing fantastic.
Yeah, aesthetically it looks very, very nice position and such a huge advantage in the space. But
the second idea is d6.
d6, I was wondering actually, at some moment d6 is possible to get rid of that isolated queen's pawn. Do you actually want to do it in this position, or is there any way this pawn is helping white to maybe remaneuver with the pieces?
Yeah, I think that this is where you calculate, obviously. C takes on d6, knight takes on d6. You see there's a double attack on the rook on e8, pawn on f7. So black could take on e1. You couldn't take with the rook, the knight is hanging, so you have take with the knight. And that's why here I think Darda also wants to spend a bit some time, maybe queen e7, maybe actually it's queen d7. I don't really know what's more precise. And the knight on d6 stands fantastic, but perhaps at the expense of the entire white's position. So I think that Darda here has some choices. d6 is a move, knight c6 is a move, or maybe he can prepare all of this by playing a g3, give a window for the king, walk away from the spin on a7, and then play d6 or knight c5 under better circumstances.
I think the biggest question is to whom right now imbalances are playing better role in the position. And I believe it's white, right? You have this pawn in the center and you have a lot of space, so you can maybe double your rooks, maybe remaneuver, reshuffle pieces a bit, and we see knight c5 actually on the board. So Darda was spending quite some time for this d6 or knight c5, and he actually went for it. But bishop on a7 now looks pretty cut with this bishop. Do you consider trading it on c5, or how do you defend the pawn on b7?
No, I don't want to take on c5. Like I think if I'm doing this, then both of us we are in the agreement the black is worse. Like I immediately accept I'm worse. So if I'm playing from the black's perspective, I'm thinking the bishop on a7 is my pride. Like if I give it up and if I allow white to fix the isolated pawn on d5 into a strong passed pawn, it just makes no sense. So I'm playing bishop c5 and I'm completely desperate. So normally I want to keep the bishop on a7 alive. So do you play rook b8, or maybe you research some opportunities to sacrifice this pawn? Because I mean you still need to spend time to take on b7. So rook b8 would be my first attention to, and the second one could be perhaps some queen f6, knight f4, counterattack, ignoring the queen side. So it's quite difficult to tell without any real calculation here.
Yeah, it's actually a very interesting idea, just to ignore that pawn being attacked. But then you have to find some concrete ideas, right? Arthur is like take, and then basically it's going to be a game for two results. Either white will win because of the material advantage, or black will win because of the king side attack.
I just don't believe it myself, to be honest. Yeah, like it's that's the curse of the commentator. You suggest a sacrifice, and then you say, okay, this looks fun. Yeah, but when you're a player, like giving up the pawn on b7 doesn't really seem to be so easy. So rook b8, I think it's still the obvious candidate move here.
Definitely, and oh, we see first trade on e1 happened. So the point here is that black is trading the rooks, but also queen on c4 is defending d5, so you have an opportunity to take with the rook, as if queen was not there, it probably wouldn't be possible. But knight can also take on e1.
Oh, wait, I think I understand the idea. So, yeah, I think it's going to be rook I think it's queen f6. I think this is, I thought this is what Daniel wants, because I spotted the pretty weird idea with queen b6.
Oh.
Like queen b6, getting the pawn on f2, the knight on b7, and after knight c5, I thought I might have a5. But now that I'm looking at this, I am not 100% sure that all of this is correct. Otherwise, why would you give up the e file? So there's got to be something concrete. Ah, maybe it's the pawn on d5. He wants to play knight e7. But wait, the pawn is still under attack.
And then you can take it with a queen, maybe knight b7, queen d5.
It doesn't feel right.
Oh no, too many pawns have been taken.
And rook e1 is on the board. Like this move, rook takes on e1, rook takes on e1, I'm not immediately sure, but definitely David knows what he's doing.
I was wondering if there is some queen f8, but it doesn't work. Queen f8, knight b7, and rook b8, there's again queen c7, it doesn't.
Queen f8, wow.
I just wanted to bring the other rook, but it doesn't feel right, yeah? Very interesting approach from David Navarre.
Yeah, that's a very committal choice. So you definitely don't play rook e1, give up the e file randomly. So I think there's the next move incoming. I'm just not entirely sure what it is. I was briefly looking at c6. Oh, b5. Oh, there you go. That's the reason.
b5, what a move. using the position of the queen, which is overloaded right now. Queen is defending the pawn on d5. At the same time, it cannot capture on b5 since the pawn on d5 would fall. What an exciting idea by David Navarra.
Now it's all clear. Now this is all clear.
Now we found out the plan.
Yeah, so here b5 immediately was not maybe working, maybe because of the reason takes, queen b5, and after takes, you can take with a knight. So first, Navarra decided the e file doesn't matter, so I'm going to take on e1. Knight e1 here, it just feels a bit silly. Maybe it's playable.
Artificial, yeah.
Yeah, now he plays b5.
Now he goes for it, and now the queen is the only piece which is defending d5. And actually, what do we do here as white? Because actually it's a double attack. Let's not forget, it's a fork, right? You're attacking a4 pawn and you're attacking the queen. So Daniel is making a choice. Take happens. We will see take in a moment. But then after take, a takes b5. Here is a big question. Do you take on b5? Do you move the queen back, still defending d5? What do you do in this position?
Yeah, but I'm a bit surprised about this one moment. Why did he take on b5 so early? Like, is this such an obvious move? So it's like, yeah, it's like the brain tells you, okay, let's include a takes on b5 and then think about the choices. But I'm also thinking that the pawn on a6 maybe is the target. So is this something you want to do automatically, unless he already expected this and he's happy with the result? But I was thinking you could play some other move, like you could play maybe centralize the queen and then target the pawn on a6. At least that's the position I would want to look at for a moment, like let's say b takes on a4. Okay, knight takes on a6, this feels pretty risky. Bishop takes on f2, takes, and there's no checkmate on the last rank because black is going to take and play knight f8, and this strong a pawn I think gives black the better chances. But if we go back to this position, I could still consider knight takes on a4, and maybe that pawn in the long run is going to be a weakness. So the speed of taking on b5, I find it a bit surprising, to be honest here.
Yeah, but also time pressure is in the position. Daniel Darder with 50 minutes on the clock, so 26 minutes less than than David Navarra with 1 hour and 16 minutes currently. Maybe that also played a role, but you're right. I mean, Arturs, you have always to stop, at least for a moment, at least for a couple of minutes, just to understand, do you actually want to take on b5?
But maybe all of this is perfect. Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's tough to say. The point is queen takes on b5, queen d5. I think this just liquidates into something equalish, and this check on e8 once again doesn't give anything. Feels like a mate, but it's not the mate. There's a check perhaps threatening. Bishop takes on c5 is a threat. So this bishop at a7 could eventually become the stronger than the knight. So I don't think that Darda is going to do it. And the other choice really here, Angelika, is to play something like queen e4, and then black has multiple choices. Black can play queen d6. Yeah, queen d6, I think it's the most reasonable move. Maybe h6, give a window for the king. By the way, watch out for knight e4, knight c6.
Oh, this could be also a very annoying threat, right?
So it's got to be queen d6. Target the knight. And white is most likely not in time to get the knight on c6 because that's a really nice square.
Yeah, you would love to get it there. And actually, knight on g6, such a powerful piece. There is never any checkmate on the back rank. I mean, I love this knight. Even though position looks like there is huge pressure on black, but this knight is saving position of black in many lines, right?
Indeed. So I'm wondering, by the way, I think queen e4 is on the board. I'm wondering if Darda slightly rushed with things. You know, yeah, later everybody's so smart. When you see the final position, you're like, I should have done something else. But perhaps in this position, the knight c5 idea is clearly the right idea. But maybe the execution could have been a bit better. Like he could have played like a g3, for the window, make a window for the king. First, keep the king on here on g2. Maybe here Daniel did not like knight e5, takes takes, and perhaps now knight c5 is feeling a bit stronger because, for example, this particular line takes takes b5. You see, no longer black can do it because the major difference is we have traded these knights, and there is actually a mate on the board.
Yeah, so every single line, just as inclusion, one single move can feel completely different. In this case, checkmate can happen. So queen e4 is on the board. Now David is taking his time. I would say it's a perfect moment for us to go to the bird's eye view and check which other updates do we have from the games. Is there anything special happening on the top left corner? As we see, h6 has been played by Aravind Chidambaram against Vladimir Fedoseev, who is still building up a pressure against the Indian superstar. Arturs, what do you think of that position?
Yeah, so that's the upper left corner, right? Yeah, this h6 had to be played and queen f2 was included. Maybe, yeah, maybe we are gonna go to that game full screen and understand what has changed. But there's not so many moves, right? It's only one move. It was queen f2, so we're discussing this. Queen f2,
Or king h2, right?
king h2. Yeah, we're discussing this like king h2 or queen f2. So yeah, this is the current position right now, and yeah, you didn't really miss a lot. Yeah, like queen f2, h6 was included.
But why this queen f2 was not the most precise move? I mean, this is so unclear from the computer. Looks completely normal move, right? Bringing the queen to the f file, bringing more to the action, to the king side.
Right.
It's tough to say.
That's really tough to say. You know, I think the obvious candidate move here is of course, knight goes here, and I want to play knight e5. And then I think that black would play either knight e4 or maybe even think about the crazy move bishop f5, allowing doubling the pawns just to control those light squares. And then, no, but this has got to be better for white. Like, I take on e4, I anchor the knight on e5, and I have a lot of weaknesses to work with. Maybe even there's going to be some g4 ideas in the future. The good knight against the bad bishop. So this feels pretty good. Unless after knight f3, black doesn't really have to do all of those things, and black could play...
Bishop f5?
Yeah, like bishop f5.
I actually like this move. Because now queen left from c2, there is no pressure on f5 any longer, and bishop f5 is coming in one tempo. And here, basically, the only way to stop trade is to play bishop e2, but you don't really want to play such move because then knight e4 will really come. So is a trade a must?
Yeah, that's a question I think Fedoseev is trying to figure out right now. I think that from afar, he didn't really expect bishop f5 to be a move. And sometimes this happens. Your opponent does play it anyway. And you're like, oh, look at that. So bishop f5 is a move. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have played queen f2 in the first place. So here, as you said, knight e4 is a big move. The pawn on f5 is a target. And I could still play knight e5, by the way. Or maybe I could play knight h4. Like, with knight h4, yeah, knight h4 is a very serious move here. On knight e4, I'm just gonna take it, or even I could include knight x on f5.
Tempo.
Knight x on f2, knight e7 check.
Oh, and you're getting into this tricky endgame. Now you have to take on e7.
Yeah, but I'm up a pawn.
Oh yeah.
I'm just up a pawn.
There
so
is nothing.
yeah, so knight h4, maybe queen e6 with knight e7. And knight e4 is incoming. I would say that Fedoseev underestimated the move. Like, there's a pause, that he's spending some time here. My guess would be on it, I could be wrong, that he believed that h6 is not possible because of knight f3, knight e4, and now he's realizing, oh yeah, but actually he can play bishop f5. And then sometimes you just go back to your previous move you made, like queen f2, and you think, why did I play queen f2? I mean, why did I play queen f2? I could have been doing something else.
Yeah, and then you're starting to beating yourself in your head. Why didn't I do it? But still, getting into this position, of course, it's not something dramatical that happened. Of course, the one idea of black is now allowed. This bishop f5 is trading the bishops.
I have a
Other-
crazy idea. Can I recommend it?
You want to sacrifice the knight?
Absolutely.
Oh.
I want to play e4. Oh, it works.
It works.
I just randomly played. Maybe this is what he's thinking about. Maybe none of this what I said even matters because e4 is the move. So there's that idea after h takes on g5. I noticed there might be e5. So this is something which is again super easy to even offer to think about, but it's very difficult to calculate.
Actually, there is probably even e takes d5.
Something stronger. Oh,
Takes d5 because there is a knight hanging on c6.
you're right. You're completely right. Yeah, e takes on d5. There might be even moves like f takes on g5. F takes on g5, knight takes on e4, and in some lines, maybe this knight is even heading to f6. So, so there's some unexpected tactics here. So maybe he's not really missing bishop f5. Maybe he played knight g5, and he thought after h6, e4 looks very nice. And now that after h6, Fedoseev is thinking, what do you think is Aravin's expression? He's like, he's thinking about e4. He's definitely thinking about e4. So both players are right now on the same page. I think they're thinking, both of them are thinking really hard right now e4. So I would be very surprised if Fedoseev plays e4 and Aravin's like completely caught off guard.
And Fedoseev is shaking. You can see his body language. He's shaking with his leg. He's trying to calculate this line. Should I sacrifice my knight or should I not? This is no more rapid. This is no more chess 960 where you have 15 minutes on the clock. This is a classical. Every sacrifice should be calculated thoroughly. And this e4, he has to make sure it works. He has to calculate all kinds of line. But now going just briefly through it, it looks like it's working, Arturs, and it's going to be shocking if it actually does work.
I mean, we have a major help. We have the ovulation bar. So
Yes.
I can just put the piece on the board like, look at that. It just works. Unfortunately for Fedoseev, it's not like this. And he's not really sure if e4 works or not because it could as well be just a blunder. So according to the calculation theory, you want to check all the forcing moves. Captures, checks, and threats. So if I'm playing e4, I'm sacrificing a piece. My very first attention goes to what happens if black takes the knight. So h takes on g5. As you said, Angelika, I think e takes on d5 is a very powerful move. The queen is under attack. So I'm checking, does he move away the queen? At least I take on c6. This is hanging on g5. It feels really good. So I calculate some lines. Everything feels good. Then after e takes on d5, I remind myself, what if black sacrifices a queen? Can he sacrifice a queen? I don't see a way he can do that. That would even make
Can
sense.
do, but it would not make so much sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
So, okay, then there's the next step. So he's not taking the knight. The other forcing move, the capture, is d takes on e4. So I'm somewhere here. After d takes on e4, knight takes on e4, it feels that black's pieces are really awkward. Knight f6 check is a very big threat. These lines, I think, are pretty easy to calculate. Rook takes on d4, knight f6, the queen is under attack, and black just loses the rook for free for nothing. So you cannot do that. And finally, other forcing move is maybe knight takes on d4. Again, you want to check these lines. Knight takes on d4, queen takes on d4, d takes on e4, etc., etc., etc. So we're not going to really go into very great depth here, but at least I think it's pretty certain here that the players are here on the same page. They're right now thinking about move e4.
What a nice description of what right now is happening in Vladimir's head. And I think he's going to take a moment to think for it for a while. So I suggest we go to the overview of all games and see what else is happening on the rest of the board. In the bottom left corner, the game of Rinat Jumabayev against Nicolas Theodorov, we haven't checked for quite some time, but that was the moment where we seen this knight h4, which was actually a mistake from white, which allowed black get this huge amount of pawns on the king side. Shall we take a look at the game, Arturs?
Yeah, that's a really great call. That's also one of the critical games of the Challengers tournament because Theodorov is leading the tournament. pretty remarkable story, and I think it's also a very nice example for the kids who are like thinking, "Oh, I had a terrible start in the tournament. The tournament is not going to work for me." So Theodorov had a disastrous chess 960. He played the first 5 rounds. He suffered 4 losses, played 1 draw. So it seems like, yeah, it's really terrible. And yet then the very next day, he played fantastic tournament in chess 960. He won the tournament. So once again, really, really great fighting spirit. But the moves I'm seeing is Jumabayev did play your idea of bishop a3.
He did go for it. Yeah, it looked like the only way to try to activate the bishop and offer this trade of the bishop. But of course, black is not forced to take it. And looking generally at position right now, knight is already on g6. We were discussing actually what should black do with the king. And king is now on f7. You don't need to castle when you're on attacking side, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we left it after king f7, I think. King f7, knight f3. I think this was the position.
Yes.
Yeah. We left it. Knight c3, queen d7, knight b5. Engine marks as a mistake, but you can understand that Jumabayev is feeling uneasy about this bishop. Here, it's looking at a king, and you see all kinds of ghosts. So bishop a3.
So he played bishop a3 after bishop left. It's interesting. What could be an idea actually for it? Because my idea was generally bishop a3 to offer a trade, but he's going with the bishop a3 without even bishop being on d6.
I think he wants to stop the building of the battery, like a6 and queen d6. So, for example, if I'm playing some random of rook c1, black's going to play a6, black's going to play queen d6, and now you see there's an immediate threat of taking, yeah? And after h3, I can maybe even give you a check on h2, or maybe retreat with the bishop and play g4, and this looks really, really scary. So here Jumabayev is in complete defensive mode right now. So he played bishop a3, and he was expecting possibly that after a6, knight c3, queen c7, that the queen on c7 is not as well positioned here, maybe under some rook c1 future ideas, and the rook on a8 is not easily joining the game. But of course, there's still the threat of bishop takes on f3.
So yeah, white is still trying. We can see Rinat is trying his best, and also recalling about Rinat. Last year, he was a winner of the Open tournament here in Biel Chess Festival. He won the ticket to the Challengers by winning the Masters tournament, the MTO, and that's why he's here. And actually, he won the Chess 960 event, so he's a player with the best tie breaks right now, because he was the #1 in Chess 960. Rapid was not, he was not doing so well, but today is classical, and he will try to fight against Nicolas Theodorov, although the position is pretty tough, right? This knight g6 is suddenly coming to h4 or to f4. I mean, there
Yeah, that looks a really scary move, especially since your bishop on the c1 is not controlling the f4 square. It just feels like a nightmare scenario for the Kazakhstani Grandmaster, because I'm seeing very easy moves for black. There's definitely some attacking ideas, and at the same time, I'm just not even having any clue how I can change. Like, what's the way I change the course of the game? Do I go desperate? I play knight e5, sacrifice piece for a pawn, and pray for some defense, or I just allow black freely attack at the king's side. I think this is also the kind of position where you see all of the ideas for black. Like, you see, this is what I would do with black, but you don't see really what you're supposed to do here for white. Like maybe knight c3, knight x on d5, bishop c4 something. I don't know.
Yeah, huge question for Kazakh Grandmaster. Meanwhile, he has 38 minutes after only 16 moves, if I'm not mistaken. Is it 16th move right now? I believe so. And Nicolas is right now in a very good shape with 1 hour, 13 minutes, twice more time than Rinat. I mean, this is definitely super tough right now for white to try to find the way. But Arturs, if we try to find the plan for white, I mean, let's try to find something, because
Okay.
because I see all this, I see all this kind of batteries not working yet, right? Because knight is on b5, bishop is on a3. But definitely one of the moves which we should expect is a6. For that reason, I think rook c1 looks very reasonable.
I think that here, if I was white, And I cannot really speak for Renat. I can speak only for myself. I would probably go for total defense right now because I'm seeing all kinds of threats. It's all right to accept that. Okay, I know that I'm worse. I know that you know I'm worse, and I'm seeing these ideas to the opponent. So let me put the knight on f1. So this would be my idea. I want to play 92, like 92. I want to put the knight on f1. If you build the battery, it looks really scary. But what can I do? But there's a problem. I think this is a problem. And I'm not sure if I will be able to play knight f1 because if I take on g4 and now I play knight f1, I just don't understand how I get rid of this knight. So I would like to get a kind of position where after 92, there's a trade. And let's say black goes for something like this. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, like I put the knight on f1, I'm not getting checkmated immediately. Okay, maybe I drop the pawn on d4, I don't really care, like the position opens and everything. I'm gonna be all right. But the point is, knight f4 is a problem. And if I cannot play knight f1 immediately, maybe I'm thinking, what's the other way? How do I get the knight on f1? And I don't see immediately.
Yeah, it's a very tough situation to be right now as
This?
white. A bishop c1 would stop knight jump to f4.
This, bishop e3 like this, complete fallback.
Yeah, complete defense. As you were mentioning, Artur's full defense mode, just trying to survive. I believe this is something what's going on through the head of Renat. Very tough to suggest a move in this position, but also time is ticking. He has to make a decision in this position because if he is postponing the decision, then it will cost more later. It's only move number 16.
I could easily imagine him here burning even more time. Like I'm not really seeing any easy defense, and I think that this is also combined, magnified by the disbelief how he played out the opening. And if somebody is very critical of their play, it's the players themselves. They're like, oh, come on, what I'm doing here? Like I'm playing with white and I just played 16 moves and my position is so terrible. I missed this one move and what I'm doing. So it's very often like this. And you're a professional. You know you're not supposed to think about it, but we're still human beings, right? And we still think about these things. And if the position is very unpleasant, and you don't see easy moves, your mood can deteriorate very quickly.
Yeah, and also see from his body language, he's not satisfied with what is going on. But I guess it's a perfect moment for us to give him some time to think and move on to the bird's eye view and see what else is going on right now. Because there has been some updates in the top right corner. It's a game of Saleh Salem against Volodar Murzin. This Rook H3 game, the missed opportunity for Emirati #1 Grandmaster. There he went, we see with the last move, Rook G3, trying to build up some attack on the king side. But I'm not really sure, Arturs, what do you think about this game of Saleh Salem Volodar Murzin? Shall we dive in there and see what has happened after that miss by Saleh in the move?
Yep.
15.
That's indeed a great call there. That's the move where earlier the Emirati Grandmaster missed the move knight c5. Let's see what's happening here. Basically, what we were discussing previously is that white is supposed to start a kingside attack, and we do see that the pawn is on g5, and the world rapid champion with black color, he has already cast a short because he believes his king is safe there. And it's possible that white is not yet fully decided where the king feels safer. Is it feeling safe at the center or the queen side? But one thing that immediately jumps to my attention is that Murzin has spent a lot of time.
Oh, that's true. He has under 40 minutes right now, while Saleh has 1 hour and 6 minutes.
Right. So there's almost half an hour difference between both players. So let's step back a bit and see where we left it. Not so many moves have been played, like 3-4 moves. So D takes on c6. The mistaken question here was apparently Saleh could have played knight c5, and he missed this move for strange reasons. The knight on c4 would be under attack. Okay, what's done is done. So d5, knight b6, takes, and we did not see g4 to be played. Queen e7. Merzen is improving his pieces. Queen c2, shoot castle, g5, h5. Of course, you want to close the king side and not to open any fuss against your monarch. And rook g3, I suppose, is a preparation move for bishop h3, potentially even g6.
Yeah, and that's probably a reply to the question what to do with the king. Probably white wants as soon as possible bring the king maybe to the king side. Because you were mentioning earlier this move of f5, but does it look like f5 would open the g file for black? Or is it still an idea? Oh,
Yeah.
that would be actually not possible anymore.
Yeah, you have to be a bit careful. You have to be a bit careful not to drop the bishop. But it doesn't really mean that f5 might not work. And very often this is how the mindset of a chess professional works. So I spot an idea, like I'm thinking I want to play f5. Why do I want to play f5? Because this is where your king is. The king is on e1, so I want to open up the position. So I'm thinking I want to play f5, but there's a problem. White plays g6. So I don't give up on the idea. I'm thinking, how do I improve? So how do I improve? I'm thinking, can I play bishop g6? So bishop g6 improves the odds of playing f5, and then I'm trained, like I'm thinking, since white played rook g3, most likely he's going to play bishop h3. Can I play f5 right now? And after f5, I have to calculate what happens if he takes on f6, what happens if he takes on f5, and I have to assess the position.
Yeah, this is how the player's mind is working if f5 is indeed wants to be played or any idea wants to be played. And we see somehow the moves have been updated and not bishop g6 but rook f to b8 has been played in completely different direction as we were expecting earlier. As we were mentioning, we were expecting to open files on against the white king, but what Volodar is doing, he's first closing the king side and now moving the rook to b8. Does it mean that he wants to put pressure on the b2 pawn? Or what is his idea?
Also another question, Angelika, is why rook fb8? Why not rook ab8?
That's an even bigger question.
So I'm thinking that rook fb8 is part of a larger plan to rearrange the pieces. So it's not only about the b file, it's about improving your pieces. And this is very often that you can improve your position. You ask yourself, which is my worst piece? Like I'm very often using those 3 questions from Jakob Aagaard. Yeah. So what is my opponent's plan? Which is your worst placed piece? And what are the weaknesses? So I'm looking at this position from the black's perspective. For example, instead of rook fb8, I'm thinking, what are the weaknesses? So in this position, I'm clearly seeing there's a f4 and d4 hole. Then I'm formulating myself the thought, which piece can exploit these weaknesses? It's got to be the knight. Then I'm formulating it further. Through which square? It's got to be e6. There you go. So the knight needs to go to e6. Knight c5 perhaps initiates too many trades, so I need f5 square. Hence, rook fb8.
Perfectly explained, Arthurs. And there we have rook f to b8 went to free the f8 square for the knight to go this maneuver, knight f8, knight e6, and then it would be able to capture, not capture, but bring the knight to f4 or d4 squares. And indeed, that's something what white has to expect. What can white do about it, and or which plan can white proceed with? Because I'm looking at these bishops on f2 and f1, and it looks that they are just blocking king from the king side, where probably king would be in more safety, because right now king is only 1. Looks like a bit more in the risky position if the position is opening up. But what do you do with these bishops?
I think first thing I would try to do is I would try to proceed with my plan. Like I go here. I think this is why white did play rook g3. And after knight f8, I'm thinking, okay, you want to play knight e6, knight e4, but is this really such a big deal? And there might be a moment when I can play bishop f5. Do I actually want to trade the bishop on h7? That's an open question. Probably no.
Probably not. Yeah,
Probably
bishop on
not.
h7. Let's leave it there.
Maybe you're right. Maybe like king f1. The king is feeling pretty safe here. So let's say black plays knight e6. He's getting for these squares. Like if I'm totally desperate, I can always take it. But I'm also thinking maybe it's not really so bad. And if you are improving your pieces, perhaps I can do the same. So you have an outpost here on f5. I could maybe play knight e1, knight e3, knight f5. And if you play like knight d4 or knight f4, I'm just going to trade it. So this position is incredibly complex.
Yes, super complicated stuff happening again, but Saleh has definitely an advantage of time in this position. Volodar Murzin has spent for one move over 50 minutes earlier, and keeps spending time. He keeps spending time. We have only move number 21. It means the players have to make 19 moves according to the format to reach 40th move and start getting 30 seconds increment per each move, because right now they're not getting it. And also, I believe, Artus, what's most amazing in the format is the points, because for the win, the player is getting 4 points, while for the draw, it's only 1.5, and 1.5 is not 50% of 4 points. And that actually encourages players to play out these fighting games, as we can see right now at this board as well.
Absolutely, yeah. So there's a lot of things to gain. Every victory is awarded more points, so this means that the players are really motivated, and that's actually my favorite part. If you do badly in a rapid tournament, you can always fight back in classical, try to win more games. So everything is still to be decided. Do you think we still go to the other games and check what's happening?
Absolutely. Let's go to the bird's eye view and see what else is happening on the other boards. We see on the bottom left corner still Rinat Jumabayev is suffering against Nicolas Theodorou in that position on the king side. Other than that, we have actually updates from the board in the top middle board from Radoslav Wojtaszek against Frederick Swane. The rooks have been traded off the board. And actually, the double pawn is marching forward. I would suggest we go to that game and check out what has happened. Do the players trading pieces and going in for a draw, or is there something else what players can do?
Right. My first impression is that Swane is very close to solve all the opening problems, but if somebody is still pressing here, it's the Polish Grandmaster. Not only because he has the healthier pawn structure, but also he has more time on the clock. It's 1 hour and 10 against Black's 27. So I'm seeing that Black has successfully traded the two heavy pieces. And this is something we discussed before. If he is going to do that, most likely Black has solved all the opening problems. So let's scroll back a bit. And I think we left it quite a while ago, where there was this one moment when after rook hc1, White had doubled the heavy pieces and was trying to apply some pressure at the queen side. And this is where I mentioned that either White plays knight e1, knight e3, knight c5, or plays king e1, knight e2, and then tries to get with the knight on c5. So what happened? The game was king d1.
Exactly according to your plan, knight e2, improving the piece.
Yeah, now this knight is attacked. By the way, also notice that the move b6 also is a very nice signal that Swane recognizes that this knight is getting to c5. How? Because this is something he would have been playing himself.
And now suddenly knight d4, offering a trade of the rooks.
Takes. Yeah, I think that's it. So he did everything he was supposed to. Trade the heavy pieces, now put all the pawns as much as he can on the opposite color of his bishop. So if you have the only bishop remaining, you don't want to put all the pawns on the color of your bishop, because that's also on the color of the opponent's bishop, and these pawns become targets. So that's why e5, even though it weakens the d5 and f5 squares, having these pawns on the dark squares is far more important.
Definitely, they're not going to be as weak as they would be on the light squares. We can see some bishop e6 offering a trade, bishop c5, bishop c6 went back, and f5 was just played. do you think he's grabbing a space? Do you think he's taking control over the e4 and g4 squares, or is there a larger plan of going for f4?
I think he just wants to play f6.
f6.
Yeah, so he's simply improving his pawn structure, extra controlling the e4 square. And I think the only real advantage White has left is this huge lead on the clock. But both players should be on the same page that Black has solved all the problems. And maybe Wojciech is still going to try something here. But apart from these double pawns, I don't really see any problems that Black has. But again, the tournament format definitely encourages Radoslav to continue. So he's definitely going to find something, but visually it just feels that Black is perfectly safe here.
And looks like there has been exchange offered of the bishop a couple of moves earlier, and Radoslav declined that exchange offer. So I would say that what most of the players, like amateur players or club level players, me, myself included, actually sometimes think that whenever you exchange the pieces, it means you're leading closer to a draw. But I would say that the mastery of exchange is super important, and knowing when you have to trade the pieces and which piece you have to trade. For example, in this game, Arturs, we've seen Radoslav was avoiding the trade with the bishop. He wants to keep the bishop in the position because it's a better piece. But for example, trading the knights, would it be still okay for Radoslav?
Yeah, but I think that Black's position looks like a impregnable fortress, so it's going to be very difficult to crash through. And what Radoslav did everything he could have. Like, he got a small pressure, and this is your preparation as far as it goes. You hope for your opponent to make a mistake. There was no mistake. Svane figured out everything, and it is what it is. So ultimately, you just accept, okay, there was nothing I could have done. Maybe I'm going to try it next time, but still, I think obviously the game continues, and I wouldn't really announce that this is a immediate draw, because with so big lead on the clock and the tournament format, Radoslav wants to continue.
A big pressure for the German Grandmaster Frederick Svane on this board. Meanwhile, dear viewers, we're going to head on our next break. We're going to see more action right after it. The first classical round of the Grandmaster Triathlon is just heating up. Be right back after the break. And the action is heating up here in Switzerland, in Biel, Vienna. The first round of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon is taking place. We have a lot of exciting matchups today, and the players are trying to fight it all in order to get those 4 points for each victory. Arturs, there has been a lot of exciting matchups today, but what is your favorite?
It's really tough to pick, but yeah, the situation is heating up really quick. By the way, outside we have a fantastic summer. Yeah, here in Switzerland, heart of this beautiful country, Biel, like we have beautiful weather outside and we can feel it inside physically, but also the temperatures obviously are rising also in the playing venue very quickly. All the games are not disappointing. I'm happy to see that there's no quick draws and everybody wants to win.
And the format is implying to it, you have to fight it all in order to get there. We've seen some actually nice updates as we look now at the overview of the games. In the bottom left corner, there is still a huge pressure on the Kazakh Grandmaster Rina Jumabayev from Nicolas Theodorou from Greece. Meanwhile, actually on the top left, in the top left corner, I see there has been some exchange on F4. We have not checked that game for a while. It was a Vladimir Fedoseev against Aravind Chitambaran. Arturs, I suggest we go in there and see what actually happened in the position. I was not expecting this.
What happened was something exploded dramatically over the board because we did see this E4 break. And these are the consequences. This is the fallout, so to speak. So the position remains incredibly complex. It seems that Black has just taken something on F4. Materially balanced, what do we have? White is down a pawn, right? So
White is down 1 pawn, yes. And with one isolated pawn on D4, by the way. Still.
yeah, but then there's this knight on D5. Yeah, and the knight on D5, it's one step away from delivering a big check, and maybe there's some queen H4 ideas, but it feels pretty exciting.
So now, big question is, why cannot you take on F4? Or why is Vladimir not taking on F4 so quickly? He doesn't want to trade the queens?
Yeah, I think so. Like, if he takes on F4, most likely Black's going to take on F4. Knight X on F4 is just stepping away. Like here, I think here Black is perfectly safe. King G7, walk away from the Knight G6 ideas. All you need is to defend the pawn on F7, you are safe. And if White plays something like Rook takes on F4, I don't know, like maybe actually this is a pretty serious position to consider because there's another problem. There's Knight X on C7. How do you defend against that? Maybe Rook D8.
Actually, I believe Vladimir decided to take on F4 just as we speak. He finally took with a queen, offering a trade to Aravind. And that might be the moment when Vladimir had to realize that his attack has not worked out and he has to go into the endgame. And we were discussing this already. The isolated queen's pawn, or general isolated pawn, you don't really want to trade too many pieces. But in this particular case, there is still pressure on F7, pressure on C7. How do you assess this position and this endgame? Actually, we might lead to the position you were just referring to.
Yeah, I think there's a very good chance. Like this Rook takes on F4 looks a very reasonable choice because there's two threats that I don't immediately see an easy way to counter them. So which one is it? It seems that this is a more senior threat. And the knight on C7 may be something I'm less worried, but still it's something I need to address.
There is a check on E1 and then maybe some attack on B1, B2 pawn.
It could be some quiet move Rook C1. And you have no time to take the pawn on C7. And knight F6 check is just one check. By the way, there's no more fork. Yeah, so this definitely looks reasonable. And maybe here White still plays knight E3, plays against your rook on C1, which now is a bit awkward, and maybe there's some attack. I have a suggestion. Can we step back a bit and see how did I get here? Because we had this position from the opening phase, and then we noticed that both players are thinking about e4 push, and the e4 push, it happened. I think it's, let me find the moment right here.
Yeah, this h6, and here Vladimir spent a lot of time in this position. And he went for it, and it's a brilliant move. Ooh. And it was the move found by you, Artur, that was actually so brilliant. You were saying, it might work. You tried it, and computer agreed with you. It does work.
I'm going to share the credit with Vladimir, absolutely.
And you found it faster, but of course...
I'm pretty sure he found it faster than me. I was thinking already about this before. Like, it took me a while to figure out what Vladimir's thinking. So, yeah, the idea is e-takes on d5 and queen on e7 was under attack. And this is where a lot of moves came in. So...
It's a big question now. Take on g5?
Oh, he didn't take on d5. We are discussing e-takes on d5. But he went for my original idea. This is my original idea. I said e5, and there's going to be something. And Vladimir played exactly like that. And rook e8 is the only move.
It's so interesting. Rook went on d6 only to go back on d8. This is very, very interesting approach from Aravind. And now queen is coming to d6. Apparently, players are playing out the only moves. I'm just trying to assess everything.
So this is a very forced sequence. And I'm absolutely sure. Yeah, this is a very rook f4, by the way, is played. I think that Vladimir, he saw all of this. Like, he saw all of the sequence. e4, e5, takes it, knight takes on d5. He saw rook e8, bishop c4. He saw g takes on d4, because these are the forcing moves. He probably saw even this line, and maybe this is where he evaluated that because of the knight c7 and knight f6 check, he should have some privileges. Even though, I mean, the line most likely continues, rook e1, king f2, rook c1, and maybe even here, Fedoseev has prepped something. This is how far the calculation of the best players in the world goes. What was the reason why he did not decide to go for e-takes on d5? Remains a mystery, but e-takes on d5 feels very, very reasonable move. So there must have been something that he saw and he just didn't like it.
And it's also straightforward, targeting the knight, targeting the queen. Looks like a perfectly fine move, but there was something definitely he didn't like in this position, so he rather went for this endgame. And this is what we see right now on the board. Rook e1 actually was played, and rook c1, Artur, as you were mentioning, targeting the bishop. Now, knight c7 is not a threat anymore, knight f6 is not a fork. No, we don't.
No.
Oh, sorry.
That was my imagination. Sorry. That was my imagination.
Yes.
I was trying to figure out what would happen. It's still not on the board. So also for Aravind, it's not so obvious. Like this rook on e1, rook on c1, is it really such a great place for the rook or no? Because, for example, this line, check here, and knight f6 and knight c7 is a threat, so you go with a counterattack. Is this rook really standing so great here? Because you see knight e3, this rook is not going to have any checks. You see moves like maybe knight c3, so you have one check here maybe. I'm going to give you a check, walk away. But there's a problem with pawn on f7. And you want to address these things very carefully, like bishop e6 walks into a fork. And if you play knight e8...
Maybe rook e4?
Something. Yeah, like there could be still something here, but you want to take things here really carefully. So I think it's pretty obvious here that Aravind sees the idea of rook e1, rook c1. He's just trying to calculate very, very carefully what's going on there.
Yeah, we can agree probably that Aravind right now is under pressure and has to answer so many questions. But looking at these two players, and recalling actually yesterday, Artus, we had this rest day. And we had a huge opportunity provided by the organizers. This is a tradition already. So many editions we've been here. We experienced so many different rest day scenarios. Last year we were on the island. The year before we were on this, we were throwing axes. We were in this village. It was absolutely unforgettable experience. And this time, Artur, maybe you can share with us what were you doing? Because we were actually doing two different activities.
Okay. Yeah, so what we're doing yesterday, there was essentially the organizers were inviting all the players of the Masters and Challengers to join for a small activity. And this year's activity was going to escape rooms.
Yeah.
So we went to Biel's escape rooms, and there were 4 rooms that the players could choose from. And now that I'm thinking what were the rooms Vladimir and Aravind chose, because they were there, not everybody went there, but these 2 players went there.
Aravind was with me in the room.
Aravind was with you, and you had something Aladdin-based
Yes.
theme. And I think that Vladimir went for the so-called Harry Potter room, but there was nothing really Harry Potter related. They said it was something magical, but we probably would have to ask him on the camera how did it feel. He was very, very excited about it, and I believe, Angelika, you also posted on social media a really great picture and a video with Aravind dressed as Aladdin.
Yes, absolutely. After we escaped, it was a long story. We had 1 hour to escape, and we actually made it just in 1 hour. And our group was actually the first one to escape. I don't know if our room was the easiest one. Apparently, there was another one, but nevertheless, we had a lot of fun. And after we escaped, in the escape room, they provided us this extra clothes of Aladdin. And as Aravind is coming from India, you know, wearing all these Aladdin clothes actually looks so incredible. So if you want, you can check out our social on Instagram or YouTube in the shorts, or Facebook or X. You can find there in the Biel Chess Festival a lot of nice videos from the rest day, which was also filmed by Arne. He was also asking, because apparently players didn't have so much experience in this escape rooms. And I think providing this opportunity is like basically making the players coming out of their comfort zone is something special what Biel Chess Festival is doing, and what also excites me as well personally. And Arturs, actually you were talking about Fedosea, you were talking about Aravind, but you didn't say about yourself. What was your room?
We joined the Alcatraz. Yeah, we had to escape from a prison cell.
Prison Break?
Yeah, it was Prison Break, and okay, I don't really want to spoil what it was at all about, but it was definitely inspired by the famous TV series Prison Break.
Oh.
And we had in our team Volodar Murzin with his coach, Mikhail Kabali and mother, also Daniel Darda, Irina Jumabayev. But I figured that my grandmaster brain is not really suited to solve the escape room riddles, because it was very, very difficult, and we were getting a lot of hints. But either way, it was a lot of fun yesterday.
Absolutely incredible experience from yesterday's, and I think players are having this very nice moments, trying to relax also after the rapid tournament, because it's a good way to try to find your rhythm into the classical with this rest day. But now the players seated at the board, no more in the escape rooms, but I feel like Aravind is the one who is trying to escape in this endgame. Meanwhile, Rookie 1 is actually on the board, and while Fedoseev is taking his time, it's probably time for us to take a look at other games and overview what is going on.
So what we have the top middle board, Wojtaszek against Svane. I don't see there's been any major changes. Wojtaszek is still having the slightly better pawn structure, but Black's position is textbook, a solid fortress, and I think I've seen similar positions a couple of times before, so I think he's still pretty safe. The top right board, Salem Saleh against Volodar Murzin. That's still something we discussed a pretty similar position before. Here we see Black just play Bishop G6, and the knight is, by the way, on C5, not on F8. Interesting.
Interesting update. The game probably we haven't followed that much. In the bottom middle board, Aram Hokoban against Makun. I can see very interesting center position. It looks like close, but the tension is there. I suggest we jump into that game and assess what has happened so far.
Yeah, we should do that. Also, a very quick mention, Daniel Darda against David Navarra. The young Belgian grandmaster has sacrificed a pawn at the queen side to go for some dynamics. Actually, 2 pawns. Wait a second, it's 2 pawns. So he gave up the pawn at the king side, and he gave up the pawn at the queen side, and he's playing for domination. Very, very interesting game. But first, let's assess the situation here in this game. Jacobian against Makura, and then also go into Darda against Navarra. It's really tough to choose from.
Yeah, definitely. We have two Italians, by the way, and such different ones. Because if we look at this position and we compare it to the Daniel Darda against David Navarra, it's two completely different games. You might think there are two completely different openings, but no, everything appeared from Italian.
Always lead to Rome, as they say, and this is not really a big surprise. So this is the current position. White has played a very aggressive move, g4, and the rooks on the second rank is ready to join the action with some rook g2 and g5. It seems that black is perfectly safe, like he has no obvious weaknesses, and also there's something he can target on a5, but white does have this initiative at the king side. So Aram's position looks to be preferred visually.
Definitely this f-file and potential threat on f7. Looking also at the rooks of black, rook and e6, I don't really understand what's the point of rook being on e6, but probably rook took the bishop on from e6, most likely. We don't know how it actually got there. And the other rook is on c8. There is not a single semi-open files for black, which black can use. So it feels like definitely white is putting much more pressure, especially having this f5 square. And here we go again about these double pawns, right? This e3 and e4 pawns, which are covering so many squares. And it's actually an advantage for white to have this pawn.
Yep. That's what it is. So I'm going to step back again so that we understand how did we get there. And I'm just trying to pinpoint the exact moment where we left it. So I'm just going to play it out. What was the opening? I think we left it about here.
Yeah, we were discussing that you don't really want to spend the tempo for taking the bishop on e3.
Right.
That
But
was
he
one
did
of the-
take it anyway.
Probably there was no real choice.
It's possible. Rook e8, h3, bishop e6. By the way, this is also a very modern approach from black. So you would think that why don't you play bishop e6 immediately when you can recapture on e6 and also open the e-file. But this approach, like rook e8, to play bishop e6 and to play d5 is one of the core ideas how black very often is meeting the Italian game. So he's not okay to double the pawns just because he's thinking about the future idea to play d5. So there was a trade, queen b3, queen c7, and Jacobian said, you're not going to easily play d5 because he's going to stop it with c4. And here it seems that black gave up on the idea of pushing d5.
Now a big question, this rook c8 move, it feels like a quiet move, but what's the point of it? Because to me it looks like the rook was on a8, not really doing much, but on c8, even though it feels like activated. But yeah, I wanted to highlight it that rook on d8 feels more natural, because potentially you can go for d5 and you can open up the files, but rook went to c8.
That's a mystery. Like, I think that d5 made sense to be carried out. And why not here? I think this like looks very reasonable. Rook d8, maybe even queen d7, play d5. Also, the rook is ready to join here.
Probably he had some other plan which doesn't include d5, but if you're not going for d5 with black, what actually are you doing? What can be your plan?
You know, Angelica, maybe it's like a larger plan. So, of course, I mean, Makun is an incredibly strong player. And he definitely, he knew that there's d5, and d5 is like what he was sort of aiming for. But if you also play d5 at the wrong moment, it might activate the knight on d2. And let's say I'm just going to make again some random moves like here, I don't know, like rook f1, d5, takes. Maybe in some lines this knight on c4 becomes strong. I don't know. Like it just looks very reasonable to me.
Definitely the b6 square looks the one which knight wants to get in that position. So probably Makun has tried to calculate all these lines and he came to a decision. He doesn't need to go for this d5. But rook c8, I mean, you still probably have some other moves to play, but rook c8 is an interesting choice.
Mysterious, yeah. Mysterious shows to be like, I'm not sure I immediately can understand it. And after g4, he rearranged the pieces that engine quite doesn't like, as you can see.
And knight is going for c5. Or is it?
Yeah, but I don't think you're going to stay there for long. Yeah, very interesting mind games here. So, I don't know. Like, I cannot immediately explain. So maybe he felt that he gets to play d5 anyway, and with some pawn sacrifices, and then he takes over the c file. Like, there could be a line maybe. So what was the last move by Jacobian? Let's say g4. But here, by the way, after g4 also stops d5, because I might have g5 ideas. But let's say after rook c8, he expected something like this, and I could play d5 and takes, and
Arturs, we have the first result in the first round of classical Portion Grandmaster Triathlon. Radoslav Wojtaszek, Grandmaster from Poland, against the German superstar Frederick Swanner, agreeing on a draw and sharing with 1.5 points each. We kind of expected that outcome, didn't we, Arturs?
Yeah, so that's the game. Maybe we could very quickly wrap it up because it's officially finished. We can show it on the screen. Here you can see this is the final position. Wojtaszek was trying to find ways to capitalize on the weakness of the king side, but black is like perfectly solid. And after both rooks got traded, there was nothing he could have done. Like, he attempted to make some moves, and he was avoiding the bishop trade, and they repeat the position a couple of times, and Wojtaszek realized, okay, there's nothing to be done, so a draw it is. So he did the best he could. Svanne solved all of his opening problems, and that's what you get in then. After the perfect chess, you get a perfect draw.
Yeah, perfect defense by Grandmaster from Germany, Frederick Svanne, against Radoslav Wojtaszek, who is actually doing pretty well in the standings. But Frederick Svanne was actually not doing so well in rapid. So this draw is, I believe, a way for him to stop the bleeding finally with the draw in the classical portion and continue on the way, because 4 more rounds to go for him. And I think it's a great start with the black pieces against such a strong opponent. So I believe it's time for us to check the remaining 5 games. The game you mentioned earlier, Arturs, Daniel Darder against David Navarro, this 2-pawn sacrifice. What is going on in the position? Knight is only 5. Suddenly there are 3 pawns for white by 5 for black. There is double pawns on the H file. Please, Arturs, how can we assess this position?
Yeah, that's the lower right corner. The game in question. Let's maybe go full screen so that we can analyze some details in more in depth. So that's the current position, and we're definitely going to step back and understand why it happened, what happened over the board. But let's first assess what do we see. We see that white is down 2 pawns. We see that the black king is exposed, and also we see that black has extra half an hour on the clock, because this, by the way, is move 29, and Darda has, how many moves is it? 11 moves to make with 13 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. So this is not a lot, because again, the time control for the event is 2 hours for 40 moves with no increment. The increment starts with only move 41.
Yeah, and I don't think that players had so much experience in this time control, since it's a World Championship time control. 13 minutes would be too tight for the Belgian #1. And I also see the B file. I mean, I'm just looking at this passer, this B5 pawn. I believe, like, if there is an endgame, it's definitely being won by black due to this pawn. But there are still queens on the board. There is still open king on the king side and double pawns on the H file. Do you think Arthurs we're going to see some try for an attack with knight g4, knight f6, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I think here White has to go for some attack, otherwise the pawn sacrifice, the double pawn sacrifice, quite doesn't make any sense. But also, I would like to mention is that this game is, of course, very important for both players, but maybe even more important for David Navarra because he has had a rough start here in the tournament. He was struggling in the rapid tournament, and I still recall how he lost the game on time, completely winning. I think it was the final round against Rinat Jomabayev. Like it just sometimes felt that he could do so much more, and yet at the same time he was unable to do it. So that's why here also for David, this is a very, very important game just to feel the pace of the game, to come back on the rhythm, because right now in the rankings of the challengers, he's a bit unexpectedly at the last place. And again, every single victory in the classical gives you 4 points. So every victory is of utmost importance for every player.
Every point matters, every win matters for sure. Arthurs, I suggest we go back a bit, try to understand what has happened earlier. How did Daniel manage to sacrifice his 2 pawns? Because I remember he had a quite nice position with a pawn on d5, but there were 2 pawns also on a4 and b4, but suddenly there are no pawns at all.
So everything started with this genius idea. Navarra decided to solve opening problems by giving up the e-file because he felt it's not really necessary. Then he played b5. And the point is after 8x on b5, 8x on b5, queen x on b5, black can safely take on d5, and there's no back rank issues. We discussed this before. Namely, the idea is that always you can cover from some back rank checks with knight f8. So what we did not see is queen e4, queen f8, and here the Belgian grandmaster decided to sacrifice the pawn.
Oh.
So he gave up the pawn on c5. He's like, okay, you can take the pawn on c5, but my threat of h4, h5 has got to mean something. So bishop takes on c5 was played. Navarra accepted the challenge. h5, knight f8, and there's the other pawn sacrifice. So here Darda played h6. I mean, you have to accept it. I think here playing something like g6 is
not recommended. Don't do it at home.
It's just not what you show for kids, really. Yeah.
Yes.
So you have to take it. And here the engine doesn't like this move, knight e5, but I mean, visually it feels very logical, but apparently there's some concrete problems after rook e8. And is there f6 incoming? And another mistake, rook e3.
Rook e3 has been played. Daniel Darder is trying to play fast. We see that he played a move with just 1 minute, but apparently it was a mistake. And there has been actually already a move played by black in this position.
Knight g6. Wait, but I just realized something. They're teammates. They're teammates. How do I know this? They were my teammates.
So they are also your teammates?
They were my teammates. Like, I used to play for team Mülheim Nord in the German Bundesliga a couple of years ago. I just completely forgot about it because I already changed the team. And the very first year, I think I played for team Mülheim Nord 2 seasons at the highest Bundesliga. Then David was the top seeded player. And Daniel was the young guy who was coming in and helping us. And I was also playing for the team. And I don't know if they're still playing for the same team, but they definitely know each other really well.
Yeah, I have an update. Actually, still David is still #1 in the team, but Daniel Dard is actually now my teammate. He's now playing for the team Schachfreunde Deizesau, which is chess friends Deizesau. So he changed the teams, but it was just fresh, new this season.
Right.
All right. So
okay. So, yeah, I'm looking at this position and I'm wondering where's the attack. Like, what happened? What happened after this knight e5? So, I can completely understand this double pawn sacrifice. It looks normal, like you have weakened the king, but this knight e5 move, jumping under rook e8, jumping under knight g6, it feels really weird. Could it be that there was a glitch for Daniel, that he thought that this is not possible because of queen g4 check, and king h8 is going to be checkmate on the board? Could it be that he just missed knight g6. Usually this is like you miscalculate something, or something you thought you see is there, but it's not there. And I'm looking at this position and wondering why not knight e4, knight f5, because
The
the
same
set fast.
idea.
It's a very serious idea. It's so logical. I mean, you put the knight at f5, it's uncontested square, and you control these critical squares. There's all kinds of queen e5, queen g7, queen g4 ideas. I just find it quite hard to believe that he chose knight e5 over knight e4. There's got to be a reason.
It would have been a completely different situation, a different story with knight on d4. But knight e5, yeah, big mistake by the Belgian champion, allowing this rook e8. Definitely with David having so much time on the clock, it was not a big problem to find this move. But now, after this move, he blitzed out rook e3, and after knight g6, rook g3. Apparently, the evaluation bar is going down and
yeah,
down.
but there's no attack. Like, I think we can agree on this. There's no attack. You are not able even to exploit the pin whatsoever. For you to capitalize on it, you have to play a 4, f5. This is just so slow. It's incredibly slow. So definitely black can do something during this time, and black can target the knight. Black can play b4. Black can play, I don't know, maybe at the right moment, even king h8, walk away, not blundering any knight f7 ideas. And Navarra finds a very fancy move, c6.
Ooh.
So that's the idea.
Using the pin, because knight cannot take on c6 since the knight is pinned to the queen, and pawn cannot take because it's pinned to the knight. What a move has found by Czech Grandmaster. According to computer, was not the best option for some reason, but feels like a very decent move because you're winning the next pawn. But queen f5, actually, is there any queen f5 in the position?
Queen f5. Queen f5 is going to be queen x on d5, I'm afraid, and everything is protected. But I can't help but forget, not to forget the discussion we had with Daniel yesterday. So yesterday we had this rest day, and we were walking from the escape rooms, and we were on the same escape room. And I asked Daniel, I mean, how do you feel, your tournament? How is it going so far? And he said, I'm not quite happy how I played so far. Like, I don't really have any single decent game. Like that he would be happy with himself, but now we have still the classical portion. Yeah, and unfortunately now there's this game. I already know what he's going to say. Oh, no, like I did not really manage to play according to my best standards, because Daniel is one of the promising young stars, definitely at the European level. Which year was it? Like the year before, 2 years ago? He finished in top 3 of the European individual.
He was second, vice champion.
Vice champion of European champions, so definitely a young talent. And here he's just, he played into this black's counterattack, and I think even, Daniel probably cannot believe himself. What did he just do here?
Absolutely. 4-time Belgian champion. He won his first Belgian championship with being just 11-year-old. What a historical achievement. Recently playing actually the simultaneous exhibition against 50 players, and he scored 47.5 points. That was actually a world record for Daniel Darda. He said just 1 month before the Biel Chess Festival. And Biel Chess Festival, as you're mentioning, is his next challenge. But in this game, unfortunately, he spent too much time. He's just spending time, and now he's down to 8 minutes for the last, last 10 moves is left. 9 moves on the board has to be executed with no increment. It feels like it's very, very tough. Queen f5, is it happening? By the way, queen f5 with the checkmate threat, but rook takes on e5 is not working.
Oh, queen f5 again, queen d5. You can't do it.
It's taking and defending at the same time. You
can't do it.
There is no way.
Like d6 on c6 drops the knight, and the c pawn is going nowhere. Like takes, c7, rook c5, and that's it. Finita la commedia. Like you cannot do that. You cannot play knight x on c6. The queen is hanging. some tricks with knight g6 takes. This would be a great idea if black had to play king h8. Yeah, but there would be.
But it's not forcing, yeah.
There's no that, and what else is there? Like queen f5 is queen takes on d5, and I'm just not even seeing any more. By the way, he did play queen f5. Ah, wait. So queen takes on d5, knight takes on g6. So queen takes on f5 would be knight e7 double check. That's a really nice idea.
Ooh.
Yeah, but
So some resources are there, but of course, David is not going to blunder.
there's no perpetual. Like there's queen f7.
Queen f7, just defending.
So, yeah, I think after queen takes to f5, it's
Just two protected passers.
that's it. And yeah, and by the way, f4 played very quickly. No, I think that here Daniel knows. He knows that he messed up big time here, and he's just playing it out. What choice does he have? This is move 33, so he has only 7 minutes left, and it's only some tricks left. Maybe remove the queen, play f5, but black should be having plenty of time to figure out. And we'll see how Navarra is going to handle the nerves here, because he was in this situation at least a couple of times in the rapid tournament. Like, I still very clearly remember the game where we had completely things under control against Aram Jacobian. Remember this crazy Italian game where Jacobian sacrificed a piece, and David had plenty of time to figure out, and Jacobian was in time scramble, and yet somehow the Armenian grandmaster turned things around, and in the end, Navarro flagged in an equal position. Here, he should have plenty of time to figure out all the things.
For sure he is. And while we are watching this game, we also can see, actually at the background, there is Benjamin Bok, who is also playing in the Masters tournament. If you just see over the board, you can see him facing the... you can see him facing some young player, or is it a female player? And maybe it's a good point for us to go and see what is happening in the Masters tournament and how Benjamin Bok is doing.
Right. For this, I would have to find a way to pull up the game.
Maybe first we go to the bird's eye view to see how the rest games are ongoing, to get some update. As we can see on the bottom left corner, Rina Jumabayev is still being under pressure against Nicolas Teodorou. We see all the pieces around the white's king. And it's not so easy for Rina to find a way out. Meanwhile, Vladimir Fedoseev in the game against Aravind Chidambaram is trying to fight and put pressure against the Indian grandmaster. Knight is jumping to e3, but there is an active rook on c1, which is not making it easy for Slovenian grandmaster. Meanwhile, on the right top corner, Saleh Salem versus Volodar Murzin is still trying, bringing his king to f1. At the same time, there is some big pressure ongoing on the queen side. Knight on c5, knight on b6. What is happening on the queen side in that game? And Aram Hakobian against Maku, it's in middle bottom board. We see actually some updates in that game as well. But meanwhile, we finally got the board of Benjamin Bok against his opponent, Paul Luka Wübke from Germany.
Yeah, actually, I'm very, very happy to see Benjamin here playing an MTO. He's a very, very creative player, strong player, and he won. Which tournament did he won already? One of the previous days was the
Rapid.
The Rapid, yeah. So he already won one tournament here, really in great shape, and I will never ever forget how I lost to Benjamin, but it was not your normal the head-to-head game. We are playing in opposing teams in the recent TwitchCon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I was paired with another very famous content creator, Sea-Dog. This was an event happening in Rotterdam, 1st June, the Anna Cromling Granchas Gala, and Benjamin was paired together with Ronnie Berger, yeah, I think. and they were a really good team. And we somehow ended up playing in the final, and he beat me in the final. So, yeah, I will always remember that. And then they got this very nice cup. So Benjamin is on fire lately.
Yeah, he is on the fire. He won the rapid tournament here in Biel, and now he is facing actually already not first round because it's only first classical round for the Grandmaster Triathlon, but for MTO, for the Open tournament, it is already second round. So it means he has already played his game, and as I can see, he won in the first round, and now he's being paired against. Actually, it's candidate master.
Yeah, as you can
from
see,
Germany.
we have the technical capabilities to find every single player in the open tournament. We have cameras everywhere, on the walls, on the ceilings, and everywhere. So we can zoom in. You think nobody's watching you. No, we might be watching you. So yeah, that's one of the games of this huge hall of the Biel Congress Center. And dear viewers, if you haven't had the chance to experience it live, you should definitely consider it. The admission is free. There's no tickets here. Every single chess fan can come here and enjoy this here live in the Biel Congress Center.
And maybe just shortly about this position, maybe just generally, not going into too much details, how would you assess the chances for Benjamin in this game?
Well, I think that he has the bishop pair. It looks nice, and if he's going to manage to play c4, maybe c4, c5, and somehow secure the center, his advantage is going to improve. At the same time, I also can see the benefits for black. So he's playing against Paul Lukavker, right at 20 to 50. I suppose if black gets to control these squares, like maybe trade the queens, persuade white to take on c4, put the knight on d5, put the knight on c4, maybe secure it with b5. It's not going to be easy. But the thing is, black are not really forced to trade. And white's going to say, no, you trade it. I'm not going to trade it. You trade on d3. So probably it's about balanced, and everything is going to matter who is going to manage the time scramble better. As you can see, by the way, Benjamin has only 15 minutes versus 24.
Yes, for sure. And just to remind our viewers that the games of Grandmaster Triathlon, they are happening right now in real time. But in this position, there is a delay. So due to the anti-cheating regulation, this position happened 15 minutes ago. So we don't know what is happening there in this particular moment. So probably it's perfect moment for us to go back to the Grandmaster Triathlon and see what is going on in the rest of the games. Has there been any update? The game of Aram Hakabian against Makun, which is in the middle bottom board, there has been some improvement. The knight is all the way on f5 and rook is being targeted on h6. What is happening, Arturs?
Yeah, that's the game where we are seeing a lot of events happening.
So maybe let's go in there and dive in.
Right. So what do we see? Both kings are pretty exposed. White is down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How much actually is it? 2 pawns, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pardon. I have to calculate this.
5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 pawns. So white is down 2 pawns. But he has a pretty serious looking initiative at the king side. Like I'm seeing all kinds of rook g2. By the way, the rook on h6 is under attack. If you put it on g6, I'll walk away with the king. There's another fork, by the way, threatening on e7. And maybe the queen on b4 is a very long way from defending the king. So here, Jacobian is risking, and that's what I really like. I mean, we have to also say a lot of good words about the tournament system, because I think that there's more points to the victor of the game rather for the draw. This forces the players to take more risks. Like if you play safe, you don't risk it, you're going to get 1.5 points from each game. It's going to be 3 points in total. But if you win and lose, you get 4 points. So that's why I think here also Jacobian, like if you would ask him for sure, are you sure that this is really a great position for you? I don't think, he would say like he's totally 100% sure, but it just feels good and he has to take some risks to win it. So we'll see.
Yeah, one more time. The format of the event is just pushing players just right into the fight against each other. And this position, after knight h4 jumping to f5, I just realized that another pawn is being offered on h3. So he's offering the pawn to be taken on h3, but of course, they cannot be taken due to the fork on e7. So that's why Black has to find a solution for that one. And maybe it's a perfect moment for us to go back a few moves and to understand how did he sacrifice his pawns. Because we left at completely normal positions. We were discussing some plans, some ideas, but to come back here and see that there is suddenly no pawn on a5, no pawn on b2, what has changed?
So everything started when Jacobian played knight f3. So he gave up the pawn on a5. Did he have to? No, I don't think he had to, but he simply sold the pawn on a5 for some activity. Queen takes on a5, g5, knight h7, takes, knight c5 intermezzo move. I'm not sure what it changes. And b4.
Okay, it looks a very nice sacrifice. Apparently, Engine doesn't enjoy it that much.
So I think what happened here is that he evaluates that these queenside pawns don't matter at all. And he played b4 to lure the queen further away from the defense. So if he would play, for example, knight f5, immediately, let's say there's a check, king h2, Black plays something like queen c7, protects from the check, and like is building up a very close defense. And apparently Jacobian felt that this is not so clear. So that's why here he did play this b4 to push the queen a bit further. And now he goes for this idea of knight f5. And I think here the difference is after rook g6 is a king h1 or king h2. It's really difficult for me to tell. But knight e7 is a big threat. Maybe it's actually rook g2 with knight e7 and knight e6. But it feels weird.
But why would it be different from king h2 or king
No, king h2 has got to be the move. Like it just feels right. And he sees something here.
Is there other knight jumping to h4? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe this. And there could be some knight g7 ideas. Like, again, it's very easy for me to suggest, like, I see ideas, let them calculate. So takes, king takes on g7. I have 3 pieces against your king and your knight. And the queen on b4 and the knight on c5, they're away. So I think here the material balance doesn't really matter. And White's initiative feels really scary, like queen h5, knight f5, whatever, use your imagination.
If I were Black, I would be extremely scared here. And starting with taking that pawn on a5, then taking the pawn on b4, of course, was a must because it was a fork. But now getting into this position where basically we have the position being cut in 2 pieces. We have the queen side with queen and the knight, and we have the king side. And rook c7 was played, actually, not rook
But
e8.
hang on,
But
hang on. I'm thinking about an idea. What if I sacrifice the exchange on g6? So I'm thinking, if White plays knight h4, and we have this idea of knight x on g7, right? So I think we can agree on this. Like rook f6, there's knight g7, and I can find some ideas. So I'm thinking, after knight h4, what if Black sacrifices the exchange on g6 to secure the king's safety? Let's say he plays something like queen b3. So I was thinking, like, knight x on g6, f takes... Oh, wait, I'm dropping the pawn on d6. My bad. Like, I forgot about the pawn on d6. I was thinking, there's no check on e7, the king is safe, and I'm just going to collect some of your pawns. So maybe not queen b3.
We have to improve this.
Right. So I could play some other move, like knight e6. And you take on g6, I gave up the exchange, but now I have 2 pawns for it. Like, but what's the move? I don't really know. Like, it's just an idea.
Yeah, and definitely such idea exists. But rook c7, also an interesting choice by Black. Not going with the rook to e8, but to e7. Probably one of the ideas was to guard the pawn on f7, so that in case you're not only stopping the idea of knight e7, but also you're guarding the f7 square, which is under attack due to the rooks on the f5.
That's a very good point. Yeah, I really like how you said it. So here, after rook e8, maybe in some lines, there might be some problem. Oh,
It's
sorry.
rook
No,
f8,
yeah, yeah.
accidentally.
My bad.
It jumped.
Yeah, so maybe there's some problems with this f7 square. And that's why you control the e7 square, but you control it via the c7 square. And I'm pretty positive that knight h4, it already was played. Knight h4 and rook g5 is responded almost instantaneously.
So he doesn't give away an exchange. And question to the pawn on d6. Why is he not rushing taking it?
Okay, can I be creative?
Okay, let's try.
Okay,
One more sacrifice.
just see what
Not
happens.
your game, right? You can
My game,
sacrifice.
like I can freely do it.
Yeah, with rook you wouldn't take because of queen h5, probably.
I haven't yet calculated
haven't.
it. Like king takes on g7. I was thinking there could be something like
Knight f5, rook.
knight f5 or even rook g2, and probably all of it's slow. But we get something very similar. Like your queen is still not in the game, and I have rook, knight, the queen to go for the attack. So knight x on g7 could be a very, very tempting move. And as you said, definitely rook takes on g7 is also a move. And then again, I can easily suggest knight f5. I see some easy moves here. I see black probably is going to play queen b3, queen d3. I'm going to sacrifice more. And I've been in this situation definitely more than once. So when you're sitting there from the white's perspective, you feel adrenaline. Like you feel like very excited. You feel like I'm in great shape. I'm playing this legendary game. This is going to be really something special because the chess players are also artists. We want to create something for the public. We want to create something for ourselves. And maybe knight g7 is a bit crazy, but I'm pretty sure Aram sees the move because it was definitely an idea in other lines.
He's calculating at this moment the knight sacrifice. Will we see it? I think we'll get to that game in a moment. For now, let's pull up the bird's eye view and look at the other positions, which look no less exciting. On the bottom left corner, Rinat Jumabayev against Nicolas Theodorou is still under huge pressure. The game we haven't checked for a while, but the attack is still ongoing. Artur, shall we take a look on it?
Right. Yeah. Let's do that. Any other games? Do we see any major changes, by the way?
There is a B pawn being marching all forward in the bottom right corner of Daniel Darde against David Navarra. Looks like almost a game over for the Belgian number one.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel's moves were not recognizable at some point. Like he missed his rook, yet everything went spiraled out of control. Also, the game Selexelem against Voldar Morzen. That's the very difficult to evaluate middle game. I suppose we're also going to want to check that. But you're right. Yeah, let's go to Jumabayev against Nicolas Theodorou, where Jumabayev missed a move, a really great move by the winner of the Rapid tournament, and ever since he's been trying to stay in the game.
He is trying, he's remaneuvering and reshuffling his pieces in order not to lose just this instant, but the whole power of the pawns and the pieces on the king side makes it so difficult. Arturs, what do we see here?
So, there's good news for white. There's no immediate checkmate. And also, we are seeing that black has played bishop a7, because before it was on b8. And I think Jumabayev definitely spent some time trying to gather the courage to play g3 because it just creates weaknesses, something black can exploit, but he simply had to deal with the knight on g6. And I think that Nicolas has switched the approach from the attack to a positional game. And this is very often what high-level chess players they're doing. So they want to go for an attack. And go for a very beautiful game, but they're also very pragmatic, and they just want to win the game. And if it takes to grind it down to a nice positional game, then it is a nice positional game. But what I'm noticing here, Angelika, is that Jumabayev is in a real-time scramble. He has only 3 minutes and 33 seconds with 24 moves played, and this means he has to make 16 moves in 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
16 moves only in 3 minutes. That's something what is tough to do sometimes in rapid, but now that we are in the classical and his opponent has 28 minutes on the clock, Nicolas has a lot of time and much more time than Rinat. Is definitely putting Kazakh Grandmaster under big pressure. And his moves, I mean, he's trying, I see recently, he's trying to play very fast and looks like he's still holding up. As you were mentioning, the first good news, there is no direct checkmate, but a lot of pressure. And what would be the next threat from Black?
Yeah, I'm just going to very quickly show you what were the last moves. Like here in this difficult position, there was G3, there was Rook C1, there was Bishop B2, Knight A3, very interesting move, by the way. Rook C3, Knight B4, he forced the trade, and this is where we are. So those are the last moves. And now, actually, I'm thinking, what should Nicolas do? So imagine this, Angelica. You're Nicolas Theodorov. You play with Black. You play this great opening. You know you're better. Your opponent knows you're better. You have 27 minutes. Your opponent has 3 minutes. Do you play for the time advantage?
I don't think it's a good idea because you can blunder something.
But what do you do yourself? You're tempted, no?
Okay, there is one plan how I was told some chess players do. So they don't try to play fast immediately after the opponent's move, but they try to find the move, then they try to find the best answer and immediate reply to that.
Series of moves. Yes.
Yes. So
this is also what I'm teaching.
Yes, a series of moves. So after first move, your opponent replies because he's ready for that move, and then you're striking him with the next move instantly. And that way you're winning time for the opponent because the opponent will get lower in time, and then his quality of the moves is going to decrease, and you might win. So there is such way, but I'm not really fond of doing this.
But I have another theory. Like I obviously don't know if this is the case, but a very famous strategy, when you get in trouble, and Jumabai got in trouble, you go to a time scramble on purpose. Why? Because when you are in a time scramble, your opponent has the habit, he wants to play on your time situation. And he loses the objectiveness because he's thinking, he has like 3 minutes, I should, play a little faster, go for some cheap tricks. And this is where you get more chances. So I'm not saying that this happened here, but this is also something that Theodorov has to take into account. And this comes from the experience. Is like, maybe my opponent is in this time scramble deliberately, so I still should remember my training. I still should not rush. I should try to play a series of moves, but do not focus on the time advantage. And this is sometimes so difficult because I think all of us, we have been in this situation so many times when the opponent has seconds on the clock. I mean, can somebody just put the hand on the heart and say you haven't tried to flag the opponent? Of course you can.
Always.
Always. I mean, you want to flag the opponent. You see he doesn't have any time, right? So also for Theodorov, this plays a role, and maybe he would be making those decisions a bit differently if he, for example, Jumabayev had like 15 minutes, except of 3. Who knows?
Yeah, that would be probably a different story. But so far we can see Nicolas is taking time, while Rinat is also using this time to find a way to instantly reply on the next move, because again, 16 moves is too tough to make in just under 3.5 minutes with no increment. One more time, I want to highlight there is no 30 seconds increment for every move. Only it will happen in 16 moves from move number 41.
Yeah, and also it's a torture for Jumabayev. He always has to be ready, especially when you have so little time on the clock. This means you never can get up. You cannot leave. You cannot stretch your legs. You have to be there. You have to be present over the board at all times. So the perception, here Jumabayev is 100% locked in, and the players are thinking what to do. So let's once again go back to the full screen of the other boards and see what we're missing. The game in question we talked about briefly before, Darda on the lower red corner is completely collapsing. He is down 3 pawns. Now he's back to the defense. So I think here Navarra is going to score a deserved victory. And we promised that we're going to check the game of Saleh Salem against Volodar Morzin. That's the top right corner, unless we see something that we have to attend to first.
Yeah, we see just a quick update from game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Arvin Chitambaram on the top left corner. There is an active rook for black. There is a pawn on h3, which is ready to be taken by the king. So there is a very interesting endgame, but not much has changed since we last left the position. So going into Saleh Salem's game is the right choice because there has been a lot of moves made. There is a bishop on f5 actually offering a trade to the bishop on g6, something we have considered not that shouldn't be done, but Saleh is doing it. So let's jump into the game of Saleh Salem against Volodar.
Yeah, like I was a bit surprised, to be honest, about Fedoseev's position because all I'm seeing is this pawn on h3. Yeah, so we're going to address this. I was wondering, how do you get the pawn on h3? And I was checking it that Aravin is up a pawn, by the way. Yeah, it's pretty weird. So we're going to definitely check it. First, let's try to assess what's happening here.
Yeah, we have bishop on f5 offering a trade to the bishop on g6. Bishop on h7 was definitely not the best piece in the position, and now on g6 it's fully caged on the king side. So why Saleh went for the trade of the bishops? Was there nothing better he could try to do?
Well, his idea, I think, that if black, of course, takes on f5, he's going to get a beautiful outpost for the knight on e4. So it's understandable. If black, however, doesn't take it, why does he want to take on g6? That part is not really clear. And I think it's going to be all about who has the better knight. And I think black has the better knight. So black is thinking about some queen b4, knight c4 ideas, like there's some targets. Maybe white will be in time to play b3. And the knight on c3, it feels pretty useless. And we see a lot of trades incoming, by the way.
Oh, a lot of trades. Now rook is coming to d8, targeting the queen, trying to get the d file. But meanwhile, actually, where to put the queen? That's a big question. Do you want it on a6, or is it too dangerous to leave?
There's queen b4 incoming, so I think you have to address this somehow. And I'm not even sure if white wants to play bishop takes on g6. Now here, Merzin is taking over the game. It just feels like white is not going for anything here. Like you take on g6, f takes on g6. Also, the open f file opens up, and the black is perfectly safe. So the knight on c3 is not doing anything. And I think here the Emirati grandmaster is just trying to somehow stay in the game, like queen c2, b3, and find the time to improve the knight. So if he does this, then let me just put on the board, yeah, like let's say queen c2. I think queen b4 is going to be played, target the pawns, like knight c4, knight e3 is incoming. And if you play something like b3, then, I don't know, actually maybe oh, wait, I'm dropping something. I forgot about this.
Oh, there is a pawn on h4.
Yeah, this was not the plan. Like I was not planning to take on f5, but here concretely it works. By the way, that's a problem. Like this is a problem.
So it means bishop g6 has to be included.
Yeah, like this. This position kind of makes sense. But imagine this, if this knight is going to get to f4, like if I could get it on e6, but maybe it's not so simple. Like I'm thinking, can I play c5, c4? Or should I improve the knight?
But it feels for sure like a lot of suffering for white in this position because white is under big pressure.
That's a very unpleasant move, actually, you know. Like, you cannot play rook d2, it drops a pawn, and now it's pretty clear that black is playing for him. There's no perpetual. The king goes to h7. Yeah, the king's always safe. So if you can't play rook d2, what do you do? And c4 is a very big threat. So here, Saleh is going to have to lead a very, very careful defense. And maybe he's been struggling ever since after the opening, after the Smiths, where he didn't play knight c5. And Merzin has been playing very impressive chess so far.
He has been playing pretty well. Saleh one more time missed a big opportunity earlier, blitzing out the move so quickly, but now he's getting lower in the clock, and the position is getting very tense. While Saleh is taking time, probably it's a good moment for us to check the other games.
Yeah, Fedoseev.
Well,
The Fedoseev game. Yeah, let's first check the overview, what's happening. But the Fedoseev game got me real interested because I'm seeing that there's a pawn on h3. That's the top left corner from you, and I'm curious how did he do it? Because the last time we looked at this position, we thought that he's pressing for something, but maybe he is pressing, but I'm not so sure anymore.
Maybe he's still pressing. Let's dive into the game and see what has changed so far. We see the rook is already on divan, being very active, and one more time, as you're mentioning, there is a pawn, and it's marching all the way to h2. So let's zoom in on the game and see more precise. So king takes the pawn finally.
Okay. So this is the current position. h2, king h2, rook d4.
Again, black is up a pawn. Aravind
Right.
has just taken a pawn on d4, having 5 minutes. For Vladimir Fedoseev, it's 15 minutes on the clock.
So white is down a pawn, and whatever happened before, if you're going to have the time, we're going to check it. But now it's pretty clear that here Fedoseev is not ambitious. He's just trying to stay in the game, and Aravind is the one who is trying to make something work. So I'm just going to check very quickly. Wait. Oh. So rook takes on d4, knight takes on d4 is the move. But I just noticed this move. Knight takes on f6. I mean,
Oh, you
why,
cannot- Yeah.
sorry, why this is necessary? I immediately see some crazy moves. Like why not this? Because if you go here, knight takes on c7 and bishop takes on g4, I'm just seeing a position where white is down a pawn, unless I somehow can target these pawns. I would be very, very careful. So I'm not sure I like this. And if I play like king g3 to defend the pawn, black plays like c6, kind of solid, but the pawn is a pawn. So then I noticed that there might be knight takes on f6. With an idea, if you take on a4, I give a check. I don't know where you put the king, like here, takes, here, and knight e5.
And you get this 3 against 2. It's already a different story. If we compare this endgame to the endgame with the pawn on f5.
Yeah, this, I think it's a draw. I mean, okay, I'm not going to jump to the conclusions. Like, with the perfect play, it's a draw. Theoretically. Like, we don't know, of course. We don't know. But I think that this knight takes on f6 is quite cute. Obviously, this is not a forced check. And
it was played on the board. If we update just now, has just been played. Knight f6. Your move, your call, Arthur. It's amazing.
Yeah, but I'm not like 100% sure if this is really so great. Like, I'm also seeing there's a check. King g3, and we have to evaluate the consequences after rook b2. But I assume that white is so active here, somehow. Also, knight takes on c7 is the move that white is not really in any danger. So it feels that Fedoseev has maybe misplayed things before, but now this game is just liquidating into a draw, most likely.
And definitely a big question right now also for Arvind, who is down 5 minutes on the clock. There are not so many moves left to play, but still has to find the most precise. Will it be rook f4 or will it be rook d2 with more complex play? But meanwhile, we still have 5 other games ongoing. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view and see if there is any action happening. And I'm just wondering, in the bottom middle board, something is going on. There has been a queen trade. We have discussed this game with Aram Hakabyan against Makun, where Aram sacrificed 2 pawns and there was an attack. But suddenly there is no queen, but looking at the evaluation, it still looks so much better for white.
Avram is playing a really great game. I mean, I'm just super, super impressed. And I'm not sure I could agree with with all the engine assessments for the fighting spirit, for the imagination. By the way, earlier in the tournament, I already noticed Aram's play. Where he played against David Navarra, this crazy rapid game. He played this. You would have to, dear viewers, check it out yourself. In the Italian game, in the rapid section against Navarra, he sacrificed a piece. It was complete madness, and I really like his fighting spirit. So this is the current position, and it seems that White is still down something. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Down a pawn. But notice the rook on g6.
And I'm not sure how to get this rook out from there, because I think till the knight is going to stand on f5, there is no way of out of rook unless you can bring it through h6, h8, and then out. But you have to move so many pieces. I mean, this is such an awkward piece. It's basically black is playing without the rook. Can we say like this?
And without the knight on h7, which is also not doing anything. At the moment, this is incredibly powerful performance. So I'll go back while the players are not in the time scramble, and I'm going to find a moment where we can relate to the last position we checked. It was king h2, by the way. We were having a disposition. Rook c7, knight h4, rook g5, knight x on d6. So all of this was played. And f6, defending the pawn on f7, apparently was a mistake. So f6, knight f5. This, unfortunately for black, shut the knight on sorry, not the knight, but the rook on g5 from the game. Like engine marks, this is a mistake.
What should have been played instead? Is
Maybe
there...
rook h5. It's really tough to say. Yeah, but rook g6 visually just feels ugly, and that's the position we have right now.
It's a tough position to face as black, and feels like black is still trying, but this materialistic approach didn't work out. Pawn on b7 is hanging. There is a massive center for white. How can black defend? How can black save the rook? Is there a way?
I mean, I see so many great moves here for white. Like, I'm seeing a move, king h3. This rook is cooked. Like, it's going nowhere. I'm seeing a move. I mean, by the way, I could just take the pawn on b7. I'm seeing a move c5, solidifying everything, rook b2, rook b7. I'm seeing a move d5, creating a strong pass pawn. So your pick, and Aram's pick is rook takes on b7, just take the pawn.
Just take the pawn. The a pawn is going to be weakness. Later he will be able to keep it, and we see he's even standing up from the board. He has 9 minutes right now and 5 more moves to make, which will be easier. So rook takes.
Also, do not forget about the fork. Yeah, so rook takes on b7 is very clean. Like, he wins back the pawn, and he also enables the fork idea. So here the question is, can black play rook g4, escape it? But I think this knight's going to go back.
The knight might go back, and there is the a6 pawn, which is weakness.
Yeah, the a6 pawn also is a target that white could easily go after here. I think rook g4 has to be played, otherwise this rook on g6 is gone. Okay, e takes on d takes first, and then rook g4. I think this is the idea. Wait, what about knight e7 check anyway?
Wait, what? He's allowing a fork?
I think he's sacrificing it, not out of good life.
And Aram is saying it. He's taking time. From body language, we see that Makun has, of course, prepared for it.
So this is what he offers. Give me a check. Take on g6. I assume that take on e3 is pretty bad. Like, I can just play rook g2. I'm up a rook, and there's at least knight e6 check, and that's it. Yeah. So you cannot do that. After knight takes on g6, king takes on g6. Take on d4, probably. Knight takes on d4. So black is still down the exchange, but for a pawn. And this is what he wants. So he wants to go for this position and hope it's going to be enough to save to a draw.
Very interesting try from the Chinese grandmaster. definitely looking at the evaluation not enough, but he's trying, he's fighting, he's trying to survive till 40th move and then get extra time and try to find it. But meanwhile, we have a huge updates from one of the boards, so let's pull up the overview on all the boards. We have Saleh Salem against Vladar Murzin. There has been an interesting maneuver with the queen, if we can see it in a moment, or we can actually go straight to that game. Because there has been some new moves incoming. Queen has went all the way to c7 for white, as we can see. Meanwhile, Murzin is trying to create an attack. What is going on here, Arturs?
Yeah, this is the current position. This marks as a miss, and we're definitely going to check what was missed. And also, by the way, this is the critical moment of round number 1, because you see the players are approaching the time scramble, and no matter what happens in 11 minutes and about 23 seconds, they're going to get, every single board is going to get the next time control. So the time is ticking out. There's no increment, and after move 41, the players are going to get more time. And this, by the way, is move 32. The position, it seems that the here Volodar is definitely play for the win, and he just has the extra pawn.
He has an extra pawn. He's enjoying it, but queen has went all the way to c7. I'm just wondering, how did it happen? What has Salem do? Because we were discussing that after... Oh, so he went for queen a6.
Yeah, I just rolled back, sorry.
Oh,
I just rolled back. I wanted to check how did this happen. Queen a7, apparently not the ideal move. Knight a4. Yeah, so I'm not sure what the double exclam move, to be honest. Like, this is not a sacrifice. The queen is defended by the knight. Queen c7 is a counterattack. Rook d4 marks as a missed opportunity. Where exactly lies the missed opportunity? I'm not entirely sure. No, even I just checked with engine. Rook d4 is like a great move. So I think it's just a low-level engine here.
Yeah, Rook d4 looks like a good move. Maybe there was something, but we don't particularly see. And I think it's perfect moment for us to go to the game, because I've seen that there is under half a minute for Jumabayev in the game between Nicolas Teodoro. So I suggest let's go immediately there, because Rinat has to make how many moves? 5 more moves, having only 20 seconds.
11 seconds. 11 seconds for white. No increment here, and 4 moves to make it. The position is really terrible. I would say Teodoro is this close to score an important victory here.
Let's follow this game for now. So now it's Nicolas' turn. He's not rushing with the move, although he sees there is only 11 seconds for Rinat. Wait, Rinat is very dangerous speed player, but this is a very tough position to handle. I don't think he can try to find the way. As Arturs, you were mentioning earlier, there is no direct checkmate, but there are big threats. There is queen coming to g3. There are so many threats. How can he handle it?
That's a very good question. So Jumabayev has last 4 seconds to make the next 4 moves. 4 seconds for every move, not more. So there you go. There's a bishop e8. That's a move that Jumabayev didn't expect. The bishop on c3 is under attack. Tick tock, 2 seconds. If you can trust, he just doesn't see what move to make. And now he played king h1, which I think just drops the piece. Bishop takes with a4, and that's it. Yeah, so just take it. Yeah, and there's the resignation.
What a game. We see Rinat Jumabayev is being taken down by Greek Grandmaster Nicolas Teodoro. What a match we have witnessed, getting down on the seconds, barely losing on time and the position. What a game by Greek Grandmaster.
Let's go quickly to the bird's eye view and check what else we're missing here, because there's definitely more action happening. The time scramble is in all the games. So very quickly, round up. The lower right corner, Darda, is still completely lost against David Navarro, who's playing a really model game. All the other top boards seem to be more or less balanced. For the safe against Aravind on top left corner is about balanced. On the top right, Volodar Murzin is having some advantage. I believe it's still an extra pawn against Salem Saleh. And then we have the middle board where Ram Hakovian apparently has a winning position against Makun. Angelika, your choice.
Yeah, definitely. I wanted to highlight that the game of Daniel Darda against David Navarro, we have left for quite some time. We saw that he's going to lose on time, but they actually reached already move 40. But let's see what has changed so far, because I can see the pawn on b2, the pawn on c3 is already on c4 is all the way there, and queen is blockading the pawn on b2, which looks like the worst piece.
All right, so here we can see that the players have officially reached the next time control. By the way, Navarro decided to sacrifice a piece, so he has 1, 2, 3, 4 pawns for the minor piece. So this pawn on b2, pawn on c3, I think they're clearly worth more. So we can assume that Navarra is going to figure things out, and we definitely will have time to come back to this game. There's no time scramble here. Let's go once again back to the bird's eye view and select one of the games that are being played right now where the next time control still might be reached. So that's the game of Aram Jacobian against Momakun, or that's the game of Voldar Murzin against Salem Saleh, or the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against
Aravind.
Yeah,
Let's go to Aram Hakaban against Makum, the game we haven't checked for some time. There was try to give up the rook earlier, but looks like Aram didn't go for it. Why was it so?
So he probably thought that this position is simply better. And he had this moment a couple of moves ago to accept an exchange, which was, by the way, perfectly playable, but he decided not to do it. Now, c takes on d5, e takes on d5. You see black stands now with the rook on g4, but these monstrous pawns that they're marching forward. By the way, the clock situation is 30, move 39. For Jacobian, there's a material balance on the board, but these pawns, they're too strong. They're too strong.
They're extremely strong, and still players are getting lower on the clock, although 1.5 move has to be made. So now final moments for Makun to try to make a decision, trying to heal, but it's not enough to hold against these two pawns.
So we can check maybe if the players, they're going to safely get to the next time control, and then again we go back and see what's happening in the other game. So the players still have one move to make, and then they get extra 30 minutes on the clock, and most importantly, the increment also starts with move 41.
Yeah, that's absolutely the most crucial thing for all the players. They can suddenly have the 30 seconds, which are extremely valuable, and most of the players, I don't think they experience this time control earlier, since it's a world championship time control where you don't get an increment. That's why maybe we also had this problem for Rinat Jumabayev, who has gone so low on the clock earlier and lost the game both in the position and on the clock. Meanwhile, do you want to check what happened earlier in this game? How did the game go to this position from that move of but there was a
but I don't think we're going to have the time now. Now there's a time scramble, and there's also some major things happening in the other game, which is Salem Saleh against Volodar Murzin. I'm just watching it on the other screen and seeing what's happening there, and it seems there's some chaos happening here. So let's see. This game, d6 seems to be good enough, and I think that Jacobi has reached the next time control. He gets up from the board, he leaves. Let's now jump to the full screen. Here we see that's the game in question, where Salem Saleh has managed to find some resources against Voldar Murzin, and the game is a mess. By the way, Murzin is down on 54 seconds with 3 moves to make.
Oh my God, and look at his body language. He cannot believe it that he allowed this position. Look at him, he's just watching around. He's in shock. He missed a lot of moves. Now Saleh Salem has a chance to bail out. What has
even
happened?
more. I mean, why not play for the win? Because notice this, the queen cannot be taken, that's a pin. And suddenly White has pretty nice attacking chances. This knight on e2 might join the game with knight g3, knight h on h5, knight f6. And if somebody here is attacking, it's definitely Salem Saleh. And I think he feels this moment. Also, do not underestimate Black's chances like knight e1, hitting the rook at f2, or knight e3 or knight f4. There's so many things to calculate, but Salem Saleh has a bit more time.
Yeah, absolutely. There are still 3 moves to reach the control. So it means around 20 seconds per each move. In the super complex position where he's getting under this pressure with a queen on f7, which is so tough. The queen on c5 is cut from the position, from the defense of the king side. There is a knight on b2 is also far away. Of course, if we would just say that the queens were off the board, definitely the black would be the one to win because there are 2 pawns on the queen side. But in this position, big attack is happening on the king side.
I really want to play knight g3 here, Angelika, but again, I'm seeing this knight e3 and knight f4 move. Maybe there's no time. Maybe there's some knight f4 ideas on take on b2. So here, 90 seconds here for a democratic grandmaster. Every single player needs to make 3 more moves. There could be capturing moves,
Yeah,
but there still might be big moment happening here.
he has to try to find the move, otherwise he's reaching, well, there's time, he makes a move, and he's taking on g6.
How about knight f4, rook takes some b2 with some rook b8 ideas, and this king on h7 is not really so safe. So that's one move, that second move, and maybe actually it's going to be Murzin who's going to have to find a pretty difficult move.
There is the only move to find. Knight f4 is on the board. Murzin is taking rook b2. The players are reaching control with the next Volodara's move. Rook
One more
b2 is
move
on
to
the
make.
board.
One more move to
more.
make. Watch out for rook b8 and queen g8. And I think this is a pretty obvious move. And queen e3, Murzin has safely made it because now rook b8 is going to be queen e2 check, and black is going to be safe at least delivering a perpetual check. And I think here it's safe to assume that both players have made it after the time control, and they get extra more time on the clock.
Finally, we see the players reaching the time control, all of them, and it's a perfect time for us to go on a short break. After what we're going to see what is happening here at the first round of the classical portion Grandmaster Triathlon. Be right back. Welcome back to Biel Chess Festival. And while we were on the break, we have a result. David Navarro, who is here with me, has just managed to score a victory against Daniel Darda. Congratulations, David.
Thank you very much, Angelica.
How was the game? It started with a calm Italian, but maybe we could go through some key moments of the game and you can show us.
I think it was not such a calm Italian because Daniel got initiative in the opening and I didn't like my position. So I don't know, how can I move from
You can
here?
just click on the...
Can I just click?
Yes.
So I was a bit surprised by this b4 move and we achieved sort of a standard position which might be slightly more pleasant for white. I did not want to take on e4 because it looked to me rather risky. I mean, it looked like Daniel was in his preparation and I did not want to check it, did not want to go to some sharp lines where something could easily go wrong.
You don't want to play against the stockfish.
Yes, yes. So I played solidly. I had played a similar position against Nodirbek Abdusatorov in Prague about 1 year ago. And I lost the game, but the configuration on the queen side was a bit different.
So when you got this position with isolated pawn, was it something that you wanted to go for, or you were trying to avoid it?
I mean, when I played this knight e7, knight g6 maneuver, which is quite typical, I thought that it could appear. Actually, it was funny that a very similar line was played on one of the top boards of the open tournament, but a bit differently. So bishop e6, I was not sure about c6 because white can play b5 sometimes and my pawns can become vulnerable, and if I exchange, then then my bishop would be pinned, and I don't know, probably it's not much of a problem, but I disliked knight e4 here. I recalled it already, and I'm not 100% sure, but after bishop e6 there could be knight g5 or even knight c5, and if I play b5, I think there was some problem, but the pin didn't look so nice, and white gets the c5 square for his knight. Sorry, I'm a bit too nervous now. I mean, not only now, I mean, at least the past 2 months. So, okay, knight e4. I also had this idea, h6, because if white takes with such a nice idea, there is an important intermediate move instead. Black can play b5 and is probably doing fine, although it's tricky, but I'm certain b takes c4 and somehow it looks
so
fine.
It's not working out.
Yes, probably it's not, but white could play knight c5 instead and get the d5 square for his knight and the diagonal for his bishop, long diagonal. So I played knight f4, which is a typical idea in such positions. I'm not sure how well it works here. It looked sort of logical, everything, and I underestimated or rather missed queen c4, which is strong because now the knight is vulnerable, and if I played, for example, h6, I could have problems. So after d6, white takes, I go here, and now white needs to be careful and needs to, needs to start with this, and after bishop b8, there is queen g4 check and rook d1, and after queen e2, there is not rook d2, so maybe there is just some check. Maybe it's not actually.
It's not so clear, yeah, because it's...
Yes, I missed that there after queen d2 or rook d2 there was bishop takes f2 check with mate. So maybe knight d2, but it's no longer that convincing. I don't know. Maybe it's not that bad for black actually. So maybe I should have played something like this. I played knight g6. I mean, it's a pity that the knight, the active knight goes back, but the knight was also a bit exposed.
But knight was protecting the king so well the whole game.
Because the knight had to. I mean,
no
there were no other pieces. So knight c5.
And we arrive at this moment. Maybe here Daniel shouldn't start with this knight c5 move because he allowed you immediately to go for this rook e1 very nice sequence.
Maybe, but I'm not sure. I didn't like my position with the bishop on a7 and so on. I preferred white's position here. Perhaps you are right, but I was not so relieved even here, and queen e4 looked strong to me. I also considered playing something else, but there are various tactical problems. For example, after queen d6 there could be rook a1, which looked very unpleasant because if I go here, for example, there could be d6 and the spin is really annoying.
Oh,
I don't know how bad it is, but probably very
Probably
bad.
Yes.
So that was one thing, and after some move like bishop b6, there was a nice trap, knight d4, knight e7, because there are some back rank issues, but I didn't like h4 that much. I mean, I have queen d6 now, but it didn't appeal to me. So I played queen f8, thinking that h4 should not work here. Daniel played h4, then I realized that maybe it's a bit of a problem. Anyway, rook c1 could be a move also or something else. So I took because I could not have done anything else.
Yeah.
So
he sacrificed the pawn in
I
this
took.
position?
Yes, after the game he told me that he originally wanted to go here, which works greatly. Actually, I underestimated it. After rook d8, there is a very nice sequence.
Oh.
When I went for queen f8, I thought that at least I would get some exchange down endgame, maybe keeping one of my pawns somehow, but the problem is that there is not even knight e1, queen takes e1, but white has just this. And g3, and now this one.
Oh, and the checkmate is
Yes.
coming.
Yes, exactly.
Incredible.
So, sorry, h5. But the problem was that black has rook a2. And now black seems to hold because everything is sort of protected. It is not very solid, but f2 is hanging, which is very important. And black is doing well.
Gets a messy position, but probably you would have had enough time to find
Yes,
that.
I had enough time, luckily.
But what there here, this knight d4 idea, not to close the e-file, to this idea of bringing...
Definitely, I haven't really considered it, but the point is that if you want to play positionally, you need not give a pawn. And I mean,
Yes, of
if you
course.
play something like rook c1, you are probably better here. But after h4, h5 is the most logical continuation because, and also h6. So I was a bit afraid. I even considered playing knight g6, but then I realized that white's knight goes on f5 very quickly, and maybe taking the pawn would be more logical. So I hope to survive somehow. Knight e5. And now I record my course on calculation for chess base. I mean, in Rapid I played terribly, missing everything everywhere. I was not so much concentrated, not in the best shape. So I was getting always to some positions with less than 1 minute and blundering a lot. But here I had enough time, so I determined candidate moves like knight g6, rook d8, rook e8, rook a4, rook a2, and started calculating them sort of one after another, not quite because I'm not completely systematic. But
Using your own course.
yeah, also, and not only. I mean, there after rook d8, the problem is knight c6 because there is a fork on e7, and then it makes no sense. After rook a2, there are problems with that my king is quite exposed, and there will be rook e3 in some lines, perhaps immediately, or also white can start with some queen f somewhere move, maybe queen f4 or even 5, and rook e3 ideas. Rook a4 didn't look that great either because here white goes, I think, on
Queen f5.
f5, and again there are those ideas. The rook is the rook defends, protects its own king and is ready to attack at the same time, so it's unpleasant. But rook e8 looked very logical because I'm exploiting the pin. I am hoping to exchange some pieces. I'm not losing any material anytime soon. After queen f3, I saw that maybe even f6 could be a move, but this looks fine. I'm not losing anything.
And Daniel also was going
sorry.
down and down in time.
So maybe, sorry, queen
Yeah,
e7,
sure.
I'm not sure. No, there is rook e3 or something. I mean, rook e7, I'm wondering. Yes, I'm wondering what I saw and what not. I mean, now, but okay. Yes, he was going down on time, and now I pinned his knight. And I mean, white is a bit unlucky in this position. That the tactics work well for black. And I mean, with little time left, this c6 is very unpleasant. And for example, here, if white could take, it would have been great. But there is, there is, no, it was one move later probably. No, here, if white could take, it would have been great because this loses to knight e5. or maybe doesn't lose, but loses a
Loses
piece.
a piece, yes,
Yes,
definitely.
rook e1, king h2, but
And then you decided to sacrifice a piece.
no, I would have just given check.
Yeah, of course, yes.
And I'm winning the queen for free, and it's over now. So
Yeah, but I mean in the game, you
yes,
sacrificed a
yes,
piece.
queen f5, and I was quite nervous because I mean I was not exactly in the best shape. I mean it did not, the game did not reflect it. I played it well, I think, with some inaccuracies, but. I always make them in complicated positions. So f4, I understood that this b4, b3 would allow queen b1, but I just hoped to give one pawn back and to have two extra pawns after exchanging something like queens, for example. So b4, king h2, b3. Then I realized that maybe it was not such a great idea, that I miscalculated in some lines. For example, I originally wanted to go here, but there were some lines which I didn't quite like. For example, this could be unpleasant sometimes. Maybe there's queen e7, but somehow there were lines which I didn't feel exactly sure about. Like
What is going on, yeah?
yes, computer says it's all winning, but I didn't. No, not here on g1. I didn't exactly see how, and I was getting nervous. Maybe rook e2 is there. I don't know. It should be winning somehow, but I didn't know. And also after rook b8, there's queen b2 and some very nasty ideas like knight g4. If I play queen e4, there could sometimes be knight d7. So that's it.
And then you decided to sacrifice a piece,
yes,
right?
but not yet. I decided to play a move which looked logical after I realized that here I would be just winning due to h5, because after queen f3, the point is that I just go back and there's h4 coming, or some mate if white avoids the pin.
Of course, yeah. You have too many pawns and
Also
very
attack.
powerful pin. Yeah.
Yes. Then I realized that white could actually play queen f5, and I have to go back and repeat moves once. But I mean, repeating once is not a tragedy. Then I could search for something else.
Of course, especially when he had was low on the clock.
And Daniel played knight d3, and then I found this sacrifice because I realized that the queen was quite pathetic here. I lost a game in a similar fashion against too many pawns at the European Team Championship 2015 in the first round. And I mean, yes, with white against, I think, Grandmaster Suneberg Hansen. And I mean, in some respects, it looks similar to me. I mean, the same material and too many pawns again. And also, I played a game against Daniel Darda. I lost last year at the European Individual Championship in the penultimate round. And it was just a major piece endgame, but my king was very weak. So here it was his king, which was very weak. And I remember that playing such a position in the timetable was super unpleasant. So
okay, so here you decide to sacrifice a piece.
Yes, and b2. Basically,
that's a very strong move.
Yes, the queen is just very passive, and I just need to take care of those pawns, to prepare myself for some sacrifices, and then it should be all right. I mean, after knight f4, I can play probably any normal move. I can even play c4, actually. But some calculation might be needed. But basically, I'm queening, and after rook f7, I can probably go here, threatening queen h4 check. But
and everything is covered, no checks.
I hope so. I mean, before going for this, I would have calculated the lines again, just to make sure that I'm not missing anything.
But your pawns were too powerful to handle?
Yes. So also here, if white plays rook f2, I can take and play with two extra pawns, but there are also other options. I can start with a check, for example. I can also play rook b3 at some point, like this, for example, rook b3, and the knight is also hanging, and g3 is hanging. So
and the queen has to defend the pawn.
It's basically just winning.
Not the best piece to blockade the pawn.
Yes, exactly. And c3. And now I gave this check because if I started with this, white could at least go rook. I mean, either king g1, after which I just play something solid, maybe rook b7 to protect the pawn first, or I could also go for this, but winning such an endgame would still take time. I mean, after the queen exchange, it's simple, but the queens are still there. The white's king is sort of protected. White's pieces are sort
Of course,
of
not
active.
so easy.
It should be easy, but it would take some time. And I mean, I could miss something. There is always some danger. So queen d6 first. And now after g3, white is just very weak, and the king is weak, and I can play queen d3 or queen d2 or whatever. So king g1. After king h1, I would have gone for rook b5, probably. And after king g1, I went for it anyway. So now the king is very weak, and basically after queen a2, there's check. Another one.
And there should be
Yes.
a checkmate.
Yes, or not necessarily, but I can also just exchange rooks and promote my pawn. So I surprisingly won today.
Yeah, absolutely amazing performance, especially considering the start. What have you done during the rest day so that helped you to get so much energy and come here and play such a beautiful game and win?
I had a consultation with a psychologist. I would like to thank, I don't know exactly the psychologist's name, but he is husband of Mrs. Kaska Horvat, who is working here in the organization committee. I think her husband is called Thomas, and I don't know what is his surname, which of the two. But so it helped me. I also went for a walk to the hill, Maglingen, Makolan, and like this. And I was feeling much better after that. But basically today I again became somehow depressive, depressed. So
During the game?
Even before the game. Not long before the game, but I mean, I'm not in the best state now. I mean,
But hopefully your great performance in this game and great moves you produced helped to have your mood up.
yes,
and
definitely it helps me. I hope it will be better again.
Thank you so much, David, for this beautiful analysis and for so much nice insights from the game, because we don't see it when we watch your game. And we wish you best of luck. Tomorrow is the second round. Who are you playing against?
I'm playing against Nicolas Theodoru.
Yeah, best of luck. He has just won today, so it's going to be a battle of two winners.
Okay, but I'm still like, I don't know, 6th or 5th in the overall standings, so I will try to play a good game.
But
We'll
classical
see. Yes.
matters a lot. Thank you so
Yes.
much, David.
You are
And
welcome.
meanwhile, we are going back to the studio to follow more games which are happening right now at Grandmaster Triathlon.
All right. I hope we are back right now. So let's follow the more action that's happening in the remaining games during the interview with David. Here, one more game already wrapped up. That's the game of Select Salem against Voldar Merzen, where we saw there was some crazy time scramble. I mean, at least at some point, the players had to make 3 moves for about 1 minute or so. But in the end, it turned out to be pretty equalish, and the game just finished in a draw. So we have only 2 more games ongoing, which is the game of the Vladimir Fedoseev against Aravind, which is the top left corner, where the Indian Grandmaster had an extra pawn, but it seems at the moment it is gone. Maybe there's still some tricks. And also we have one more game, which is currently ongoing, Aram Hakobian against Makun, where we thought that Hakobian was clearly having a winning position, just entering the second time control, but a couple of things happened, and I suppose now we're going to have plenty of time to work through the details and understand what happened and why it happened.
Absolutely, Arthurs. I think that we should go into that game and see what has changed. We were seeing the rook was all the way on g6, in the cage, so to say, in that position. But now, rook is out. Suddenly, there are two pawns for piece, and only one h-pawn. What to do?
Right. So this is the current position. White still has some winning chances, but what I think would make the Armenian Grandmaster a bit nervous is this pawn on h4. And if it's gone, this means that this position has pretty much good chance to transpose to some sort of a theoretically drawn position. For example, rook and knight versus a rook, which is a draw. So that's why here, if Aram wants to still keep some winning chances, either he finds some checkmate pattern here, or he moves this h pawn and the trees, at least tries to save him. But let's now go back a bit and try to understand what went wrong for white, because we clearly saw a winning position he had, and it goes to this moment. After d5, knight c7, the 40th move was d6, which is still winning, but here there's a trick. After rook takes on c4, it's a very famous situation where players keep making mistakes, and very often that's the 40th move, because you're usually under a lot of stress and you are about to get a lot of time, and usually this is the threshold where there might be moments for mistakes, and yet it was move 41. Here, after some thought, Jacobian played rook e2. So he didn't take the knight on c7. He decided to stop any knight jumps, and apparently simply missed knight f8. And about here, he realized he has nothing better than to take on c7. And watch where was the winning idea. The winning idea was not rook e2. He should have played something else. He should have played d7, ignore the knight, because this pawn is incredibly strong, and after knight e6, play knight e6, rook c7, now give couple of checks here, check here, and now there's a major difference. Now he plays rook e2, but the difference is black does give up the piece for the 2 pawns, but the king is in a mating net.
Oh my God, what a follow-up. Arturs, my coaches usually says to me, the most crucial move is move number 40, but the second most crucial move is the move 41. That's sometimes where players are rushing with decisions and making the mistakes. So I fully agree that 41st move sometimes is played by mistake. In this position, we had this move rook e2. What a cage of the king.
Yeah, I mean, actually, this line still continues. Yeah, so you see, black still plays without the knight on h7. White has amazing knights on c6 and d6, and this is winning. But I checked the line a bit further while you're doing the interview, and here there was the actual human mistake. So we go back a bit. This was move 40. So again, Jacobian played d6, which according to an engine is still good. And after rook takes on c4, he had to pick up this very difficult sequence, like rook e2, knight e7, knight g6, etc. Had he made move 40, rook c2, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't won the game. Like, basically without a lot of resistance, because, oh, sorry.
And we have actually update. There has been a game of Fedoseev against Aravind, which finished in a draw. The players are seated now discussing the game, about the chances of Fedoseev probably. How can we summarize this game, Arturs?
Yeah, I think we're going to go back to this game at some point, because there were some couple of interesting moments. Of course, first we're going to focus on the live games, and if there's not going to happen anything dramatic, then at some point we're going to use the opportunity to go back and see how did this game wrap up. But I wanted to conclude the analysis of this particular position where I said that the 40th move for Jacobian could have been rook c2. And after rook c2, the point is now black cannot easily give up the knight for the 2 strong pawns. So it was very, very unfortunate for him, and still it is one of those moments when the 40th move is a mistake, even though this time engine says it's not a mistake, it was a human mistake.
It was a human mistake indeed, and we see that Makun is managing to bail out in this complicated endgame, moving closer to the current position where there are 3 pawns against 1 on the h file, which is going to be incredibly difficult to convert. Computer is saying there is slight advantage, but this is, I think, is just for the sake of having a piece for 2 pawns. In reality, it looks like practically Makun has a lot of chances to defend. What do you think, Arturs?
Yeah, but also let's not underestimate White's chances here. I mean, the pawn on h4 is still alive. I think this is also one of those odd positions where he would want it to have on h3. So there's all kinds of interesting theoretical positions we might have. By the way, what about even knight takes at h4? and we might have where White has a rook and 2 knights against a rook. This is probably winning, yeah, but I don't think that Makun really wants to test it. But if my calculation is correct, this is the only remaining game, right?
this is the only remaining game ongoing. We have already games finished in Masters. All the game finished in a draw today. Pretty interesting. We had Radoslav Wojtaszek against Frederick Svane, which finished in a draw. We had Saleh Salem against Volodar Murzin, which also finished in a draw, which was very tense game. We would not expect such result. And also Fedoseev was pushing against Aravind, but actually at the end maybe it was Aravind who was still up material, but still the game finished in a draw. But in challengers, actually we have so many decisive games. We have David Navarro, who has just been in the studio, shared his game, won against Daniel Darda, and Nicolas Teodoro won against Rinat Jumabayev. By the way, they're going to face each other tomorrow. It's going to be a fun match to follow. And now we're going to follow the final game, which finished the sixth game of this round.
All right. So now that we have a bit more time, there is one game I wanted to go back a bit and check, because here I think this is going to be a longer game. I don't think we're going to see any groundbreaking differences in the next 3-4 minutes. There was this one moment we're following of Salem Saleh against Volodar Murzin. You're probably also curious, what happened?
Absolutely.
So what happened in that game? And I had the chance, while you're doing the interview with David Navarra, I checked it. And there was this very tiny, small difference where Murzin made a mistake. So I would like to use this opportunity to go back to this game and see if I can explain you the nuances. So here, this is with the final position, by the way, very, very shortly after the end of the first time control. And I'm going to roll back a couple of moves. And this starts around, I think I'm going to try to remember it. It starts around here. So you remember, there was this knight x on a move, a knight x on a4 move, followed by queen c7, rook d4 marks as missed opportunity, knight e2. So check what happened in this game. So Murzin played rook d1 check, king g2, and rook d2. Looks very reasonable. He's pitting the knight, pitting the rook, and knight x on b2, knight e3 are incoming. What he missed is this check and queen b3.
Double attack, attacking the knight on a4 and the pawn on f7.
Exactly. So, and what happened here after knight x on b2, queen x on f7, he simply didn't have anything better. He has no time for knight e3 or knight e1. So he played here, and this is where we transpose the takes, knight f4, or rook takes on b2. So here you actually can see the engine says that king h7 is a mistake, and instead of this, after king h7, black should have played queen f8, allowing queen e5, which is just a very unclear game. But now you're going to see the difference. So where Murzin made a mistake, after knight e2, he had to play rook d2 right away. And the difference is now knight b2, knight e3 is still incoming, and if the Emirati Grandmaster tries the same idea, king h7, queen b3, knight takes on b2, queen takes on f7, rook d6, the king is very unfortunately placed for this position. For example, takes on g6, takes on g6, knight f4 check. I could even just take on f4, you could take on b2 because of queen c1 check.
Oh my God, what a tiny difference. Of course, both players were so low on time. Do you think Saleh has considered this idea of taking on f7 and using this pin and checking earlier when he played? Because his queen coming to the side, basically, of the opponent, it was long sequence when he played this queen a6 move. Do you think he already was considering something like that?
I don't know. I think his idea was trying to be active, and I'm pretty sure he blundered. Sorry, not blunder, but he sacrificed the pawn on a4, so this was not a blunder. So he went for this position deliberately, and he probably was pretty happy to sacrifice a pawn for some activity. But yeah, for Murzin, this is quite unfortunate. Like, rook d2 was asking to be played, but he decided to include rook d1, rook d2, and maybe the factor was that this is one move closer to the next time control.
Yeah, and for that reason he wanted to go closer, but Saleh managed to bail out and finish this game in a draw. Absolutely remarkable performance. Meanwhile, maybe we can have time to check the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Aravind, because we see that Makun is still taking his time, has a lot of time on the clock. How did the game conclude in a draw? We left it around the endgame where there were two rooks and there was minor pieces.
Yeah, I mean, we missed quite a lot of things because there was a time scramble happening in the other games, but essentially we left it around here. You remember this position, right? And there was this moment when I was wondering, how did Fedoseev give up the pawn? It was him actually who was trying to be ambitious with his h4, rook e4, and knight e5. But I think what he did, he slightly underestimated black's counter chances. And a couple of moves later, here it was pretty apparent that if somebody is ambitious, it is our event. And I think we still check the position after knight x on f6, check, knight x on f4, and here the Indian grandmaster played the correct move, knight e5, so that he keeps the pawn on c7 alive. And what they got is this position, where black is having an extra pawn at the queen side, but it's apparently not enough. This is how they played it out. Knight a4, knight c5, b6, knight a6. Arvind tried his best chance to lock the knight on a6 from the game. And here the critical moment arises. Just fast forwarding. Actually, I'm a bit curious. Why not b5 is going to be bishop d3. Yeah, you're going to do that.
Yeah, there is another knight hanging.
Yeah, and that's just a draw.
Yeah, they agreed on a draw here in this position. Yeah, interesting matchup between two top seeds of the Masters tournament, and they are actually the leaders. So now with 1.5 points, they are still both leading the Masters Grandmaster Triathlon. While in Challengers, it's not clear. Will Aram be able to continue and convert this game? Meanwhile, let's check out the current standings since we have already 5 games finished. And do we see any changes there? Okay, we don't have.
Here it is.
Yeah, here.
There it is. Yeah, so we have Fedorsev with Aravind sharing the lead at the moment. And in the meantime, as you can see, Inland Challengers section, there's Nicholas Theodorov in a clear lead because today he overtook Rinat Jumabayev in great fashion with a black color. And Aran Hakobian is still currently playing his game against Makun. As you can see, this is the second place currently in overall rankings against the 4th place. And Hakobian is fighting for the full 4 points. Once again, the tournament format is every victory is 4 points and draw is only 1.5. That's why this game is so important for Hakobian.
And we see that now with the victory, Nicholas Theodorov is getting 5 points ahead in the field. Oh my God, he's just in front of everyone. Oh my God, with such a tough start in the chess 916, winning the rapid and now winning the first round game against Rinat Jumabayev.
Look at also at Navarra, right? He was at the last place, and his victory with the black color against Daniel Darda today, it catapulted him to the 3rd place. I mean, of course, Makun can still score points and Navarro will be pushed back to the 4th place, but it's very impressive. I mean, keep winning more games in the classical tournament and you are obviously rising in the ranks.
And that shows how unique and remarkable the format of the Grandmaster Triathlon here at the Biel Chess Festival is. You may not do so well in the rapid, but you still have chance to get back with this classical wins, 4 points. And later there is going to be also Blitz tournament at the end of the classical round robin event. So for that reason, you're being tested in all times controls. You're being even tested in chess 960, and players now are diving in the games of the classical with the final games ongoing.
So let's try to evaluate how good are Hakobian's chances. I think they are pretty good. Because I'm obviously aware what the bar says, and it says white is slightly better. But I think there's also something we have to take into account. That's the practical idea, the practical chances. And what here Makun is trying to accomplish, he wants to trade the pair of knights. Like Makun's ideal position would be remove a pair of knights on the board, manage to trade the h-pawn. Even here, actually, he's pretty happy just to trade the remaining white pawn on h4 and then just transpose to a theoretical drawn position. But if you would ask me, for example, how would I rank chances if somehow the players would get a rook and 2 knights against a rook and 1 knight? Now, is this a draw? I am not entirely sure because we already saw a pretty similar scenario in the rapid tournament, or I think it was the rapid tournament, where Vladimir Fedorsev had 2 rooks versus Salem selects rook and a knight. A rather unusual material situation. So we might be seeing also something here that even if black manages to trade this remaining pawn, I don't think it's really so clear. We might see it, but first he has to do it.
Yeah, that's for sure the most exciting to see when there is some material imbalances. And I think that's what players are also training themselves. They're training to play the material imbalances, for example, queen against rook and a piece, and in this case, yeah, rook and two knights against rook and one knight. It's something unique. I don't think it happened ever in my games. And for example, coming into this tournament, would you expect to get something like this on the board? Of course not, and players might get it, and they have to fight out, and they have to find the best possible moves. Arturs, I mean, if you were here in the position of Aram Hakabyan, how would you evaluate your practical chances?
Pretty good, I think. Like, I think if I was playing with white, I would understand I just misplayed something. I think you gotta have the feeling, because this was not the plan. He never wanted to win the piece for the 2 pawns, because those 2 pawns, again, I'll just show you, like right here. Like, they just felt too strong, and I don't think there's any single scenario where you want to trade it. So, but what's done is done, right? You made a move, you made a mistake, you miscalculated some things. Now, still, you have to play out this position. And I'm also wanting to point the attention to the fact that black has only 4 minutes and 30 seconds. By the way, every move gives black an extra 30 seconds. So Hakobian also has the time advantage. And this is the position that he can shuffle many times. And for black, unfortunately, it's not so clear how he can trade off the pieces, because that's the difference. Black wants to trade the rooks, white does not. Black wants to trade the knights, white does not. Is he going to manage to do it?
Black wants to trade the pawns, white does not.
Yeah, white doesn't want to trade anything. And I think actually this is the situation where Aram would not even mind trading this pawn for these 2 pawns for practical chances, but never ever the knights.
Yeah, never the knights for sure, because rook and the knight against the rook, it's even tougher to win than the rook and the bishop. If there was a bishop, maybe there would be more chances, but with the knight, it's getting pretty tough for both players. But again, the time is ticking. The time is getting down for Makun. Currently 3.5 minutes on the clock. And time, as we are saying, the time is also a piece on the chessboard. And we see the move has made, and I see evaluation bar shifted.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean anything, to be honest. I think here, 97 is the big idea. So he's prepping for the knight trade. He's hoping that Hakobian is going to be a bit careless. Like, for example, if I play something like king g3, 97, and black accomplishes immediately what he wanted. So you see, this knight cannot leave because the knight on d4 is under attack, and after 96, there's knight c8. Okay, maybe white can still keep the knights alive somehow by playing knight b5 here, but already here there could be moments when I could maybe play, I don't know, I was thinking something like, okay, it's not going to work. Like, I was hoping for some scenario where I can give up 2 knights, and I could get something like this, which is a draw, most of the cases.
And this is what happens when we have 2 players who have never faced against each other. One more time to remind our viewers, the Aram Hakabyan and Makun, it's their first classical game. And before they played only over the board here in Biel, Rapid and Chess 960. And that's when you get this exciting matchup. You don't know what to expect, and that's what you get when there are 2 tough opponents playing. By the way, actually, Aram Hakabyan is a reigning Rapid Armenian champion. He has won it like a few months ago at the beginning of the year. And Makun has been a Rapid champion of China in 2019, okay, back then, but of course, Chinese competition is pretty strong. I would say definitely Armenian as well. Armenia is also very much a chess country. But yeah, so to say, top players from both countries facing each other.
Yeah, very strong countries with rich chess tradition. So I'm thinking if Jacobian wants to have chances, he has to obviously avoid either the knight x on h4 or knight e7 idea. By the way, knight x on h4 is a possibility because this would leave rook takes on d4. I mean, the knight on d4 would be hanging, so it's going to be either knight e6 or knight f3. I kind of like knight e6. It feels pretty natural because it also limits the scope of this knight on g6. There might be some threats like h5. The knight on g6 is hanging, but when you're going here, you have to be a bit careful, I mean, to watch out for these checks. So like check, here, for example, check. If you play king g4, there's going to be knight e5. And for example, if you, I don't know, go here, there's going to be a lot of tango. Yeah, like there's going to be, for example, Rook goes here, knight takes on g7, knight takes on h4. These knights are jumping in all possible directions, and it's quite difficult to calculate this.
It's insane difficult to calculate, especially when you're having so little time on the clock. Of course, there is now increment 30 seconds, but it does not really help much. 4 minutes for Makun. Meanwhile, Aram Hakobian is spending his time. He's under 16 minutes in this position, and he's trying to find the ways. He understood he messed up earlier. I think it's like the most difficult part in chess, when you understand that you made a mistake and you have to try to recover from it. You have to say, all right, I have to play now the game as if it's now the new game. And psychologically, it's so difficult to overcome this moment and not basically just to keep reminding yourself about the mistake. Why did I play this move? Why did I go for it? What do you think, Artur? Does it happen to you often that you make some mistake and then psychologically it's tough to come back?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that every single player has been in this situation when you are like reliving this moment, when you are torturing yourself. But ultimately, at some point, training should kick in. You're like, you cannot dwell on these thoughts for too long. You just have to move on. And if somebody cannot move on from these thoughts, then that's a problem, clearly, right? So also for Hakobian, is like I think he's already well past it. Fine, what's done is done. Let's just focus at this move, what is currently right now. And by the way,
Your move played.
yeah, but already Rook d5 was played, and I have a feeling that Hakobian cannot keep the pawn on h4 alive, because if he plays knight x on g7, there's going to be knight x on h4, and this is a theoretical draw. The pawn on f6 is not necessary. Black is going to give it up. Rook and knight versus rook. I think any strong grandmaster in a classical time control, they're going to easily make a draw. So the only chance maybe for Hakobian is to keep the two knights, and I'm thinking it could be something like knight takes on g7, knight takes on h4, and here we go. So we might eventually go to this position: rook, two knights against rook, and one knight. So I would not really rule out white's chances here.
Artur, have this ever happened to you, this
Never.
rook?
Never. I have no
you
idea.
witnessed something like this, or can you remember?
I think
some
we are
game?
witnessing it right now for the first time. Like, no, I have never seen it. There's definitely been some games, but I have not seen.
Yeah, so definitely one of the rarest material imbalances we might see it, because right now there is a big problem for white. White cannot keep the pawn on h4 defended. One more time, the take on g7 has to be happen, because if you are going to move with the knight, the pawn will fall on h4. Knight from g6 is targeting the pawn on h4, and the only way, as Artur was mentioning, is to keep two knights, by taking with a knight from f5 to g7.
Yeah, otherwise, how else do you defend the knight? Like, the knight is under attack, knight e4 is still knight x on h4, and knight x on g7. Like, maybe there's some tricks here, like knight g7, knight h4, but where are they? Like, I quite do not see, and knight x on h4 is going to be king takes on g7. So there's not really so many things that Hakobian can try, and it's got to be this. Like, he doesn't want to do this, but he's going to have to do this. Like knight g7, knight h4, and he is never ever going to want again to trade these knights. And as soon as Makun is going to accomplish that, I think it's safe to say he has done it. If here white manages to keep these knights alive and maybe collect the pawn on f6, he might still have chances.
Do you think we witnessed some kind of too much of relaxation away from the position from Aram Hakobian, because he got this completely winning position? He was so ambitious, he sacrificed the pawns. Did he just relax at some moment and just lost the advantage? And meanwhile, Makun was trying very hard to find the best moves to find
Yeah,
a
like this move 40-41, perhaps. You know, that's what I told this. At move 40, when you have usually not so much time, that's typically the moment when you make the mistake. But also move 41, when you're, like you just said, by the way, we're getting this position exactly as we spoke. Move 41, when you're a bit relaxed. Okay, now I have all the time in the world, now this is easy, boom, you make a mistake right there. So it's not only move 40, 41 as well.
Knight goes to e8. Now there is a threat of taking the pawn on f6. How do you defend it as black? We might see this historical endgame, at least probably historical for the Biel Chess Festival, but it's a perfect moment for us. to go on a short break right now before we are going to witness more action with Rook and 2 knights against Rook and 1 knight. Be right back here at Biel Chess Festival. It is a summer afternoon here in Biel in Switzerland. We are having all the excitement in the first round of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon, a unique event where top Grandmasters are challenging each other in all time formats, even in chess 960. We have had so far 5 results today, but there is one more game which is ongoing. We might see a historic material imbalances which was not witnessed so much earlier. Arturs, what is happening in the game of Aram Hakevan against Makun?
So we have a rather unusual material balance here, which is white has a rook and 2 knights against black's rook and 1 knight. Also, there's the pawn on f6, and now it's gone. So let's not worry about it. And starting in this moment, we are entering unknown position, which I don't really think there's an evaluation. By the way, we're seeing the bar. The bar says like white is somehow close to winning, etc. But I think it's going to change a couple of times at least. And one thing we know for sure, that rook and knight versus rook is considered to be a pretty harmless position for the defender. And there's a couple of tricks to know, but ultimately it's not really that difficult. But this one extra knight for each player, that changes things. And now white might have a lot of interesting possibilities at his disposal. So one thing we're absolutely clear, a couple of things here. White doesn't want to trade anything, either the rook or the knight. Black desperately wants it, and now black can officially start the counter, move 50 moves from this moment, because if there's no single trade within the next 50 moves, this means the game is drawn.
And look at the time situation right now. Makun has only 1 minute on the clock, and with each move he's making, he's only getting 30 seconds increment, while Aram has 11.5 minutes, and it's now his turn. He has to try to find some way to create a mating net where he can bring the king into, and looks like king is already on the edge of the board on the 8th rank. Can you try to cut it even more and bring maybe the king there? Arturs, what would be your thought process in this position?
I don't know. I would be very scared to put the king on the final rank, because now I'm seeing rook a7, knight g6, knight f6, all kinds of tricks here. So I'm a bit surprised to see that he played this, but also the other choice for him here playing king h6 was feeling pretty risky, and he decided not. Oh, sorry, what king h6? No, not king h6. King h7. Yeah, king h7. That was the other move that he had at his disposal. But here, rook a7, of course, immediately is a great move. The king is cut off. Now watch out for the knight f6 and knight g6 checkmate, and the king is running.
And Arturs, I keep seeing that the evaluation bar is actually rising higher and higher. Do you think that was a critical mistake right now, putting the king on the edge of the board, or is there simply nothing which Makun had done in that position? It's tough to say, right?
That's tough really to say, but I think that this would have been my starting position, that I don't want to put the king on the final rank, and maybe he felt he has no other choice here. But I'm looking at these opportunities here, like there might be knight f6 check, king goes here. Let me just put it on the board. Sorry, I'm just going to put it on the board. So this is a mate, by the way. We can agree on this, right? Mm-hmm. That's really a lovely mate. King
That's
d8.
very cute, actually.
Yeah, but this also is something I would want to check. Can I go here?
Knight f5 check or knight?
Oh, knight f5 check. You're totally right. Or knight e2, you could actually choose. Yeah, I cannot do that.
So we have to be careful about this knight checks.
I'll go here. I don't even know what's the threat. The threat might be...
Maybe rook d...
Or rook d5, knight e6.
Maybe rook d2 and then knight b3. Because anyway, you cannot checkmate with 2 knights. Now knight b3.
And knight b3, yeah? Oh, sorry, that's me. So knight b3. Yeah, by the way, this is also a pretty important position here, that white cannot go to this position. 2 knights are not winning. It's a theoretically drawn position. So there's no need to test this. So that's also one more thing that white can do. But look at this. He already played knight d5. And this is, by the way, a mate in 1 threat.
Oh, wow. Now 2 knights are using this opportunity and covering all the squares on the 7th rank for the king. How can you stop the checkmate? Is there Is rook c1 the only move, or there is some knight f5, knight d6?
Maybe rook c1, or maybe king c8. But this is a checkmate in one thread. Maybe you give some checks first. I don't really know. Maybe you give a check here first. Really difficult to say, but I think here Jacobian has very realistic winning chances because the 1 minute that black has doesn't really help him.
It doesn't help, it just complicates the position. Makun has to find the solution. Now it's 45 seconds for him in this position. Will it be king c8? Will he try to stop the checkmate by just moving the king, or will it be another mistake? Actually,
So,
after king c8, maybe there is rook c7?
king c8, rook c7, maybe. Like, I think they're still not playing. Let me just put some pieces on the board. So king goes here. I don't immediately see. And if I go back, we're naturally not
Arthur,
losing
he
danger
has
here.
10 seconds, by the way, on the clock.
All right, let's go back
5
to the lab
seconds.
position.
4. Did he play a move?
He is making a move. Knight f5 check. King
With
f4.
5 seconds on the board, he's making a check.
King f4 check. King e5. I think these are very tempting moves unless you even play king g4 might be a move.
But why would you keep helping white of moving the king forward to the king? That's a very interesting question. I mean, I don't see.
Wait, he's just winning a piece, no? Like king g4, you're just winning a piece. King g4, knight e6 is rook d7 check, and that's got to be a win. So king g4, knight e6, rook d7. If you go elsewhere, there's going to be a mate. A king g4, knight h6 is king g5. You're winning a piece. King f4.
And he plays king f4. He's allowing rook f1 check and defending the knight.
Rook f1 check also feels good, and this is still a checkmate threat. So maybe Jakobin is just sure he's winning this.
Maybe he does feel it, but definitely, why would you risk so much if you have king to c8 stopping it? Maybe there was some concrete idea he didn't like.
Maybe it was already losing. Like, I mean, obviously we see the bars all the way up the sky, so this means that White's got to be winning. And unfortunately for Black, the king is in the mating net. Final seconds, rook f1 check here. I think both players should feel that this is very close for White to be winning, but I'm a bit surprised that Jacobi didn't play king g4. At least I thought he's winning a piece there, but maybe this is just as good.
Probably it is, but now king is marching forward to the king side, and then
Wait. There's stalemate ideas. King e5, knight e7. Look at this. King e5, knight e7. If you play rook just play rook e7, then I give you a check. And there's knight e4. So you cannot play king d6. There's going to be a trade. Maybe this is what he missed. So.
But you're mentioning knight e4, right?
Yeah, knight e4. I was just thinking about this idea, but even this is probably winning. Yeah, rook f. Yeah, there's no ideas here. I just take on f6. I thought I saw something, but I just saw some ghosts.
But maybe let's try once again. King e5, and now knight e7, knight takes e7, and then we have to give some checks. Rook e1, because
Yeah, but there's always knight e4.
there is always.
And this is going to win. This is going to win. So the only chance maybe after king e5 is king c8. But where's the mate, actually? Knight e7. Maybe this is why he put the knight at f5, so that there's no knight e7 check.
But there is knight b6 check.
What? Knight b6, yeah. Knight b6 is a check. And king b8?
Almost a checkmate, but the rook is hanging. Yeah, it would be almost a checkmate, but.
And there's a move. And king e5 is played, so it's got to be. Yeah, king c8 is the only move. I didn't immediately spot the mate. So I think that what Makun saw, that with not the knight on f5, there was a check. Knight e7, king b8, and knight c6 with something that awfully looks very similar to a checkmate.
And now big question, how to proceed in the position. Is there knight d7 or knight b6? What is the move here?
I mean, rook c7 is also a move. You could have played king b8. It's going to be knight e7, knight b6. Oh, wait.
With another knight.
This would be a mate, yeah?
This would be a mate. Checkmate. What a cute checkmate.
So you could do that. And if I go here, king d8, now you have to find a smart way to dominate the king.
Maybe rook d7. And then after king c8, then knight b6. And suddenly king b8 almost in the checkmate position.
But how?
Yes, almost,
Not so
almost.
easy, by the way. I'm not so sure. I don't see it, and but I suppose Jacobian sees it because he went for this position like without a thought, like instead of this king g4. So there was this one moment like here. I was a bit surprised he didn't play king g4, which I thought that's it. Like king g4, there's no knight e6. You just collect the piece, and knight e7 you just take with the rook. There's no tricks. And knight h6, I thought it's just king g5. And there's no knight f7 check. So instead he played this king f4 automatically, and after king e5 now he castle finds something. So that was a bit strange. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be a win somehow
And
still.
he's getting lower in the clock. 9 minutes right now for Armenian Grandmaster. And Makun has 1 minute on the clock. Both players are trying it hard. It's not the position you will see every day or every tournament. It's such a tough material imbalances to face, I believe, for both players. Of course, for attacking side, you can be relieved. You're not losing, but for black, this is actually the moment where you have to show your perfect defense. And he's trying his best.
Rook c7, king d8 is the only moves. Now the bar says there's a forced mate. And I still don't see it.
I think you can have to bring the king to one of the corners. Though in order to do this, maybe check with the rook on d7, but not sure.
You need to give this knight check on e6.
Yes, that would be ideal. And then
Yeah. Or maybe it's just some slower move like knight e4. I must be blind. There's got to be something here. I don't want to check the engine.
yeah, first we see what move was played. And rook f7 with a checkmate threat on f8. What to do right now for black? He has to play king c8.
King c8 is the only move. No choice. Maybe he wants to play knight e4 with knight e6 and the rook on f8 will be hanging. Maybe this is his idea. So he's pinning the knight.
King c8 is on the board. What will he do now? There are many checks. There are many ideas.
I think knight e4. Knight e4 makes sense. So knight e4. And I go here, and after knight d6, check takes.
Actually, and then the knight is stopping the check from f4 at the end of the line. It really helps a lot that there is this knight from d5.
I'm just going to put it very quickly on the board,
Yes.
right? So I know we're following the live game, and as soon as our Jacobian is going to make the move, of course, I'm going to immediately go back to the live board. I was thinking about this. Yeah, you see the bar immediately hates it, which is not a big surprise. Knight e4, king b8. And my idea was to play knight e6. So you see knight x on d6, the rook at f1 is left defenseless. And if I go defend it, there's a mate, yeah.
Yeah.
There's the mate.
So you cannot allow this.
Yeah, so this doesn't work. And if you cannot do that, you
Then
give some checks, and you give some checks, and at least I have knight f4.
At the end of the line, absolutely.
Yeah, this should be winning. But apparently knight e4 is still wrong. Like maybe knight e4. I mean, what do you actually do here? Knight g3 maybe? I mean, I still play.
Yeah, you still go there, and should be a checkmate.
That's the problem. I mean, we can't relate to this position because
Oh
we've
my
never
God.
seen it before. So obviously you somehow use the knights.
And rook, 2 knights and the rook.
And the clock is ticking, 7 minutes.
Aram is getting lower and lower on the clock. He has to find the move. He has to go for a decision. What is it going to be? Is it going to be knight e4, or has he found something else?
It could be like this. He's going to play knight e4. Engine's going to say it's a mistake, and he's going to win it anyway. Like,
possible.
I have seen this before, but
It's a very tough position, practically speaking. I mean, it's very tough to find moves for black because they're the only defending moves. You have 2 knights and the rook around the king. The checkmates are around the corner, and while the pieces of black actually are located on the king side.
All right,
not
I'm
helping.
curious. I'm just gonna check it. You know,
Okay, of
I'm
course.
gonna check it. You know, I don't see. I'm a grandmaster. I don't see it. I don't see the win. Like I feel there's something around, but where exactly is it? So, it's apparently rook c7 check after king d8. It's any move basically. Rook f. No, I think it's a silly engine here. No, it's not rook f7. It's not rook f7. Rook c7, king g8. It's not really helping me. This engine
Wait,
here.
is it? I want to say, is it a table-based position?
One,
Three,
two.
4, 5, 6,
It should be,
7.
yeah.
It should be table-based.
It should be, yeah.
Actually, if you click on the right, there is a table base. There. Yeah.
Table base. What
White
wins?
wins.
Yeah, we forgot about it. Yeah, so rook h7, king c8.
All the moves win.
All the moves win, but exactly how do you win?
The table base
How do you
doesn't
win?
show.
Mr. Table base.
So what table base is saying that all the moves or almost all the moves are winning unless you're blundering something. But we need to find the strategy.
Rook a7, king b8, rook. Oh, come on! Like I don't understand how this table base works. So according to the table base, table base says what wins with every move. What wins with even king e6.
Oh,
What wins with rook a7. What wins with rook c7. So rook c7, king d8, king e6. I give you a check, king f7. I go back.
this looks very weird.
No, it's just weird. I mean, even with an engine, even with the table base, I cannot work it out because it just says there's like million ways. And that's why it's you can understand also Jacobian. I'm armed here with the table base. I just don't see the clear win because there's like 6 combinations that our Silicon friend says is completely winning, and Jacobian cannot figure out, of course.
And Aram is there alone, obviously, with only his head trying to figure out. And we see rook c7 was played, so is it actually going back? Because rook c7, now king e8, we had the same position. And in this position, rook f7 was played, instantly followed up by Chinese grandmaster.
Yeah, there's, by the way, there's a question in the chat. What even is a table base? I'm so sorry. Listen, I'm speaking here some foreign language. So the table base is that every single position, I believe it's the 7-piece table base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This means every legal position that you can think of already has been analyzed by supercomputers. So this is what we mean with table-based. Like there's supercomputers have analyzed every single legal position with 7 pieces, pawns or kings or whatever. With 7 pieces, everything is known. You can input the position, the engine's going to tell you it's winning. The only thing I still don't understand is how to work with the table base because it tells me I'm winning and I don't know how.
7 pieces and lower, so any amount until 7 pieces included, you can put in and try to find the way. I think the biggest problem right now for table base is that it doesn't consider that we have this 50 moves rule. So that's why it offers sometimes some crazy moves which allows check. For Aram, it's tough right now because he knows if he plays 50 moves, there is going to be default draw because Makun is writing moves in the score sheet.
I think I found it. It's knight f4, 96, 96. Can I do that? Like king d8? Like if I would play king d8, I'm thinking, can I play knight f4? Like king d8, knight f4. And I want to go here, and I want to go here.
So now knight is under attack on f5. You have to deal with it. Knight is under attack.
Oh, now I just take the knight. Now I just take the knight. So you cannot do that, and you move the knight somewhere. I give you a check here. I give you a check here.
And rook b7.
I give you a check
and
here, and knight c7. It's very human, by the way.
Ooh.
But come on, it took me like, I don't know how much time, even with the table base. Like I think this is the plan of Jacobi, and he decided to go knight f4.
Wait, now it's black to move, actually. This is Makun's turn right now.
Yeah.
It's Makun's turn. So basically what this rook h7 improved over rook f7 is that rook is taking care of all the squares of the knight. So after knight coming to f4, knight will not have a single square out, besides actually e3 is out. But knight on e3 doesn't help the position. That's a big problem.
Yeah, that's really nice, like how you put it. Yeah, this rook at h7 limits. Look at these knights. This knight stands really great, and yet it doesn't have a single square to go. Like no, 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 not again. You cannot do that. And every other move, white's going to go here, here, and here. Very, very impressive.
Impressive find by Armenian Grandmaster Aram Hakobyan. Currently 4.5 minutes, but Makun is having 25 seconds on the clock, and he has to try to find the defense in this position. Will he do it?
He's going to play king d8. He's got to play king b8. Yeah, and knight f4 wins. I think knight f4 wins. I figured it out with the help of a table base. Maybe there's something else. So once again, knight f4, knight e6 should be a win, unless there's going to be some... Unless... I think he's going to play knight f4.
Or knight
He's figured
c5?
it out.
Knight f4 or knight c5?
Knight c5 is a different way. Oh!
Now there is a checkmate from h8.
Oh, that's even better. It's basically the same idea, but from the other side.
It's from the other side. So now the knights are jumping another way. Wait a second, is knight f6?
Knight f6, king d8. You cannot play king f8, that's a mate. Knight f6 is definitely a move. Here.
Knight d6.
Knight e6, king c8. Where's the win?
Where is the win? Oh my god.
Where's the win?
One move away from the win all the time. Now Aram is still taking time.
4 minutes. 4 minutes to figure out this puzzle. I mean,
What a puzzle.
you got to have some really great geometrical imagination here.
Yeah, and that shows a big example of whenever you're getting some winning positions and then you're just relaxing at some moment, you might get into such trouble of finding the way to win such incredible endgame. Rook and 2 knights against the rook and 1 knight.
I'm no longer sure, to be honest. Like, this knight e5, knight c5 looks better, but at least I saw a win in that line. This looks like something else.
Actually, is there rook e6? Knight e6, sorry.
Knight what?
Knight e6, and there is a checkmate of knight c7 or knight f6.
Knight, oh yeah, let me put it on the board. If you play knight e6, I'm going to give you a check here, and I'm going to give you a check. You could take it. And after this, I'm going to give you a check. Wait, okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the live board. I'm just having some fun. By the way, knight e6 is on the board. So I think we are going to see this. So where was this?
Rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1. You just play king
King
of 6.
f6.
Yeah, just king of 6, not king of 5. King of
Knight
6.
c7 checkmate is a huge threat. How do you stop it?
You can't. Yeah, that's it.
Is it the game over?
Knight g7, you just take with the knight. Yeah, that's it. Rook e1, king of 6. Really nice.
Oh my god.
You're really good at this.
Sometimes.
I'm not, apparently.
Yeah, with the help of table base and Angelica, you managed to find the way. Table base is not enough.
Yeah, that's it. So here, this king is in the stalemate, but black cannot give up the knight and the rook. And after rook e1, I think even this is winning king f5. I tried to show this line, but it doesn't matter. Like, there was a very complex line, and black was losing anyway, but it doesn't really matter. King f6 is clean.
It is a clean win. Will we see it on the board? Rook e1 is being played by Makun with only 3 seconds on the clock. Now Aram has to choose, will he take the knight or will he play king f6?
There's no way he's going to take it.
He will not complicate, right?
No. There's no way he's going to take it. Like, he's definitely going to play king f6.
What will you do if he's going to take it?
I don't know, I will explode.
Okay, hopefully not.
No, I mean, it's still winning, but why? Yeah, like why?
Why
I mean,
to
king f6 is very clean, so there's no need. So I think you're just checking the final things because you feel you're this close. You don't want to mess up again. You already did it once. You don't want to do it again.
Okay, so we have the close-up on the king with a knight. Will we see king f6? King of 6 is on the board. Okay, luckily Arthur's is not exploding.
I'm still here.
Still here, isn't he? And
And that's it, yeah. I think here the mate is inevitable. Knight c7 check or rook h8. You can give up to rook at e6, but that's going to be an easy win. I think the game's going to finish right here.
finally, Aram managed to find it. We see how he just took his shirt a bit off, like he's hitting, and here we see resignation.
Yeah, what a game. Like, I had a feeling that we might get some theoretical debate, rook and 2 knights versus rook and 1 knight, but it escalated so quickly, and Jacobian showed really flawless technique and had a great geometrical understanding how the 2 knights together move.
What a day here in Biel, and here we have the results of the round number 1 of the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. In the Masters today we had the day of the draws. Every player gets 1.5 points. In Challengers we have all decisive results, so for that reason David Navarro beating Daniel Darda gets 4 points. Aram Hakobian against Makun also gets 4 points, and Nicolas Teodoro gets 4 points for his win. And for that implicates massively the current standings. Arthurs, what do we have there in Masters and Challengers?
Yeah, so you can see that's a major difference between both tournaments, because in the Challengers we have 2 clear leaders. They are Nicolas Teodoro and Aram Hakobian, who won their games today, and also David Navarra is within the striking distance. But at the Masters there's a very, very close race. As you can see, Fedoseev and Aravin, they're sharing the lead with 8.5 points, but Wojtaszek is only 1 point behind, and Merzin is 2 points behind. And again, every victory in a classical tournament is worth 4 points, so this is an open race.
Arthurs, what a day we had today in the first round of the classical portion of the GMT Masters and Challengers. What was so far the highlight for you of today?
I think we just saw it basically. Yeah, it is absolutely incredible game. So really, really interested to see how Black is supposed to hold that position. So I hope that we could get around to the interview.
Biel Chess Festival delivers enormous, great endgames as we have seen right now. We're going for a very short break, and we will be back together with Aram Hakobian showing some highlights from his game against Makun. Be right back, bring refreshments, and hear that final interview. See you in a bit. And we're back with the final result of today. With me, Aram Hakoben, who has just won against Makun, a pretty nice endgame. Aram, huge congratulations for this victory.
Thank you.
But go through with some highlights from the game because it looks so interesting from the opening.
Well, so this is a classical Italian setup where white is trying to get some sort of advantage with the pawns on e3 and e4. They can be weakness as well. For example, here I was thinking that my opponent can play a rook d8, which was the most logical for me because now I believe that black aims to play d5 at some point. And I was thinking to play some queen c2 perhaps and then push b4. But after rook c8, I was pretty happy because I get to play this g4 move. I see that the engine doesn't like g4 much, but I believe that from a practical point of view, this is an interesting attempt because d5 is never working anymore. I will always have g5. And basically, I'm aiming to create an attack with g5 and then h4 or just bring the rook. Because here it's quite safe, yeah? I can always put the rook on g2 in case blacks decides to open up on the king side of the board. So knight f8.
Was it the moment you realized that you can play for a win already,
I mean, it
basically,
got
for
exciting.
advantage?
Yeah, it got exciting, definitely. I didn't think that I was particularly better there. But I was like, yeah, I'm getting some plays at least. So here, yeah, I'm not sure about my opponent's moves, to be honest. It's not like I had anything better prepared. I was just looking at my play. And knight h4 seems logical to me because I want to push g5 and target the f7 pawn. And after h6, well, I think here I had many good options, but I wanted to play the most direct and ambitious way, which I believe is the knight f3. Now I want to push g5 and open up the position, and I do not care that much about the a5 pawn.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
he
I
went
see
for
it was a
materialist.
mistake, but yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I was thinking maybe he would go knight h7, and I believe I wanted to go queen c3. Yeah, but I think white is already better here. So because I have the space, at some point I can put the knight on f5. Well, I'm sorry, I wanted to go knight f5 here, not queen c3 because b7 is hanging. So after queen a5, g5 is quite logical to me, and all this.
Yeah, do you think being too greedy made the position of your opponent worse?
Oh,
because
sorry, yeah.
he went for this queen a5 and you found this absolutely amazing idea of before.
Well, I think it was not really about being greedy. It's just the fact that when you are getting attacked, you want to have something like at least he's up a pawn here, and if I don't prove that there is a strong attack, then he will just stay up a pawn, right? And here I'm not sure if b4 was correct, but I was thinking that if I go knight f5, then rook g6 check, and black can go queen d8 with the next move.
Defending from knight e7.
Yes, and that's why I thought maybe b4 is an interesting move. Takes, knight f5, now check is forced. And I'm already aware that king h2 perhaps was not a best move. I don't know what's the best move. I assume it's rook g2 or king h1. But I mean, to me it seems very logical to go king h2. And yeah, rook c7, to be honest, from far I underestimated this move. I believe that I was thinking that, okay, rook e8, and I get to play knight h4, and now g6 is hanging, and d6 is also hanging if black moves the rook. And if black goes, let's say, rook e6, then I think, I mean, any move is winning, knight g7, rook g1, queen g4, anything. So, but I mean, he's a very good defensive player. In fact, his handle on chess.com is defense boy.
Oh, really?
Yes, so I knew that it's gonna be very tough to mate him. So knight h4 is logical. Rook g5 was a good move. Takes, and yes, I believe that f6 was maybe inaccurate. I was worried about knight f6, and I wasn't sure what I was going to do here, but after f6 I was quite happy because I realized that he perhaps missed that this is a very strong move because now I have this h4 idea.
And then his rook is
yes,
stuck.
and the rook is almost trapped. Queen b3. I mean, that's what I was also thinking. And I went h4. Oh, sorry, I took, and then I went, oh, my bad,
Oh, sorry.
my bad.
Yeah. Some spoilers, but we've seen that,
Yes.
of course.
Yes, apparently here h4 is not the best. I assume I had to go rook b1 first, right? I realized that h4 was perhaps inaccurate because rook h5 was quite annoying for me. I mean,
Yeah.
I realized that maybe I rushed a bit with h4, but when he went rook g6, I was quite happy because now the rook has no squares. I don't need to push h5 because he will get the square back, but I need to get the b7 pawn. Here, knight e6. Well, here I was, from far, I was thinking that maybe I can even push c5 and then bring the other rook to b2 and then capture on b7 with the rook. But then I thought, okay, let's not be fancy, let's just capture the pawn because now I am creating a threat of knight e7 check. And after ed, this was a bit tough because I had to make a decision whether to give knight e7 check or not. I think I made the right choice by capturing the pawn because now I have d5 threat. And yes, this was logical. d6, rook c4. And this is move 41, where I decided to be smart, but there was no need. I just had to capture the knight, but I thought, you know what, let's create the threat of playing d7.
And it was move number 40 and 41, yes.
If I had no time, I was definitely going to capture on c7. So now I wanted to go d7.
So it was better it would be move 40.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Oh, no.
But what I missed was that here knight g6 was quite powerful. And I believe that here, I mean, I have chances, but I doubt that my position is winning. So I went after this pawn. I believe we made all the logical moves.
Yeah, and here
Rook d7 apparently is a mistake.
not so clear.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I mean, I'm not sure what's the best for him. I was thinking, I believe 95. Yes. What? Sorry? Yeah, I was thinking 95 and this position. But yeah, after rook d7, 96, I thought that perhaps here I will have some practical chances. I'm not sure about this position at all. Usually with two knights against black king, it's a draw. But here we have rooks, and
Yes.
but my opponent also has the knight.
So question to you, have you witnessed such endgames before, rook and two knights against rook and one knight? Because we were trying to recall something, but nothing came
To
up.
be honest, no, never. I was not even sure about the evaluation. I was thinking, okay, it seems like I have very good chances, especially that he was low on time. But I was not thinking about whether it's winning or not. I was just trying to put as much pressure on him as possible. And to be honest, here I started to feel that I am getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Because it's already, his pieces are not coordinated, and I'm already threatening some knight f6, knight g6 checkmate. And after this move, I thought this gotta be winning, because I managed to get this knight d5, and now rook a8 is a checkmate. So,
He's forced.
yes, knight f5 check, and here...
Here at this moment, have you
yeah.
considered king g4?
Yeah, this is a little bit of embarrassing moment. I don't know why I did not go queen king g4. I mean, I simply forgot that after rook f1,
Yeah.
yes, king e5. I mean, I was so tired that I was thinking that he's going to play rook e1 check, and there is a stalemate, but the king has the c8 square, right?
Yes.
And when he went king c8, yeah, I realized that why I went even for this, yeah. Because after king g4, I believe I just win the knight, yeah?
Yeah.
With no issues. But I had a feeling that this has to be winning already. Oops, sorry.
You put yourself a challenge, so.
Yes, yes. Yeah, after rook f7, king c8, I was thinking perhaps knight e4 is good, but then I realized that maybe knight e3, it's not easy. So here I had to spend some time, which luckily I had. And after rook h7, king c8, knight e4, I think this is winning because black knight has no squares, and technically rook is stuck with the knight. And I believe one rook and two knights should be enough to checkmate your opponent here. And well,
Yeah, couple of
here king
precise-
f6. I believe that king f5 was also winning, but because if black decides to do the trick with stalemate, I think I just go here, here, and was it? Sorry, king g4.
King G4.
Yes. And now if rook d5, then knight c7. And
cannot
if rook
take.
g5, I take with the knight. And if rook f4, I take with the knight. But I mean, I was like, you know what, let's be safe. This is definitely winning. So I went for this. And now with knight c7 next, there is no way to stop the checkmate. And yeah, he resigned.
Incredible game and an end game. You have had, yesterday was your rest day. How did you spend it? What did you do something special to prepare for this first round of Classical?
Well, I had a very nice day actually. Yesterday I went to Lausanne with my girlfriend. And shout out to her if she is watching.
She's supporting you.
Yes, and we had a great time there. I really liked the city, and overall, so far I'm having a great time. I've also visited Bern, and yeah, I'm just loving it so far.
And you already had chess 960 rapid. Currently in the standings, you are right behind Nicolas on the second spot. I believe only 1 point behind. How do you rate so far your performance in all the formats?
Well, I mean, so far it's going quite well, but obviously the classical format is the most important because if you win, you get 4 points, and compared to Blitz, it's 1 point. And obviously, I mean, I just want to do well in the classical portion, and if Nicolas does well as well, I'm happy for him. But yeah, I'm mostly focusing on my play, and I think we still have a lot to play. And yeah, it's very exciting event so far.
So does having this 4 points for a win pushes you going into the fight when you're preparing for the games, or does it have any influence for you?
Well, today was quite tough because he's a very solid player, and I was trying to find some opening where I can get a playable position, which is quite tough. But after the moment G4, I was quite happy because I realized that it's gonna be an interesting game for sure, and I will have some chances to play for a win if I play, I mean, some decent moves.
And luckily it succeeded. And there is one more question from the chat. We have a question from Shift4. She is saying, as a food nut, I'm always interested what the best food you found in Biel so far.
Well, that's a tough question.
What have you eaten so far?
Yeah,
Was it some-
there is a restaurant. I don't know if I can say the name, but yeah,
I think you can say
it's
that.
an Italian restaurant,
Verona?
Verona.
Oh.
Yes, and I like the pizza there. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
So was it the pizza that brought you energy for today's
Well,
match?
perhaps.
Perhaps. All right. Thank you so much, Aram. It was a pleasure to have you here and show us this brilliant endgame. Thank you. And
Thanks
best
so
of
much.
luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Dear viewers, tomorrow we are proceed with the round number 2 of classical portion of the GMT. See you here in Biel at the same times, at the same place. Be right back tomorrow.